hockey because it is SJHL playoff time, and here we are. The long wait is over.
Creighton Furniture Bomber playoff hockey is on the air.
And the fans are so loud, and they're right on top of you, and so there's probably not another hockey environment like the Whitney Forum.
Continuing over 70 years of Bomber action on 102.9 CFAR.
They're going to be running out of moose legs.
And here to bring you all the action, passion, and excitement.
How do you do?
With the insider, Mike Slip.
Bomber Nation is around the world.
The one and only.
Like a hungry man with a cheeseburger. Right upstairs.
10 seconds.
Keeps the peanut butter.
The voice of the playoffs.
He makes it look so easy.
Rob Hart.
Alrighty, thank you very much, and welcome back to Whitney Forum, the sideline for Game 2 of this SJHL quarterfinal between the Flin Flon Bombers and the Estevan Bruins. Flin Flon definitely feeding off the crowd last night, no doubt about that. Sam Ward able to score his first of 2 power play goals, 3:25 in, and Flin Flon never looked back after that point. Ewan Morozov, a couple quick goals. Looked like at that point it might chase the Bruins starting Etmeyer, Dylan Adams, who I thought came back and played incredibly well for a team that only had 17 shots in front of them last night. The Bombers, though, fed off the crowd. Definitely was an emotional, physical game. The Bombers won the specialty teams battle and just really came out and did what they had to do to take the opening game. But last night was last night. It's a brand new day here for the Estevan Bruins, and again, basically their objective coming in was to win one of the 2 games. They still have that opportunity. They have made a goaltending change here tonight. Adams, who I thought did everything he could to keep the Bruins in it, did play well last night, and you're going to hear Drew Kosher's interview. The Estevan bench boss, he felt the same way, but want to change things up. And not a bad scenario, or not a bad choice to go with Nathan Cam either from the play with Cologne in the Western Hockey League, some pretty good numbers. So we'll see what he can do tonight. One thing's for sure, I don't care if it's Cam, I don't care if it's Adams or Martin Brodeur, Estevan's going to have to play a little bit better in front of whoever starts tonight.
You can't win with 17 shots against these Flin Flon Bombers. You know, they did win the specialty teams battles, but they won every department of the game last night. The Estevan Bruins gave the puck up so many times in their own zone, and you know, got in some penalty issues. The Bombers took their share too, but the Bombers' specialty teams, like you said, Rob, just came through big time, both the power play and the penalty kill.
2 for 4 in the power play. They killed all 5 Bruin penalties, and or all 5 Bruin power plays, and the first couple didn't even able to muster a shot. Couldn't get any offensive zone time. I know they had a power play meeting today, the Bruins. We'll see what different things they're going to change up. But, again, you'll hear more from Drew Kosher, his part of the interview, and I can share with you, they just feel they have to have better entry into the zone, and I would agree with that. They couldn't get the puck down the ice.
No.
I mean, they get it in, and Flin Flon would fire right down. They just had no puck presence, no offensive zone presence. So, like I said, last night was last night. The objective for the Bruins remains the same, and I fully expect them to be a lot better tonight.
Well, they have to be better. You're right, and so with that mindset, you would think they'll come out hard, and they were very physical. But the Bombers were as physical or more too last night. So the Bombers know what it takes to beat these Flin Flon Bombers. So one thing, or the Estevan Bruins. So one thing that the Bombers did good is shut down that big line of Ewan Rennie and Olsen and Williams. Really didn't notice them last night very much, except when Rennie fought Arbery. But they want to stay out of that penalty box because the Bomber power play is too strong for this Estevan penalty kill, in my opinion. So it'll be fun to watch. You're right, though. Estevan's going to come out hard.
They can't afford to go down 2 or 3 goals either.
No.
We'll see. And another big thing for Flin Flon and for Estevan here tonight as well is basically just not taking undisciplined penalties. Penalties in the offensive zone.
Yeah.
Ewan Rennie, a terrific offensive player, but it was his penalty they took in the offensive zone last night that led to that big goal for Flin Flon to go up 3-0. So, look, I know you're going to take penalties. I get that, but you got to make sure you don't take them in the offensive zone if you can help it. And I, for one, am looking forward to the return matchup here tonight between these two, of course, teams. And like we said yesterday, and every time they play, a rivalry that dates all the way back to the Western Canadian Hockey League days, 2 original franchises, the late 60s They had a lot of, you talk to any of these old-time Bombers that played in those games, or any old-time Bruins, and I'll tell you, it was a bloodbath when those two teams would get together, whether it was the old Civic Auditorium in Estevan, a building I truly love, by the way. Truly love calling games there. Or, of course, the Whitney Forum here today as well. So, and, of course, now you've got Affinity Place in Estevan, a state-of-the-art facility. But definitely two teams to get the best out of each other. Bruins, I thought their warm-up looked a little bit better today, Mike. I thought they looked a little bit more composed. And I think another thing that hurt them last night, a lot of guys playing their first ever SJHL playoff game. This could be an overwhelming place to come in for the first time ever.
Well, especially last night, it was loud. I think you said, I don't know if you said it on the air after, it seemed like every person in here had an air horn or some sort of noisemaker last night, and it was loud. It was hard to hear, and I know that came through the radio and on Flow, so it is an intimidating place.
We'll take a break. We're going to tee up game number 2, the SJHL Coaches Show coming up. Bombers win 5-0 last night. We'll see what happens in game 2 for the Bruins. Can they steal one and take away home ice advantage, or can the Bombers pick up an important victory and go into Estevan up 2-0 for game 3 on Tuesday? We'll find that out in the next few hours between the Bombers and Bruins. Game 2, the SJHL quarterfinal, and of course the return of Creighton Furniture Flin Flon Bombers playoff hockey on 102.9 CFER and FlinFlonOnline.com.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
You thought Christmas was over? Well, think again, because it's Truck Month at Great North GM. Get 0% financing on select trucks on a 72-month term. And if you already have a truck, trade it in and get $1,500 towards a new truck. There are demo discounts, cash incentives, and so much more. Great North GM even has the widest selection of on-ground Chevy and GMC trucks with shipments coming in daily. It's like the holidays never ended. With Truck Month happening all March long, call Great North GM at 204-623-3400.
10 seconds.
Or visit them 212 LaRose Avenue today to drive your new truck home before they're all gone, because it's always a great day at Great North GM.
SJHL Coaches Show with Mike Reagan. Big victory in game number 1, Mike. And like we mentioned on the post-game show last night, I thought that your team really fed off the crowd and had an unbelievable opening 10 minutes to start the game.
Yeah, we were good last night. I thought that from the start of the game, you're never sure how your players going to react. Are they nervous? Are they, tight? And I thought we did a great job. And then we continued that momentum throughout the game. I mean, you're going to have moments where, maybe you're not – dominating, but I would say that 70 to 80% of that game we dictated, and was very happy.
Here's a question for you, Mike. I always like to give you questions that make you think before you answer. What was better last night, your power play or your PK?
Penalty kill, because it was perfect, and our power play was 50%. So just by the numbers, Rob, I know you like to throw these things that challenge me, but strictly going off the numbers, I think that our penalty kill was better than our power play.
Well, I'll tell you what, the penalty kill, I thought both were very, very good, and were obviously big factors in the victory. I mean, it's a 5-0 game, 2 goals are on the power play, and your PK, I think they were 0 for 4. The first 2 power plays they had, they didn't even get a single shot on you. And they couldn't set up in your own zone. Your penalty kill was really aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, it was something that we've talked about for probably the last month going into playoffs, just how important your penalty kill is at this time of year. I think that you take a look at some teams, your Montreal Canadiens, made it to the Stanley Cup final because of their penalty kill a few years ago. I take a look at a lot of teams that end up in the Stanley Cup. They've got a great penalty kill, and that's a big reason. So, we look at 3 different areas of the game that we want to be successful, and, our power play came through with 2 goals. Our penalty kill was perfect, and 5-on-5 we scored 3. So, pretty tough to beat us if we're doing that on a nightly basis.
You dominated the game for sure last night, Mike. I was assuming you feel that Estevan will be better tonight.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, who knows how they felt about last night. It can be a very intimidating place for game 1, and you come in and all of a sudden we're on top of you like that. I'm sure they've made some adjustments, and that they're going to, have a real good push here, especially early on. I think first 10 minutes is important for us, and if we can jump on them early, I think that you'll see similar results.
What a great feel from the crowd, Mike. We mentioned right from the opening bell, and of course they had the Go Bomber Go chant going a few times, and as a result, a spirited affair. I think we had 3 scraps last night. I can't think of the last time I saw that in a hockey game, playoffs or regular season.
Yeah, I think some of that boils over from earlier on. in the season, with the hit on Rennie, and we felt that it was clean. But anytime your top player gets hit like that, you're going to respond. So you can't blame Estevan. Obviously, they know that we're a big physical team, that our style of play is tough to play against, and you want to have some pushback. So I'm not surprised that those things happened last night, and I'm sure there's going to be a couple more throughout the series, and we're okay with that. We think that we can play any style of game anybody wants, and we're willing to do that.
Great to have some guys back. I mean, Seitz was back, played a good game last night, and Knudsen, Mike, I could see why you wanted to make the trade. Not a guy that is necessarily going to show up on the score sheet, but made a great defensive play last night. It was a 2-on-1, able to slide across and block the shot. And if you need somebody to be physical in a hockey game, you know you'll be able to count on him.
Well, I think Nutter there is as close to a 200-foot player as you can get on the back end in this league. So been extremely happy with him. I know he hasn't played as many games as we would like in the regular season because of an injury and that, but obviously that's what depth is for, and we traded for him not for the regular season. We traded for him, to be an impact player come playoff time, and in game one he definitely was, and I'm sure that he's going to have many more moments like that.
Must be happy you shut down the number one line last night. Olsen, Rennie, Williams did not have any room at all. You did a really good job on them.
Yeah, you got to know who you're going up against when you're on the ice, and I think for us, being aware how dangerous those guys are is, key. And again, I've said it before, you got to respect your opponents to have success against them. I think when you don't, that's where you're going to get hurt. And we know that they're three great players, and we're well aware that they're a lot more effective when those guys are going.
Last night was last night, Mike. Tonight's a new night, and like we said, like you mentioned last night, and I'm sure everybody who follows hockey realizes, their goal was to win one of the two games. They still have that opportunity. So again, you'll need a great effort out of everybody again tonight, like you got yesterday.
Yeah, short memories. Last night's done with. We got to focus on today. Again, we've talked about it. Them being, probably more prepared to handle the atmosphere tonight. Again, they get a win here tonight. They're feeling great going back to Estevan, and we're having to hop on that bus on Monday morning and go back there 1-1. So we got to take care of business here, and your heads can't get swollen at this time of year. It's one game at a time.
Same lineup tonight, Mike?
Yep, exact same lineup. Tritter starting. Pretty tough to change a lineup that had as much success as last night.
Thanks for this, Mike. Good luck in game number 2.
Thanks very much, Robert.
Mike Reagan, the head coach of the Bombers, once again here on 102.9 CFAR and FlinFlonOnline.com.
Bailey Homes has 15 years experience in the North, specializing in RTM homes and foundations, and are also proud supporters of our community. They are so thankful to Flin Flon and the surrounding areas for supporting them all these years. Bailey Homes is always willing to chat with a potential customer to show what they can do for our community. Your trusted builder in the North. Visit bailey-homes.ca.
SJHL Coaches Show continues. Drew Kosher, the head man of the Estevan Bruins, will join us, Drew. And, Flin Flon fed off the crowd last night, an electrifying start. And you got behind the 8 ball early, and they just kind of were able to roll after such a great opening 10 minutes.
Yeah, they came out of the gates flying, right? And, also fed off the crowd, and, they scored 3 goals in the first 10.5 minutes of the game, and that's not exactly how you want to start off a playoff game one for anyone. But, we obviously watched some video and some tape, and, we've channeled the emotions here a little bit, so we're excited for tonight.
It's obviously a tough environment. I mean, the crowd's going crazy. I mean, this is a historic building and a very good hockey team on the other side. Were some of your guys maybe a little bit overwhelmed in their first playoff game here?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think, like I said, the first 10.5 minutes, that was a real eye-opener for a lot of guys. And, we only have a handful of guys that have played some playoff games here, especially, we have a couple Battleford guys that have played for Battleford when they played against Flin Flon there a few years ago. And it's definitely a very emotional barn, and a lot of passionate fans here. So, yeah, we know what to expect tonight for sure.
And I mentioned to you, before we got talking, and I mentioned during the broadcast last night, I thought your goaltender Adams bounced back pretty good. I don't think he can be faulted for the first 3 goals. They were under siege, and certainly that giveaway didn't help for the Morozov goal. I thought he battled back pretty well.
Yeah, we really liked Dylan's game last night. We had obviously, we watched the game last night a little bit and kind of looked and saw what happened, and 3, maybe 4 of the goals were, we felt that we gave them, obviously to the Bombers. There was 3 turnovers for sure, that just blatant turnovers that we were not thrilled with, and the power play goal was, we would definitely like a block there, but we thought Dylan fought all night. He did a lot of good things. He probably faced about 60, 70 attempts last night, and 48 shots they set on the board. So we thought he played well, and for us tonight, we're obviously going with Cameron. We have all the faith in the world in him.
Any other lineup changes for your squad tonight there, Drew?
We have Griffin Horn playing tonight for Loftus Fedorenko there. Yeah.
Okay. You mentioned specialty teams. Their specialty teams are very good. Their power play ends up going 2 for 4, and their penalty kill looked exceptional. You got obviously some guys. Rennie at 37 points in the power play alone this year. What do you have to do to have a better power play in this game?
Yeah, you know what? For us, we have to make sure that we're having good entries, and we felt that we didn't have good entries in the first couple power plays. Obviously we looked at some tape here and some strategies, and we're to make some adjustments. Obviously, we've already talked about it with our guys, and what? We have to throw more bullets at the net. We need more rubber there. We have to put the pucks. There's not a lot of spacing here to make a lot of plays that we have the time and space at home. So we got to put pucks at the net and make sure that we have 2 guys around the net at all times.
I thought Adams was good last night, but another thing that impressed me about your club is you won't be pushed around. You guys really battled for each other. There was 3 fights in the game last night. I can't think of the last time I ever saw that. I thought your guys really made a point of showing Flin Flon we're not going to get pushed around, and we're going to stick up for each other.
Yeah, that's kind of the one thing that we talked about all year. Like this, we want to have each other's backs. We just want to make sure that we're, if one guy gets pushed around, that we're going to step up for each other. And when you're playing a team like Flin Flon, they're the exact same way. They're heavy, they're big, they're strong, and they play hard. There's no question about it. So, for our group, we try to make sure that we're ready to go from that first puck drop.
Obviously, there's a lot of pressure on the top line. Who, other than these guys, are you looking to step up for this group here tonight?
Yeah, for our group, probably Colton Getzoff. He's a 20-year-old guy. He scored a lot of goals in the last couple of years. Obviously in the SJHL, played with Battleford. Muller being a 19-year-old guy. Noah Asenson being a 20-year-old. And we're obviously looking just for just depth scoring alone, right? And obviously from the back end as well. But those are probably a couple of guys that we're definitely looking to see score some goals.
Ron's kind of stood out to me last night, not just for his physical play, but I thought he was one of your better D-men.
Yeah, Ronnie's been great for us, ever since the trade we got him back. We're really excited to have, Matthew here, and, he's done some good things for us. He's a guy that's been in the playoffs, even at 18 in Whitecourt, he was, they went all the way to the final, I think, with the Whitecourt Wolverines there, and, he just said he has a better...
Led by number 29, Charlie Tripp, here we are, Flin Flon!
Quickly, before we let you go, the goal obviously was to get one game in Flin Flon. You still have that opportunity. The nice thing is last night didn't obviously go your way, but you get a chance to come out and redeem it tonight. And your team made the playoffs. The Humboldt Broncos, the Kinnersley Clippers didn't. Some pretty good hockey teams. Obviously, you're here for a reason, and an opportunity certainly. You win this game tonight, and obviously a big lift going back to your building for games 3 and 4 on Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yeah, you know what? Like for our group, we know we're facing a tough hand here, obviously with Flin Flon, but the guys are excited for it. After we watched the game and we talked about it today, we didn't hate our game 5-on-5 at times. We thought we did some good things. We need to put more pucks in the net. We need to make sure that we're winning the special team battles and being more disciplined. And yeah, we're
hockey fans.
Would
you please rise and stand?
We always talk about being a goldfish. That's kind of our group. And the best part about playoffs is that typically more often than not you play the same team the next night. So it's a chance for redemption tonight, and we're excited for the task here.
Drew, good to see you.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us commend. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
job on the anthem here tonight, and we're just about set to go at puck drop here for game number 2 of this SJHL quarterfinal. Once again, the Estevan Bruins of Flin Flon Bombers, your Bailey home starting lineup for Flin Flon tonight. White Stick back in uniform. He'll be out there with Rhett Ewan, who close sport last night, and Connor Miller, the former Bronco. Mounier pushed on the back end, and Charlie Tritt perfect last night. Not a lot of work, but when he needed to be good, he was, with 17 saves to pick up his first ever SJHL playoff shutout to go along with the 5 that he had in the regular season. Estevan going to start things off with a little bit of a different group here tonight. We mentioned, of course, the top line last night of Olsen, Rennie, Williams had a tough time getting room. This other line here actually played pretty well, I thought. And they're going to start things off with Henry, Beasley, and Elson, the captain. Breeze, Ashby on the back end, and like we mentioned, Nathan Cam will get the call. Not bad numbers this year. 12-8-1 in the regular season, a 3.27 goals against. A safe percentage of 923. We'll take that. And the Bombers, like we said, we got pushing and shoving right off the hopper. O'Reilly getting into it with somebody in front of the net there. He's mixing it up here. Or Beasley, pardon me, mixing it up with somebody in front of the net.
A floater into Charlie Tritt. He was able to cradle it, but the Bombers felt that one of the Bruins got a little close. I didn't think so, but that's the way it is. They're protecting their goaltender.
11 seconds gone. We're just underway. Beasley to take the draw here against Miller to the right of Charlie Tritt. Estevan wanting to get that first goal tonight for a lot of big reasons. They've only scored 1 goal in their last 3 games here at the Whitney Forum, so a goal for them early would go a long, long way. Bruins get a chance off the hop as the puck will redirect over to Tritt. Already a better start for the Bruins than they had last night's game.
Yeah. He won that face-off. Wyatt Stinton back in the lineup, like you say, he took a puck, blocked a shot last night, and spent the rest of the game, 3/4 of the way through the third period, but spent the rest of the game on the bench, but he told me today he's feeling great.
Miller won that draw. He'll get the puck quickly to Ewan, and the Bombers will get the puck out. Here's Stinton at center, poked it ahead. Potter is back, but he lost it. And taken away from him was Miller. Miller will pick it up, throws it out front. Nice pass there! Puck will bounce in front to Cam. Great luck that time by Miller, who beat the D-man, and the puck got it back out front and got away from Breho. But Connor Miller, boy, we talked about him late in the season, but really standing out with his face-offs. Best face-off man for Flin Flon. Won a big draw there, starting to play in his own zone. And look at that. Because of that face-off, they get a scoring chance.
Yeah, not only did they create a lot of turnovers, they just beat the Bruins to the puck, and that's exactly what Connor Miller did there.
Breho had that chance, loses the handle. That's picked up here by Olsen. They'll try to get away from Ward. Ward got handcuffed. Here's Matty walking in a pass out front to Williams, and it goes through his legs. This line comes close here tonight. As good a look as they had in last night's game. Flin Flon will clear it out. Breho at center. Dished that one off quickly to Delisle, who gets it in. Andrews on top of that one, but can't clear it out. Held it at the blue line that time by Knutson. That got blocked and came back to center ice. Here's the pass to Delisle, redirected off the glass inside the Estevan zone. Lang looking around, he had Arbery on him. Threw it around the boards, Morozov. Can't knock it down cleanly. Bruins get it out. Andrews will pick it up at his blue line. He's got some room. They'll take off the center. Dropped it back to Williams. Nice pass out front. It goes off the skate door ready and comes back to center. Breeze on top of it. And he'll send it back in Flin Flon territory. There's Arbery. He had a goal last night as well. Leaves it back to the net. Picked up here by Ward. Ward will take a look. Feeds that pass back to Knutson. Here's Knutson. Center ice for Arbery. Redirected in Estevan territory. Morozov races after it. Flipped it back in the goal for Sykes. Looking for some room here. Trying to get away from Asmundson. There's a chance now. Opportunity for Sykes. Can't get the wood on the stick. Good job by Asmundson to tie him up. Mounier will pinch for the blue line. He'll knock it down into the corner. Sykes can't pick it up. Puck at the back of the Bruin net. And that's grabbed here and picked up by Breeze. He'll flip that off the glass back inside the Flin Flon zone. L'Esperance back in there wearing a full face shield tonight. We'll feed it back to center ice. Here comes Ulmer back across the Bruin line. Ulmer, stop, shot, scores! Ulmer out of the corner, and Flin Flon scores in the first time of the hockey game. You heard me say that many times throughout the year. It's never a bad play to shoot the puck. In the corner, he's just trying to get the puck on target here. We'll see the replay here, Mike, on Flow TV. And I don't think that Cam saw the shot.
No.
But you got to shoot to score.
Keaton L'Esperance with a great pass to Ulmer there. That's not what the Estevan Bruins wanted. Let's see if they can rebound.
Ulmer gets his first ever SJHL playoff goal. as the Bruins will send it back inside the Flin Flon zone. That's picked up by Trey. He turned the puck over back in his own net. Mooney went around in here. Bombers are working off the boards back down the ice. It'll be an icing call, as Ron will not have to pick it up. So Flin Flon scores 2:15 into the opening period. An early goal once again to get the crowd behind them. Ulmer's first ever SJHL playoff goal. And nothing fancy, just got the puck in the corner, and he fired it home. And the Bombers will take a 1-0 lead. See if they got an assist added on that one or not. Yeah, L'Esperance and Mounier, the assists on the opening goal here tonight by Ulmer, 18 years old out of Regina. Flin Flon up 1-0, just underway in the hockey game. Rennie back of the Flin Flon net. He'll bounce off a check. Rennie's still trying to get some room. Pashon has got him tied up. Pashon will try to kick the puck free. Rennie still digging in there looking for it. Of course, the SJHL's MVP and top forward of the regular season. What a year he had. Here's Ron. Lets a rip. That dropped Lalanier. There's a shot through traffic. Williams after it, trying to put it back out front. Mounier knocked it down. Can he clear it out? No, he can't. Rennie with the steal. Back out front to Williams. He shoots it just wide. Low stick side. Ulmer, the goal scorer, will pick it up. Flin Flon, a little bit of pressure, which they did not see much in last night's game. They will get the puck to Lalanier at center. He'll flip it back inside the Bruins zone. Potter there to get it. Racing after him is Miller. Potter, though, nice move to get the puck outside the zone. Potter to center, hangs on, shoots it back at Flin Flon territory. There's Yakimchuk, back along the boards. Held in that time by Kraft. Here's Horn, back out front, holds a chance. And Estevan, a lot more offensive zone time in the first 4 minutes of tonight than they had in pretty much all of last night's game.
Far better start for sure, even though it is 1-0. They're out shooting the Bombers 4-1, and they're entering the zone a lot better tonight than last night, at least so far.
Drew Kosher mentioned that. They talked maybe more specifically about the power play, but he did mention getting inside the zone, and they've been a lot more. And their number one line is getting chances, which is a good sign for them. Miller poked that back to center. Ewan can't get on it. Bruins back the other way. Here comes Muller. He'll take a body check. He throws it in. Look out! Straight puck crossed up. There's a chance, and the Bruins got close. Second time, Tritt's been caught out of his net here early, and that time the Bruins got a good scoring chance.
Charlie Tritt is good with the puck. He got mixed up with his defenseman there. I mentioned it last night that I like how Charlie plays the puck. He doesn't overplay it, but goalies are going to get caught. That time Charlie did. Luckily, it didn't go in the net.
Anderson against Stitten. Bruins win the draw. Andrews' shot goes wide. That's been good in the faceoff circle early going as well. Stitten knocks his guy to the ice. Puck is back of the Bomber net. Bruins throw it back out front. The puck will come out, though. And Andrews will go back and grab it at the Estevan blue line. 5-1, the shot's down in favor of Estevan. They only had 17 in the entire game yesterday, so a good start for them tonight. We knew that they'd be better. Stitten got the puck in deep. Andrews got it. Flin Flon can't keep the puck in the zone. Ward forced back on his side of center. Flips it ahead to Ewan, who gets it to Stitten. Stitten from his left wing, a chance, and there's a save by Cam. Rebound picked up here by Horn. He can't get it out. Flin Flon will dump it right back in. There's Andrews to grab it. Andrews has got it again. Up the boards, knocked down, held in this time. Here's a chance for Briho. Watch it! Oh, he fired that off the left pad that time of Cam. Briho again, back up front of backhander. Off the side of it, a lot of room for Briho here on this shift. A good shift for him. Bombers hold the puck in. This is Knudsen at the blue line. Fanned on it. Got it back up. A chance for Delisle. And Flin Flon's starting to get some chances, and Cam will make another good save there. Great shift there by Hudson Briho, who, of course, picked up his first ever SJHL playoff goal last year when he was called up late at the end of the year. Gave him some good confidence.
That shift was reminiscent of last night. A couple of giveaways by the Estevan Bruins, and the Bombers were able to swarm Briho, like you said, getting open ice and taking advantage of it.
Rennie will take the face-off against Seitz inside the Bruins zone. The right of the goaltender, Nathan Cam, in the pipes tonight. Got beat early on a goal that he didn't see, but Flin Flon will take it off the face-off. Arbery tripped up on the play. Here comes Breeze for the Bruins, and he'll get ready, trying to get up the middle here. Ready to the front of the net, gets in there, and just knocked away at the last second by Tritt. Rennie looking way better here than he saw in last night's game. This is Knudsen for Flin Flon. Knocked it down, and they head to Arbery off his stick. The Bruins get it back. Knutson, though, grabbed it in his blue line. Flin Flon will redirect it in Bruin territory. Breeze there to get it. Morozov on top of him. They'll rip that off the glass, back down the ice. And the puck just goes wide. There's a break for Flin Flon. They'll get the icing call. The Bruin bench not agreeing with that. They thought maybe he got chipped with a high stick. We'll see if they move the face-off to center or not. They might. They're definitely...
well, they're not taking it down to the other end, Rob.
No. Face-off looks like it's going to come outside the Bomber blue line. Seitz will line up against Beasley. Seitz, Morozov, Arbery. They're going to go back inside the Flin Flon zone now. Some of the fans didn't, that was the right call, but the officials feel differently.
Looks like Charlie...
They can't make up their mind here now. They're going to come out. Are they going to come outside the zone now?
It looks like Charlie Tritt doesn't agree.
Beasley the face-off here against Seitz. They finally get the puck drop. Beasley after flipped it out front. Oh, good save by Tritt there. And now they got Bruce knocking his guy to the ice. That's Elson. But boy, Estevan looking way better here going tonight.
Oh, nice slash there to the back of the legs by Beasley. That was lucky. I think it was who was in there. It was somebody. I can't see who it is. Nearly put that in his own net, but Charlie Tritt was there.
Beasley against Seitz. They tie up in the face-off circle. Bombers do grab it. Yakubchuk will take off. He'll bounce that pass ahead for the speedy Morozov. Morozov along the board. Back out foot. Wide open. Yakubchuk can't jam it in. Good save by Cam again. Bruins have the rebound, and they'll make their way up the ice. Puck is picked up here by Onrait. They're offside. Flin Flon able to get Yakubchuk alone out front there, but Cam stopped him.
That was a great set play.
And again, it was a face-off win that led to it.
Yeah, Yakubchuk took off and over to Morozov, and a great pass back to Pierce Yakubchuk.
Face-off will come outside the Flin Flon blue line. 13:55 to go in the opening period. The shots are even at 5. Flin Flon a 1-0 lead. An early goal by Ulmer out of the corner. Hits first. L'Esperance. And Mounier the assists on the opening goal by Flin Flon. But Estevan's had some looks here, some good ones here in the opening period. Getzlaff, one of the guys that Drew Kosher wants to see good things from here tonight in the series, is out there right now, the former Battleford star. He'll dump the puck in Flin Flon territory. That's picked up by Pashon back of the net. He'll take his time. Asmussen watches him. He'll swing that pass back to center. Lalamere will get it in deep. Here's L'Esperance after it. Trying to come out front. He got it there. Oh, there's a good chance. That time by Ulmer again. This far to what? How about L'Esperance? I don't know how he got that puck through, but he did. Getzlaff the other way. A shot on target. And Tritt will stop that. Ulmer already won tonight, comes close to getting number 2, but the Estevan netminder had different ideas.
Keaton L'Esperance, like you said, just a great effort to get that chance to Ulmer. Ulmer's flying tonight. I think we got a bigger crowd, it looks like to me, Rob, but maybe not quite as loud. Well, this end is way bigger.
Not as many air horns, maybe.
Yeah, this end is way more packed than last night.
Williams is taking the face-off, wins the draw. The Bruins get it. Rennie after it, throws it back out front. Puck is laying there. And Miller will come back and get it. He'll flip it to the far corner. Bombers try to work it up the ice. That's Yakubchuk digging away along the boards here. Puck squirts free. Picked up here by Stitten. Stitten to center. Flipped it in for the speedy Miller. He'll race in there after it. Miller in the corner. Pinned up here by Lang. Stitten goes in there as well. Trying to grab that loose puck, but it's ready for the Bruins. It has it. He gets knocked to the ice. Puck comes back to Williams, but he'll let Andrews take it. He'll rip it in. Puck grabbed once again and held on to by Tritt. With 12:44 to go in the period, shots are 6-6. And again, a 1-0 Flin Flon lead here. Rennie and Ewan having a bit of a conversation as Rennie leaves the ice. I don't think he liked that hit back in his own zone.
No, there's a replay of it, I think.
There you're going to get it. There it is right there. Face off back inside the Flin Flon zone. The left of the netminder, Charlie Tritt, a lot more busier tonight than he was at this point yesterday.
Absolutely.
And Elson will get set for the face-off here against Leo Seitz, deep in Flin Flon territory. The Bruins have owned the face-off circle. They win another one, and that one just fired wide that time by Beasley. Puck picked up here by Arbery. Able to get it out. Arbery, good job to get it back to center. To Morozov, back to Arbery across the Estevan line. That one got blocked by Ron, came back out front. Flin Flon can't jump on it. Bruins have it. This is also the captain. Lost a handle at center ice. Picked up by Seitz. Try to get that puck back in, tied up with Ron. Just outside the Estevan blue line. There's Arbery. Got it back to Morozov. Morozov will flip that backhander in, go after a change. Potter, the D-man, will pick it up here for Estevan. Seitz coming in on him. Potter will turn the corner. Up the boards it goes. Martin intercepts that. Here's Briho. Back out front. Pass to Seitz. Can he get it to go? No, he can't. A big save by Cam again. The Bombers get another good look here, but Cam, the goaltender, making some big saves early. It keeps it a 1-0 hockey game. Briho out of the corner. Back to Fashon at the line. His shot on target. Cam stopped that. Rebound Martin. Blue line for Mounier. Hands on through traffic. Cam got a piece of that one as well. Here's Briho back in the goal. He'll leave it there for Maverick Delisle. Knocked down by Ron. Puck picked up here by Horn to the blue line. Flin Flon will try to hold it in. Here's Maverick Delisle. Delisle hangs on. Shoots it. Oh! Had a guy open out front, but he just missed Martin with the pass. Here comes Holt the other way. He'll dump it back inside the Flin Flon zone. Mounier there to grab it. Mounier will take off up the ice. Here comes Mounier to center. Nathan Mounier leading the charge. Rest of the line was changing, but he'll get the puck in neat. Picked up back of the goal that time by the Bruins D-man Ashby. He gets rid of it. Puck flipped back to Holt. He'll redirect it inside the Flin Flon zone. And Yakimchuk back to get it along the boards. Played that one ahead to Lalamere. Back to center ice. Ulmer, the goal scorer. A backhand pass. Lesbrott's down the wing. Lesbrott cuts in. Save Cam. Rebound. Shoveled wide. Cam goes down. He bumped with his V-man in front. Bombers trying to keep the puck in. It comes back to center. That one hit Ulmer. He'll pick it up again. Here's Ulmer back inside the Bruins zone. Back to blue line. Yakimchuk. Through traffic. A chance. Just missed. Good shot. Bruce lets her rip. That one sails over top of it. It's on the back of the net now. Breeze will take it free. Back out front to Ulmer. Bruce calls for it. His shot off the stick over top of the goal. Good pressure here by Flin Flon. Yakimchuk pitching in. Knocked it down in the corner. That one knocked away off the glass. Lesbrott can't hold it. And the puck will come back to the Bomber blue line. Midway point of the period. Here's a nice pass to Rhett Ewan. He'll take off. Ewan across the line. Throws that one in off the glass. Deep inside the Bruins zone. Stick will try to chase it down. Grabbed here by Miller, a backhand. Save made by Cam again. He tried to grab the rebound, but it's knocked away. Wyatt Stetton back out front. Miller can't shoot. Lang has got it here for Estevan. Bruins are trying to get the puck out. They'll get a break here. Olsen, he's got it. Olsen gets it. Gets a chance. Fires it on target. Triple kick back to the corner. Williams after the rebound. Bruins have it. Rennie in there. He's circling around, hoping he can get a jump on a loose puck here. Back of the goal for Williams. Blue line for Andrews. Here's Lang at the line. Shot. Look out. Trent had no idea where it was. Here's Ewan. Back the other way for Flin Flon. Tried to send the pass to Miller too far. Lang, the D-man, back to get it. Miller all over him. Holy cow, what a forecheck that is. Ewan in there trying to dig it free as well. Nice move by Rennie. Rennie up the ice to center. Dished it off to Williams. He'll flip it in on goal. Trick the save. He'll scoop that one up and hang on with 8:58 to go here. In this opening period, it remains a 1-0 Flin Flon lead. Shots are 10-7 Bombers. And some really good opportunities here. But Nathan Cam has made some big saves. We're going to get to our media timeout. We'll take a break, come back with the second half of the opening period. Ulmer's got his first ever SJHL playoff goal. The only goal so far, 1-0 Flin Flon, here on 102.9 CFAR and FlinFlonOnline.com.
The NHL Star Stick Meal is back at McDonald's for the entire month of March at your Flin Flon location at Walmart. The 7-Star Stick Meal features select entree options with medium fries, medium fountain drink, plus one of the 7 collectible NHL Star mini sticks. Make sure you try the McDonald's Hockey Hero Sandwich, topped with onions, 2 slices of processed cheese, 3 strips of bacon, lettuce, mayo on a toasted home-style bun, and the Cadbury Cream Egg McFlurry back just in time for Easter, which is a smooth vanilla soft serve with a piece of milk chocolate swirled together with the delicious flavor of a sweet Cadbury cream egg blended together for a decadent, cool, and creamy dessert. Come by your local McDonald's to try these tasty treats, and remember, McDonald's wants to wish the Flin Flon Bombers all the best of luck throughout the SJHL playoffs in their quest to bring home the Cantera Seeds Cup.
Artificial intelligence can't build you a home, fix your engine, or prepare a meal. A job in trades is a job AI can't have. At the University College of the North, choose from over 10 different trades that work for you, your interests, and your timelines. You can be the one everyone calls for that expert help. Apply for September 2026 start. UCN.ca. UCN. Here you can.
10 seconds.
University College North sa tinutigis kinamagay-nao ay kantopa dinao UCN.ca. UCN taga-Espanyol.
Locked up for test for the Bombers here tonight. Bruins hanging around here pretty good in the opening period. 8:53 to go. They got the puck again. Ron, a chance. There's a save by Trent. Bruins knock it down. They can't get the rebound through. Riho will pick it up, and he'll take off here for Flin Flon in the center. And he'll get the puck in.
Yeah.
And there's an icing call against the Bombers. And just like, Drew Kosher wrote it up before the game tonight, he said, we got to get better entry. We got to get more shots. They've been able to do that.
Yeah, Ryan Homer needed to take just 2 more steps, and he would have been able to dump that in without the icing. But you're right, Rob. They're really way more pressure. They got half the shots they had in the whole game already.
Face off in the Flin Flon zone, the right of Trent. Delau lines up against Rennie. Flin Flon does win the face-off. They try to spring Riho. Is he going to be able to get there? Yes, he is. And Cam will come out and play to the corner, so a great hustle again. Here comes Ron, the big D-man for the Bruins. Estevan on the charge. Here's Rennie. Nice pass. Ron breaks in a backhander. Puck laying there. The Bruins have tied the game. I think Ron was able to get it through. It was a terrific setup to Rennie, who got the first shot. I think it's Ron's goal. And Estevan has tied things up here in the opening period. He got alone out front and able to redirect it in. And you're right, here's the replay now. It's just a terrific setup. Rennie, of course, nice job. And they'll feed it across, and Ron will cut in here.
Oh, they're looking at our replay experts might think that's offside.
It's not the NHL. It doesn't matter. So a big goal by Ron. He's tied things up here. It's 1-1. And the Estevan Bruins looking like a totally different hockey team here tonight.
Well, they're 100% better than they were last night. They got a goal.
Ashby back inside his own zone. Lost the handle. Morozov will intercept. Comes back to the blue line. Bashan will knock it down. Puck is chipped out. Arbery races back in his own zone. Played that one ahead. Grabbed here by Breeze. He'll get it back to Miller. And he'll flip that puck in. Mounier back. Off the boards. It's Arbery. And he'll bounce it off the boards, and this will force Breeze back inside his own zone. Breeze there to get it. Played that one ahead. Mounier gets it back to Arbery. Arbery the pass to Lalimier. Lalimier trying to get across the line. He does. There's a chance for Sykes. Fired on target. Save. Rebound laying there. And they can't jam it in. Ron fires at the blue line. Knocked down here. Fired on target. That side. Great opportunity for Knutson. Ward. He'll hold it in. Looking for Lalimier. Bumped off the play. There's Cramp. He fanned on it. Breeze. Back of the goal. Puck grabbed by Lalimier. Lalimier trying to come out front. Poked away that side by Cam. He had 2 wide open guys there. Here's Knutson a chance. Broke it up in the corner. Picked up and fired off the boards. And back down the ice on top of Charlie Trent. He'll make the save as Griffin Horn.
Yeah, they're not going to like that. That Horn unnecessarily snowed Charlie Trent. And Bombers definitely don't like it.
1-1's the score.
Yeah, they're getting way more pressure. They seem
they're coming up the ice a lot better.
Yeah, they seem to have a lot more jump in their step tonight for sure.
Ron from Rennie, by the way, the official on the Estevan tying goal at 11:37. And Estevan has looked good here in this opening period. Puck at the Bomber blue line. That's poked free that time by Almer, and he'll get it in deep. Lang tried to get it. Les Bronx will throw a bit of a body check on him. Rennie right back out. So we're going to see a lot of this top line here tonight. Here's the stretch pass to Olsen. He's across the bottom line. Back up front. So Williams trying to get a stick on it. Look out!
Oh, dear.
Trent goes down, and he gets clipped there by Rennie. And Trent might be hurt, and we got a major pileup here at the side of the Bomber net. Hopefully Trent's okay. I think he is. It'll be interesting to see how they give the out penalties here.
Trent waved off J-Rock, the trainer. He got a skate to the head, not accidentally. I mean,
he's just racing for the puck.
Yeah, it wasn't on purpose by any means, but...
So now we got a major kerfuffle again. Looks like Rhett Ewan's trying to get a hold of Ethan Andrews here.
Andrews grabbed Ewan and pulled him into that.
Williams and Ward are getting in. There's going to be definitely penalties handed out here, I would think. 6:37 remaining here in the period. And Rennie, boy, what a presence he's made. He assists on the goal. He comes close again and, of course, causes This pile up here.
Playing with a little butt end to Beauchamp.
Andrews has made his way off the ice. And I'm sure that he won't be alone as he'll be bringing other players off. 6:37 to go here.
It was like a dog pile there, Rob.
Yeah, they took exception. But again, he's just going for the puck that's loose.
Well, that's what a team has to do, though. Ask Austin Matthews about not coming to your teammates' aid. That's what teammates do.
Only the one guy in the box here, Mike, so far, Ethan Andrews.
Here's a replay.
And Trent wisely jumps on the puck with the dangerous Reddy coming down on top of him. Andrews is in the box here. The referee's got his notebook out. We're going to see if there's any updates out of town here tonight as we have a bit of a stoppage of play. Melville, how about the Melville Millionaires knocking off the high-flying Yorkton Terriers last night, 4-1. They're at it again here tonight. That'll start in about 2 minutes' time. Weyburn Nipwood, of course, the Wings looking good at the cage yesterday. And Melford did everything but put the puck in, all swarming that Battleford net last night late in the game. Had a chance to watch a bit of that one when this one was done. But Battleford, a big victory in game number 1 as well. So that one won't start for another half hour. Weyburn Nipwood set to get rolling here momentarily, as is Melville Yorkton. So again, you've got the Millionaires, the Wings, and the Stars all up 1-0 in those best-of-7 SJHL quarterfinals. Penalty on the board here for Estevan. Flin Flon's power play, a big difference maker last night, went 2 for 4, like we mentioned.
I'm surprised that they didn't even this up.
Yeah, because you could have taken everybody on the ice was jabbing at each other.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's going to be a Flin Flon power play, and Elson, the Estevan captain, not particularly happy about that. And he's probably thinking the same thing you are. Everybody was grabbing at each other and tossing around. Greg Ellingson, by the way, going to be our Arctic Beverages power play contestant. Gets his products at Walmart. And again, if the Bombers do score the power play, he'll get himself a 12-pack of Gatorade water. Absolutely free for just entering the contest. So Elson and Yakubchuk get the explanations, and we're going to get a Flin Flon Bomber power play coming up here momentarily, I believe. Yep, Andrews, the only guy in the box. So we'll see if Flin Flon can retake the lead here, but back on their heels the last couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Miller, Seitz.
Coach Kocher
Delisle
wants an explanation. Can't say I blame him.
Martin and Bashan, the power play unit. Breeze, Lang. Will be 2 of the penalty killers. We'll see who else. It looks like Elson's going to stay out there. And they're going to also send Cramp as well, so that'll be the Estevan penalty killing unit. So special teams were a big factor in the game last night. We'll see what Flin Flon can do on their first opportunity against the league's best power play in the regular season. And off to a good start yesterday, 2 for 4. Miller going to get set for the faceoff. And they got the Go Bomber Go chant going as well. And now Drew Kocher getting an explanation here from the referee. Not happy, obviously.
No, I was trying to look to see what that penalty was, whether it was goaltender interference or a roughing call. I'm not sure.
Miller to take the face-off against Kraft. Flin Flon wins the face-off. This is Bashan, the blue line. Gets it up to Delisle. In the corner for Seitz. Back out front, back door. And Martin will chop at it and get it back to blue line. Bashan will knock it down. Swings that pass back to Delisle. Here's Bashan. Hangs on to it. Delisle won't shoot it. In the corner to Seitz. Back out to Delisle. Here's Bashan. Again, no shot. Delisle. Back to Bashan. There's a shot! And that deflects off the stick over top of that. We've seen a lot of deflections here early. Miller. Back of the net. Try to come back out front. That's grabbed here by Seitz. Seitz along the boards. Already a better looking penalty kill for Estevan tonight as well. They've looked so much better in this game. Bashan. Back out tight. Back out front. Another chance. Pull the trigger. He gets one away. The puck is loose there. He got a little bit of wood on it. Cam wasn't sure where it was. But he finds it and hangs on. And another major pileup here might slip at the side of the net.
Yeah.
Puck was laying there, and you could hear, I think somebody from the Estevan bench yelled for him to smother it because he wasn't sure where it was. It was underneath his pad. And until you hear a whistle, you keep battling for the puck.
That's right. Ethan Andrews, got a 2-minute for roughing on that last one.
Minute 13 to go on the power play. 5:50 to go in the period. The shots are dead even at 12 apiece. It's a 1-1 hockey game. Elmer opened things up for Flin Flon. But the Bruins have come back and have tied things up. The big D-man Ron, we talked about him with Drew before the pregame, and you and I mentioned his play. I thought he was their best D-man in last night's hockey game.
I thought he was their best player last night.
Well, next to Adams, the goalie.
Well,
I liked him. I thought he played pretty well. Didn't have a lot of help early. Here's Sitton for the face-off here against Beasley. And the Bombers off the face-off, try to converge on the loose puck. Arbery can't get a stick on. Look out, Estevan, a short-handed opportunity now. Albright trying to get him behind the D, but Ward recovered and slapped that one away. Puck will come back to center. Ron, the Estevan goal scorer, will send it inside the Flin Flon zone. Fritz stopped it back of the goal. That's picked up here by Ward. Ward will play it ahead. Demorizov. Back to Ward. Look out. Knudsen goes down. Onright will take it from him, and he'll get it back to the Bomber blue line. Ward quickly jumped on it. There's 42 seconds remaining the power play. He'll have to fade off back of his own net. Here's Ward. Swings that pass back to Morozov. He'll take off the center. Morozov, look out, stood up at the blue line. Great play again. Knocked away by the Bruins and sent back down the ice that time by Beasley.
You're right, far better penalty kill.
They look like a totally different hockey team. They obviously watch video and the guys are buying into what they need to do. Here's a nice pass up the middle. Martin trying to get free. Breeze met him with a body check. Took him off the puck perfectly. Lang will get a hold of it. Ripped that around the boards. Knocked down by Delisle. Just 7 seconds remaining in the power play. Flin Flon, just a one chance. Fans looking for another penalty again as Martin got knocked to the ice, but the Bruins kill the power play. And we have a penalty in behind the play here. No, just an icing call. But a great penalty kill there by the Bruins.
Roy Kosher, he didn't think that should be an icing call. He thought the penalty was still in play, but it looked to me like the Estevan Bruin was halfway across the ice when he called that. They're having a discussion. It's going to go to center, I think.
4:33 to go here in the period. 1-1. Bombers, Bruins, game 2 of this SDHL quarterfinal.
Les Bruins renewing his friendship with the Estevan Bruins.
We're having a big conversation here at center ice here. Is this just where the faceoff's going to go, I guess, Mike, is the dilemma here?
Yeah, I think it was a mistake.
Les Bruins to line up here against Rennie at center ice. Bombers win the draw. Yakubchuk will feed it back to Bruce. Back to Yakubchuk. Up the middle to Lalemire. Can't knock it down. Williams took it from him. Couldn't get across the line, though. Now he does. Oh, comes back to center. Andrews will pick it up. And he'll flip it back in Flin Flon territory. Here's Yakubchuk. Played that one ahead, and he'll redirect off of the stick back in the Bruins zone. Potter races after it. Here comes Les Bruins in pursuit of him. Potter off the glass. Bruins have it. They'll flip that one back to Andrews, but Lalemire intercepts it. Lalemire a good move. Lalemire trying to get something going, trying to feed that across, but the play got broken up, and now the puck is sent back in Flin Flon territory with less than 4 minutes remaining. Yakubchuk back of the goal, left it there for Bruce. He gets rid of it like a hot potato. Here's Lalemire. Nice pass over to Ulmer, but he's tired. He'll just tap it in and go out for a change, and Potter will go back to get the puck inside the Estevan zone. Here's the lead pass. That's grabbed by Getzlaff, sent back in the Flin Flon zone. Thread out of the net. Around the boards for Lalemire. Lalemire to center ice. Across the Estevan line. In tight. Miller can't get a stick on it. Lalemire followed in. He's been out there a long time. Puck dug free. Bruins will flip it out. They're looking for Miller to get him behind the D. The puck will roll inside the Flin Flon zone. Good job by Pashon to get back there. Pashon played it ahead. Here's Miller to center. Miller fakes the shot. Now he fires it in. Gets his own rebound. Back of the goal it goes. Sitton. Not sure where the puck is. Bruins have it. And here comes the Bruins scorer, goal scorer Ron. Banked it off the boards. Broke it up by Mounier. Ewan can't get to it. Back to Mounier. Tries to hit Sitton too far. Broke it up by Andrews. And that'll be an icing call against Estevan. 2:50 to go here. In the opening period, Bruins were trying to make a change, but referee says, no, you ice the puck, you got to stay out of the ice.
Yeah, that's right. The Estevan Bruins are just on top of the puck, not giving the Bombers any room, and that just didn't happen last night.
Not at all.
The Bombers were able to move the puck around at will. They were able to take the puck off the Estevan Bruins stick, but that's not the case so far here this evening.
No, Estevan's look good. Asmussen to take the face-off against Delisle. It's a 1-1 hockey game, 2:50 to play. In the period, the shots are dead even at 12 apiece. And now they're, for whatever reason, taking all day and all night to drop these pucks. I said this before. They got to do what Major League Baseball doesn't have a counter to drop the puck. And if you're not ready to go tough luck, you drop the puck anyway. Like a pitch count.
I think the players are ready to go. It's official. It wasn't.
Muller takes the pass. He'll fire that way and off the stick that time. A trick. Ward will knock it down. Left it there. Here's Knutson. Bombers playing ahead. Nice pass here to Delisle. Delisle by himself across the line. Hangs on. Shot. Easy save that time. Can perfect positioning at top of the blue paint. The former Western Hockey Leaguer makes a save. And now Knutson and Langer mixing it up. You're right, a great crowd here tonight, but a lot more quiet as it's a lot tighter hockey game.
Yeah, I looked at this end to the left of us, Rob, and it seems a lot more people on the other side, I think. But it is way quieter tonight.
2.5 minutes remaining opening period. Face off back in the Bruins zone. Arbery to line up here. Wins the draw. Jansen puck for Arbery, so he'll rip that one wide. Estevan also getting in the lanes a lot.
Yeah.
Football's not getting as many clean shots. Sight hits Andrews hard. Andrews doing a nice job to put the backhander down the ice. It's going to roll towards the front of the net. Trent will hang on. He has no choice. A good job by Onrait.
The Bruins are skating hard tonight. They're beating the Bombers really. Like that last one, Charlie had to make that save just because Onrait was flying down the ice and he had a beat on it.
Well, I'm just thinking, how many offensive zone face-offs did the Bruins have in last night's game? 6, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
They've had more than that in the opening period that I think.
Yeah.
They've played well. Full marks to them in a 1-1 game here.
And 4 shots less than they had all night.
Ward back to the Flin Flon net has got it. He'll make his way up the ice. He had 2 goals in last night's game. There's the pass to Morozov. He wasn't sure where it was. Broke it up by Ron. The puck will come out. Ward will get it back. He'll send it in. Stopped here by Cam. Left it at the side of the net. That's picked up. Fired off the glass. Williams looking to get a stick on it. Looking for Olsen. Too far. Broken up this time by Bruce. Yakimchuk. Ahead to Morozov. Sends it over Arbery's way. He's across the line. Potter, though, anticipated that. He gets knocked down the corner. Great penalty coming up here against Wyatt Stinton. And I'm not sure what they're going to call this, but Stinton's going to get a penalty here for something.
Boy.
Interference is going to be the call here. And as you can tell, the fans don't like the call.
The fans are right.
Yeah, I think the puck was there. It was a good body check.
Yeah, he called interference.
Nonetheless, Estevan Loach up on the power play. Here's the replay on it. You'd be the judge, I guess, at home. Your thoughts on it?
Puck's right at his feet. I mean, there's been a lot worse infractions tonight on both teams than that.
Well, that's the argument you'll get from coaches, too, about the stuff that gets called compared to the stuff that doesn't. But anyway.
In fairness, he was a little away from the board, so maybe he's protecting the player, but still, the puck was in his feet.
Long and short of it, an Estevan power play. They were 0 for 5 last night. We'll see what they can do on their first chance here tonight after killing a Bomber power play earlier on. Asmussen against Seitz. Bruins win the draw. This is Ron who's got the goal. For Rennie. Back out front. They're looking for Asmussen. It's in his skates. He can't dig it free. Yakimchuk picked it up. And he'll get it down the ice. Andrews will race back to pick it up. Of course, Rennie will be the go-to guy. 37 points in the power play, but he's got some pretty good weapons with him. As he gets that to Ron, who whistles it in. Straight out of his net. Around the boards. Arbery. Good job to get a hold of it. Back down the ice it goes. And Ron, once again, will be forced to start things off at square one. Ron back in the Estevan net. 1:20 to go in the power play, but just 50 seconds to go here in the opening period. Chance for the Bruins to take the lead here and do something a lot of other teams have been able to do. That's lead after one period of play at the Whitney Forum. Bruins have the puck inside Flin Flon territory, but that's grabbed here by Yakimchuk. And the veteran Flin Flon Bomber need man. He'll get rid of it. Andrews will pick it up. 30 seconds in the period, 1 minute to go in the penalty, a 1-1 game. Here's Ethan Andrews, the former Bomber. Viking Cup hero. Got that big overtime winner, forced to win the Viking Cup for the SJHL. Gets that puck in deep. Flin Flon after it. Opportunity for Rhett Ewan short-handed. Ewan has it. He'll get it off the board. Back inside the Bruins zone. Can't stop it back to the net. Puck laying there. And grabbed it. Estevan one last chance as Potter will drop that one back. Lang will grab it. That's going to do it for the opening period here tonight. But boy, if you're Drew Kosher, you got to be pretty happy with the effort of your team there in that opening 20 minutes.
You said it, Rob. They are a different team tonight. giving the Bombers no room. Last night, the Bombers, I was thinking after the game how good they were passing the puck, getting the puck stick to stick. It's not happening tonight. It's just not happening. And that's because of the Estevan Bruins just forechecking and the way they play.
Smart period, and their penalty kill looked good early. Their power play is still a little bit of work to do, but again, they got to be thrilled that it's 1-1 after one period of play. We'll take a break. Opening intermission for the North to 53 Co-op straight ahead. Game 2 of the SJHL quarterfinals here on 102.9 CFAR and FlinFlonOnline.com.
Every show binged, eating 8 times a day, and walls are starting to ramble at you. This is Cabin Fever, and it's time for Shane's. How about picking up a new acoustic skill with a new crisp guitar?
7, including the one that's playing.
Those big family game nights back with a new game for any age.
Okay.
Stop the walls from talking to you and beat down Cabin Fever with selection unlike any other. Shane's at the Atinikay Mall will beat those indoor season Cabin Fever blues. Take charge. Head to Shane's at the Atinikay Mall.
In 1927, Hudbay began and then grew with properties under exploration, development, and operation. Hudbay is proud to be a sponsor of this year's Bomber Playoff broadcast. Through active participation, bursaries, and donations, Hudbay is proud to continue its 99-year history of supporting the community, its organizations, and its people. Hudbay wishes the best for the Bombers and its fans, built on the strengths of today and tomorrow.
For decades, the North of 53 Co-op has been committed to providing you with fresh quality produce then, now, and always. With perfectly ripe and rich in flavor red mangoes, large juicy beefsteak tomatoes perfect for any salad or sandwich, fresh organic strawberries ready for the snack box, and 10 seconds. Salad kits for your convenience. Fresh quality produce then, now, and always at the North of 53 Co-op. You're at home there.
Welcome back to Whitney Forum. Rob Hart, Mike Slip here. And a totally different hockey game than we saw, at least so far, than we saw last night. 1-1's the score after one as we take a look at the Northland Ford first period scoring summary. Night started well for the Bombers. Their first official shot on net, Allmark in the corner. Able to fool Nathan Kent with a shot I'm positive he did not see. Anyway, you shoot the puck, good things happen. Gets his first ever playoff goal. L'Esperance and Mounier the assist on that. Bruins will come back, though. Ewan Rennie, like we said, the MVP from the league, the top forward. He makes a nifty play, a great pass to Ron, the D-man. Gets it alone, able to jam it through the 5-hole of Charlie Trick to tie things up. Just the second goal for the Bruins in this building in their last 4 games. It's a big lift for them as they tied things up. Shots were dead even at 13 apiece. Flin Flon 0 for 1 on the power play. Estevan has 29 seconds remaining in their first chance to kick off the second period. But a couple things that jump out at me. Face-offs, Estevan's been better in the face-off circle. They've been better getting the puck down the ice and hitting everything that moves, but getting in a lot of lanes, Mike. A lot of positional play that they just weren't doing in last night's game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Bombers are playing that bad, but
Estevan's made adjustments.
Estevan is just better than they were in that year. That's exactly right. They are getting in lanes. They're moving the puck up the ice. The Bombers just don't seem quite as crisp, and I think it's because of those sticks of the Estevan Bruins. So, there's been some rough stuff and on both sides, and it's going to be an interesting game as we wear on because it's tied in goal shots and it's tied on the scoreboard.
It is 1-1 once again after one. Ulmer for Flin Flon. Ron has come back for the Bruins. In the regular season, when these teams were tied up after one period of play, we'll tell you how it all kind of unfolded. When the Bombers were tied up after one period of play here this year, their record was 10-3-2-1. When Estevan was tied up after one period of play in the regular season, 8-7-1-1. 1-1 game, and Cam looks to be good in between the Estevan pipes. But of course, Trent will need to be good again for Flin Flon here tonight. But Estevan, again, the game plan for them, try to get one of the 2 games in Flin Flon, and that's got to be an uplifting period for that team that pretty much lost almost every battle in last night's game.
It said a lot about a perfect road game, and that is a perfect road playoff game for the Estevan Bruins.
We'll see what happens here for period number 2 tonight, but a 1-1 game after one. We'll take another break. More of the opening intermission for the Co-op straight ahead. Daniel Morozov going to be our Creighton Pizza player profile tonight, and of course he had a big game yesterday, a goal and an assist, but has not had many opportunities tonight. The Bruins have done a really good job keying in on him so far. Anyway, we'll hear what he has to say. Morozov's comments coming up momentarily. Your Creighton Pizza player profile is next on 102.9 CFAR and FlinFlonOnline.com.
Life is sweet when you upgrade your home with Maytag's Kitchen Sweet Savings at Creighton Furniture and Appliance Center. You can save $150 when you purchase any 2 qualifying Maytag major kitchen appliances. Or go all out and save an additional $300 when you purchase 3 or more select Maytag kitchen appliances. Transform your kitchen and take advantage of Maytag's Kitchen Sweet Savings event at Creighton Furniture and Appliance Center ending April 1st.
Whoa.
Look, Doctor. He got out of the coma.
But nurse, it's been years.
What have I missed? Who's the president?
You don't want to know.
Everything's changed. Too bad. I could go for some Creighton's pizza.
I bet you're hungry enough for ethnic favorites. Pizza from small to double XL, Flinty's fried chicken, and
10
don't
seconds.
forget about the burgers, fries, and milkshakes.
Have them deliver it here. Creighton's Pizza, 688-2080.
Fight for the last slice.
Creighton Pizza player profile, Daniel Morozov is going to join us here. Daniel, of course, a nice game last night, a goal and an assist. Not a bad way to kick off your SJHL playoff debut.
Yeah, we played really good as a group, and I think when the team's playing really well, I rise to the occasion, and we as a group played really well, so that translated to individual success for a lot of guys.
I thought your guys really fed off the crowd. I mean, obviously it was a great opening, and I'm sure you heard all kinds of stories about the playoffs here, but it seemed to me that you had energy early, and it led to 3 quick goals and really put Estevan on their heels quite early in the game.
Yeah, the crowd was unbelievable. Such a fun atmosphere to play in, and all the chants and the horns going early really gave us good momentum off the hop, and we were fortunate enough to find a few early and kind of took over after that.
That was obviously great to get the first game, but last night was last night, tonight's tonight, and you'll obviously need the same effort again here in game 2. You worked so hard all year to be dominant on home ice, and they still have obviously their goal coming in was to win one of the 2 games. They still have that opportunity, so your group will have to be good again tonight.
Yeah, for sure. We've only won 1 game, and you gotta get to 4 before the series is over. So our mindset is to keep going and stay on them. We want to get the sweep at home here and head to Estevan up 2-0. So we're going to do everything in our power to do that tonight.
And we know how much tougher it is to win on the road. So obviously the more pressure you can put on them, the better.
Yeah, for sure. If they're going home down 2-0, they'll be nervous because they know if they lose that first one at home, then it's a very tough uphill battle for them. So that's our plan to go up 2-0 here and try to finish it out in Estevan.
A couple of things that jump out at me. We mentioned your team feeding off the crowd was big. Especially teams were very good. I think you went 2 for 4, but you were able to get some turnovers. That's what led to your goal. Just a great forecheck by your group last night. You really, really forced their team, and that led to a couple of goals, yours in particular. How did that kind of develop in front of you? How did it kind of develop? What did you see there?
Yeah, I was coming off the bench, and we had Rito and Sightsy were pressuring down low, and the puck went up to the wall, and I was just kind of coming off the bench, and I saw that his only kind of out was to the middle, so I drawed him to make a play to the middle where I kind of just intercepted it with my pants, and got a good scoring opportunity in the slot that I couldn't pass up, so took that shot, and luckily it went in.
Great shot, low stick side. That's usually one of the toughest spots for a goalie to make a save, is it not?
Yeah, in the new day and age that they're calling it the 7-hole, so that's a spot that a lot of guys are starting to shoot, and yeah, it goes in for sure.
Yeah, let's talk about your first years with Marmor. Didn't begin the season, but you came over quite early. The team has played very well. They finished first place overall. You obviously knew it was a pretty good program, or you wouldn't have come here. But kind of take me back how you wound up being a Bomber.
Yeah, so I got released from the Western Hockey League, and me and my agent had some conversations, and he knew Mike, and thought that Mike could really transform my game, and I got in contact with Mike, and we thought it'd be a good fit, and I'm very glad I came here because I think Mike has really changed my game for the better, and now I'm just hoping we can go on a long, deep playoff run here.
I know everybody wants to play major junior, I get that, but at the same token you want to play, and you must be relishing the ice time you've had here.
Yeah, it's Mike's put me in a very good position, and the team's been very, very good. And yeah, the ice time's awesome. It's it's very fun to play in the Whitney, and yeah, no, it's been awesome.
I keep hearing from the guys how tight of a room. I mean, the new guys from Humboldt came over. They said they recognized that right away. How tight of a group this is. Has this been as tight of a group that you've ever played with?
Yeah, for sure. I think there's no cliques in the group. Everyone's very tight. Everyone's good buddies with everyone, and I think that's so important for playoffs here, and just to be able to come together as a group and be brothers, be a family, and I think we've done that really well. So I'm very excited.
I mentioned this with Connor Miller last night, and I'll mention it to you as well. I think one of the strengths too is everybody in this team contributes. I mean, I don't know if you really have a first line that's that different than your fourth line. 6 or 7 capable defensemen and 2 very good goaltenders. Everybody contributes on this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're definitely the most deep team in the league, and that's why we finished first in the league, and it's been very fun to be part of, and I think with our depth we can definitely make a run for the championship here.
What's your best hockey moment so far anywhere that you played, any league?
Honestly, that was my first playoff goal I think I ever scored last night, so I think that ranks pretty high. I think it was a dagger as well, to put us up 3-0, and or maybe it was 2 or 3-0. So
3-0.
3-0, yeah. And it was very cool, especially being in the Whitney, such a historic arena, and the fans were loving it. So I think that was probably up there for sure.
And a highlight reel goal to boot. Quickly, your favorite team and player growing up?
My favorite player was Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, and obviously the Oilers. I started my career kind of playing at Burnaby Winter Club, and Nuge was also there, and he was all over the walls. His jerseys was everywhere, so I kind of noticed him and saw that jersey when I was 5-6 years old and thought it was pretty awesome. So yeah, just love how he plays too. He's the heart of that team in my opinion. So yeah, love him, love the Oilers.
Are they going to make the playoffs?
With Leon going out, it's going to be tough, but I think they got the heart to do it, so I think they'll find a way.
McDavid's still there, and arguably the best player in the world. So listen, Daniel, thanks for this great goal last night. Good luck to you and your team here in game number 2, and good luck the rest of the way. Should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Daniel Morozov, our Creighton Pizza player profile here on 102.9 CFAR and FlinFlonOnline.com.
It's easy to take a garage door for granted. It goes up.
Including intermission ones?
Well,
6.
Not exactly. Installing a new overhead not only increases your home's look, but its protection as well. And at Jim's Custom Doors and Windows, they let you take control at every step of the process. From window style to color and even the hinges, you can create the look that you want. And built to last with extreme weather protection, you can keep your home safe. Get your new overhead door at Jim's Custom Doors and Windows today.
Gatorade's unflavored water is your new go-to for all-day hydration, infused with electrolytes for great taste. When you pick this up, all you have to do is flip the sports cap and drink the clear, refreshing water with no sweet taste. It's formulated for all active people to hydrate throughout their entire day. Arctic beverages in Gatorade, ideal for all-day hydration for all active people. Your lifestyle may change each day, but what you have inside you doesn't. With Gatorade water.
Northland Ford proudly supports the Flin Flon Bombers throughout the SJHL season. We know that the Bombers will play tough like the Ford F-150, the toughest truck on the market for over 40 years. Northland Ford helping the community cheer on the Bombers as they work to bring a championship to the best fans in the league, and they provide you with the best selection on their lot. In the North, for the North, Northland Ford, the dealership you tell your friends about.
I walk and you drive. So let's make a deal. I'll watch for you and cross the street safely. You watch for me and stop.
10 seconds.
Look at the impact we can make.
And welcome back to Whitney Forum. Rob Hart, Mike Slip, about 4 minutes away from the beginning of the second period as we take a look at the McDonald's out-of-town scoreboard here tonight. Around the SJHL, Yorkton's taking a 1-0 lead on Melville. That one right now midway through the opening period. Nipple went up on Weyburn 2-0 with about 7 minutes to go in the opening period. And Battleford Melfort still not quite underway. Manitoba Junior Hockey League has 2 games tonight. Winkler and Niverville 2-2 after 1. And Verdun a 4-0 lead on Neepawa after 1. A number of NHL games in the books. Pittsburgh beat the Jets in overtime 5-4 today. Nashville over Vegas 4-1. Philly knocked off San Jose 4-1. Minnesota over Dallas in overtime 2-1. Buffalo beat LA 4-1. Columbus beat Seattle 5-2. Montreal's just taking the lead on the Islanders 4-3. That's a big game in the third period. Ottawa, I'm hoping the Sens make. I'm a Montreal Canadiens fan, but I'd love to see Ottawa in too. They lead Toronto 3-2 in the third. St. Louis a 2-1 lead on Vancouver in the third. Detroit, Boston 1-1 in the second, and later tonight, Tampa Bay takes on Edmonton. And of course, our big featured broadcast here tonight: the Bombers, the Bruins. Game 2 of this SJHL quarterfinal. A 1-1 game. Mike slipped. The Bombers open up the scoring on Ryan Ulmer's first playoff goal, but Ron, the big Estevan D-man, has tied it up. And the Bruins in pretty good position coming out here for the second period. And they've been in this game. They've not allowed the crowd to get in it. They've played physical. They've been a lot better getting in lanes. They've been able to set up a shot and win a lot of faceoffs. Like you mentioned, almost a perfect road period.
Yeah, and they've quieted this crowd, in my opinion. Even when the coaches came out, it was nowhere near as loud as it was last night. So the Bombers have to get the crowd back into it because it is a big difference. Ottawa Senators, Rob. Brady Tkachuk, Rob.
Good hockey player. Great hockey player.
I just what a real jerk.
You talk about him being a real jerk, Mike. There's one team in the NHL that wouldn't want him on their team.
No, I don't disagree, but the way he and his brother acted during the Olympics, I just can't. And listen, his brother played for the Flames. I was disappointed to see him go.
He couldn't wait to get out of there.
Yeah, but after that, I have no respect for them.
I think they're great players, and we'll see what happens with a lot of great players here tonight in the second period. Estevan, of course, 29 seconds to work with on the power play here to start the second period as Asmundsen will take the face-off here against Connor Miller. A 1-1 hockey game, and a good hockey game here for Game 2 of this SJHL quarterfinal. Referee is pointing something down at the Bombers' end there. I'm not sure what was going on, but they do get the puck dropped, and we're underway for period number 2. Leo sights a couple whacks before Andrews takes it from him. He'll get it back to Ron. He almost coughed it up there. He'll get it back to center ice. Bruce gets a hold of it. He'll feed it back in the Estevan zone. Williams back to Andrews. He'll be the table setter here. Andrews will take off to center ice. He'll pick it up. He'll flip that puck in. Bounces to Trenton. He'll play it to the corner here. Back of the net. Puck stolen by Rennie. Back out front. There's a chance for the Bruins. Puck off the crossbar. Oh, that was close. Estevan celebrating. Referee on top of it. Here's a breakaway the other way for Stinton. He gets robbed. Stinton alone during all the confusion. The Bruins were turning around thinking the puck was in. And
I want to see this. I think Charlie Tritt made the save, and a guy that was.
Well, there's the replay there, and went by pretty quickly. And here's White Stinton behind the D, breaks in, and a great save by Cam.
Awesome. That was a great
Boy,
save.
and we have played 36 seconds in the second period. Mike slipping 2 outstanding opportunities. The Bruins are saying that puck was in. They're arguing it, but again, without going to replay, you can't prove anything.
Yeah, it was loose for sure, but it certainly wasn't in from where I saw it. But who knows what happened in behind.
You have to be right down to that end of the ice to see it.
Absolutely.
And like I said, without going to video reviews at this level, it doesn't matter once the play continues on. There remains a 1-1 hockey game. Estevan comes close. Power play, by the way, is over. And Estevan is 0 for 1. Delau will take the face-off here against Beasley. The Bruins come close, and they're going to come down to talk to the goal judge here. So here we go. We'll see what the goal. I don't think the light did go on, did it, Mike?
I didn't see it, Rob.
Goal judge called out. We'll see what he has to say here. They usually don't even go to the goal judges anymore.
No goal.
No hesitation there.
That was old school, Rob.
Yeah, because actually it's funny. I don't know if maybe it was you, but somebody else had mentioned to me as well. Why do they even have goal judges anymore? Because they never ever go to them, but they just did. Was that you that said that?
No, it wasn't me. Goal judges count shots in my world.
Breho will rip that over top of the glass, so it remains a 1-1 game. Flin Flon will pick it up in the corner there. He dodged a bullet possibly here early. There's a puck out front. That one gets clear. Bruins jump on it. This is Olsen. Fires it on target. Tritt will redirect that one. Off the glass. Good start for the Bruins, though. They'll come back and grab the puck again. They're beating Flin Flon to a lot of loose pucks here tonight as well. Ward back of the net. He'll pick it up. Off the glass. Drop the puck down the ice. That should be an icing call against Flin Flon. It is. Ashby will touch up back of the Bruin net. Just underway in the second period. And boy, Estevan comes close there, a crossbar away from taking a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, as I say, I think I'm going to have to watch that one again.
It definitely hit the crossbar, that I can tell you.
Yeah.
I saw it bounce out.
But a great save down at the other end. The Bombers, maybe the Bombers' best chance.
That would have been interesting. Yeah, they scored there when they're trying to review the play at the other end of the ice.
Yeah, that would have been something.
Off the draw, Bruins after it. They'll chip that over top of it. Williams is after it. Back to the blue line to Potter. Potter has it. Hangs on, shoots it. That's blocked. Was over top of the net. Back out front. The Bruins after it. Delisle. There with Knutson. Knutson pinned up along the boards here by Williams. Boy, this Bruin team really scrapping and clawing away here tonight, Dave. Definitely looked like they wanted more at this point from what I've seen.
I agree.
Here comes Breho outside the zone. He'll get it back to center. By himself, he'll jump that one in. Had some good chances back in the opening period. That one is knocked away. To the blue line, knocked down by Fashawn. Look out, where the heck is that going on? That must have redirected off someone. Sitton can't pick it up. Rennie's got it here for the Bruins. He'll drop that one back. Puck inside the Flin Flon zone towards Trent. He'll play it quickly. Fashawn there to grab it. Fashawn had to be careful. Rennie on top of him. Get some support here from Miller. Miller lost an edge, but got the puck out. Andrews to center. Played that one ahead. Good play by Fashawn. He had Rennie behind him. Here's Lang for Estevan. He's got the puck back up the middle. That one caught Fashawn in an awkward spot. Puck goes back at Flin Flon territory. Mounier after it. Around the boards this time for Miller. Asmussen on top of him. Ethan Andrews a chance. That got knocked down in front. Puck kicked in front of him. Trent had to be careful on that one. Bruins taking it to Flin Flon early in this second period. Getzlaff will fire that on target. Save made again. Here's Fashawn back of his own net. Fashawn. He'll carry the puck out. Fashawn to center ice. We'll put that puck back in Estevan territory. There's Miller after it. Back of the goal for Stitton. Stitton, of course, had that breakaway moments ago. Back to Yakub. Took a chance. And that redirect by Miller. Wide of the mark. Aiden Bruce at the blue line. Back out front. Redirected. Stitton can't topper home, though. And the Bruins will get it out of harm's way and send it the length of the ice. An icing call. 16:52 to go in the second period. It remains a 1-1 hockey game. The redirection there on the big screen from Miller moments ago. Seitz, Morozov, Arbery.
Referee talking with Mike Reagan.
Oh, I think he wants Knutson to get that neck guard on.
Maybe.
He's lucky he didn't get a penalty for that. They didn't really enforce that, but I know when they brought those neck guards in, they were talking that if you didn't have one, you'd be an ineligible player. So
initially, that was, you're right, Rob, but you're right. They don't call it because neck guards are all over the ice and every night.
Well, that was the rule when they brought those in. Anyway, Knutson gets his on. We're back underway here. Sights back of the goal, back up front, nice pass. Morozov catch, go hard! Off the post and in, Flin Flon retains the lead. Morozov, 2 goals in 2 nights. And boy, this guy has become one heck of a sniper. And I don't want to begrudge anybody going to the Western Hockey League, but I really hope he sticks around next year.
Yeah.
He's just a fantastic player. Here he is out front, able to fight off a check. Nice low shot, low glove side. That might slip when you know nothing about a goal scorer's goal.
Oh, it was a goal. He is a goal scorer. He scored it, so it was a goal scorer's goal.
You know what I mean? The guy's got nice hands.
He does. He's
tremendous player.
Real smooth skater.
Mounier at the blue line there, picked up here by Arbery. Flin Flon doesn't want to get this lead back. Bruins will jump on it. Morozov gets the goal. He'll chip it out. Bruins flip it right back in. Fashawn will pick it up back to the net. Fashawn being watched here by Holt. He'll get that pass to Arbery, redirect it back inside Estevan territory. Potter back to get it with Sips on top of him, or Sykes, pardon me, on top of him. Potter carries it back to center. That one whacked away. Arbery third to center, right on Ron's stick. He's got it, and he'll flip it back at Flin Flon territory. There's Ward. Left it there for Pichon. Good forecheck here by the Bruins. They'll knock it down again. And that's another big difference here tonight. Flin Flon has had a tough time getting the puck up because Estevan has totally changed their forecheck and took a page from the Bombers' notebook from yesterday's game.
Yeah, I was thinking the Bombers were able to make great. Ward. Who is that?
Holt was the guy that was kind of getting things going last night.
They were able to make just great touch passes and just short, quick passes and long, quick passes. Hadn't happened tonight.
Leo Sykes the assist on the Morozov goal. Flin Flon in front 2-1. Stetton trying to get free here. Stetton away from the D. Can he jam it in? Oh, Cam stood him up and Sykes. Stetton goes down hard at the side of the net there. Good burst of speed there by Wyatt Stetton. The second time he's been able to get in. He didn't have near as much room that time, but did get him behind the D. He and Miller from, of course, the other forward on that line got in tight.
There's only one speed for Wyatt Stetton, and it's fast.
Well, he generates a good chance there. Flin Flon in front 2-1. Being outshot, though, 17-15 so far now they got it up there. We're back even at 17 apiece. Miller set for the faceoff again. Cheesley deep in the Bruins zone. To the left of the goaltender, Nathan Cam, who's been good tonight. Bruins will dump it at Flin Flon territory. Knutson looking around. Back of the goal. That's picked up here by Ward. Feathered it ahead. Stetton wasn't sure where it was. Now he gets it to Miller. Miller trying to get back up the middle of the ice, but Andrews took it from him. Knocked down by Ewan. Puck comes to center. Ward, couple whacks at it. Flin Flon will flip that back inside the Estevan zone. There's Andrews. Plays it back to Lang. Lang up the middle, redirected inside the Flin Flon zone by Olsen. Ward will pick it up, dropped it back to the net. Wyatt Stetton picks it up for Flin Flon. Stetton's got it. He'll take off to center. Flipped it ahead. He'll race after it, but there's big Rhett Ewan in there as well. But Stetton gets the puck back to the net. Trying to come back out front off of Lang's skate. Lang will get it back. Martin trying to chase him down. Lang, will turn the corner on him. He'll get the puck out. Good move by Lang to center. Inside the Flin Flon zone. Trick out to Bruce. Laid it ahead. Here comes Delisle. Broke it up. Back on Bruce's stick. Feeds it back to Delisle. Delisle across the Estevan line. Delisle will bring it in. Throws it back to the net. Nobody there. Lang knocked it down. Played it ahead. Picked up by Olsen. The drop pass to Rennie. Here comes Rennie to Williams. Williams walks in a chance. Off the skate in front. Flin Flon can't clear. Delisle tried to carry it out. That was a mistake. Puck skates deep inside the Flin Flon zone. Delisle now trying to pin it up there, and the big Estevan trio trying to get that loose puck. Rennie, who's got an assist on the Estevan goal, trying to pin that one up. Puck is dug free. Bruins get it back to Ashby. Ashby with a blue line, a chance, and into the glove that time of Charlie Trent. He'll make the save. And again, you can't try and carry the puck out, Mike. If he dumps it off the boards, none of that happens.
No. Ashby, you're not going to score on Charlie Tritt either from that area with nobody in front. Or the Bruins.
Never a bad play to get the shot because now they'll get a face-off down.
Yeah, you got to take the shot. But their Bruins would be. They didn't have anybody screening or making it hard on Charlie, and he's going to stop that every day.
14:03 to go in the period. 2-1 Flin Flon in front. Morozov the go-ahead goal here. Off the face-off deep in Flin Flon territory. There's Pichon, and boy, this Estevan forecheck has been just ferocious here. Ron will keep it in. Knutson back of the goal looking for Pichon. Pichon trying to get free. Sykes lifts it, but Potter holds it in. Bruins after it again. Pichon knocked it down in the corner. Trying to play that one ahead. Asmussen intercepted it. Puck comes out front. Flin Flon running around in their own zone. Pichon back that lifts it this time for Knutson. He'll play that one ahead again. Bruins keep it in. Ron again. At the blue line, lost the handle. Puck came out. Flin Flon can't clear. Asmussen a chance. How many chances are they going to keep coughing this puck up? Puck comes out front. The Bruins score. It's Hyatt. And again, Flin Flon couldn't get the puck out. Bruins score a big goal there by Potter, the D-man. And that was just a case of not getting the puck outside their own zone, Mike.
Bombers are playing right now like the Estevan Bruins played last night. They're just giving the puck up. And as I say, they were making these touch passes, great touch passes, and getting their sticks on the puck last night. It just didn't happen here. You said it earlier. right now the Bruins want this a little more than the Bombers, it seems.
Well, their forecheck, I got to take nothing away from it. It's been very, very good.
Incredible.
Potter's got his first in the playoffs, and Estevan has tied up this game at 2 here. In the second period, right off the faceoff, the Bruins come charging hard again. Puck the blue line, that comes out. That's Bruins. Trying to poke that one ahead to Ulmer, but broke it up at the Estevan blue line. Bruce forced back at his blue line. Laid that one ahead. Here's Ulmer. He'll get a hold of it. He'll rip it inside the Estevan zone. Holt will tap it. Yakubchuk can't find it. Comes out front to Lalamier, but he couldn't get a stick on it. Andrews never seems to leave the ice. Gets it back to the Bomber blue line. But unable to hold the puck inside the zone, so I guess that would have been the Estevan blue line. Bruce waiting for it, but the puck will come out. There's Holt. He'll get a hold of it, dump it back in Flin Flon territory. Bruce back of the net. Leaves it there for Ulmer. Ulmer got the first goal tonight. Beats that pass back to L'Esperance at center. He'll rip that one in. 2-2 game. 12:23 to go, second period. Flin Flon at the blue line. Fired that up into the glove of Cam as he'll reach up and grab it.
Right, Ewan having a word with Mr. Cam.
He likes to park himself out front. Cam, big goaltender here. So
yeah.
A guy like Brett Ewan in front can actually see over top of him.
Yeah, you're right. He is a stereotypical modern-day goaltender size on Cam.
Estevan out shooting Flin Flon 7-5 in the second period and 20-18 in the game. Off the face-off, here's Ewan a chance to right the glove again. Cam grabbed it. Puck was partially deflected, but again, Cam saw it, but good play by Ewan to get the shot away. Face-off will stay in Estevan territory, the right of the netminer, Cam. Stinton once again digging in here against Beasley. Off the draw. Bruins win it. Off the glass. It's going to force Ward. He better hurry. Elson barreling down on him. Back of the goal for Knutson. He'll get a hold of it. Ashby, though, holds it in. Puck bounces back of the Bomber net. Knutson will just leave it on the back of that. We'll get a face-off back inside the Flin Flon zone. Totally different game tonight. Crowd very quiet here at the Whitney Forum in this game.
Yeah, they sure are. Last night we couldn't hear ourselves talk. You can hear a pin drop in here right now.
Estevan's come to play, and they've taken the crown of the game, and here comes the most dangerous forward of the SJHL, Ewan Rennie, as he lines up for the face-off here against Miller.
And look at the benches tonight, Rob. It's almost opposite, where Estevan was dejected. The Bruins, or the Bombers, not much life, although they were tapping their sticks.
Stinton will flip that puck back inside the Estevan zone. Potter, who's got the tying goal, gets back there, plays it up the board. Puck picked up by Olsen. Feeds it back to Ron. Ron trying to split the D again. Gets knocked to the ice here. Bruce lost a handle back to that. He's trying to get in position, hold his guy up. He does. Yakubchuk trying to play that one ahead. Yakubchuk after it. Continues to work hard. Gets that back to Martin. Martin will flip the puck out. Puck rolls to center ice. Ewan trying to knock it down. He does. He'll get it in deep, but he's by himself. The rest of the line was changing. Here's Brett Ewan. Trying to come back out front, but a good play by Rennie to intercept that. He'll take off the other way. Rennie up the left side across the Flin Flon line, and then he ran out of room. Deshaun came over, able to get the puck out, and the Bombers grab it back at center. Here's Martin. Back to Breho. Breho to the front of the backhand on top. Jam is saying that he charges in there. Tried to jam it in, and the Bruins, Breeze has got a hold of him. A nice chance by Breho, though. Got in, got the backhander away, tried to go 5-hole, but Cam cut down the angle. And Martin's lost his lid as well. The Breho, as soon as he got that on target, he went right in the front of the net, hoping he could jam her in.
Yeah, again, the Vauchon looking for a hooking call, which I think he has a right to ask for. Got a little rough in there, but...
anytime they go to the net, that's going to happen.
Yeah, as I said... ask Austin Matthews, players coming to their teammates.
Yeah, they didn't come to the aid of him, did they?
Not at all.
10:58 second period, 2-2's the score. Flin Flon Estevan out of town tonight. McDonald's out of town scoreboard. Yorkton leading Melville 1-0 after 1. Drop game one last night. Almost a must-win, you would think, for Yorkton tonight. Thomas Reese, the SJHL's top defenseman, got the goal there. Nipwood leading Weyburn 2-0 after 1, and Battleford has taken a 1-0 lead on Melford in the opening period. Of course, the Stars winning the big game last night. Bruins in this one tonight, 2-2. They got the puck. They'll throw it towards the front of that. Trick kicked that one away. Puck picked up here by Elson, the Estevan captain. He's been very determined in this game tonight. On right back of the net. Knutson to a body check on him, but the Bruins work it free. Lang at the blue line will rip that one wide. Here's Andrews pitching in. He'll pick it up in the corner. Ethan Andrews from an off angle throws that in front. Ward along the boards. Throws it to the far corner. And look at this. Flin Flon doesn't have any time at all. This Estevan forecheck has been incredible. Delisle, though, will get the puck out. He'll skate with it back to center. Maverick Delisle will poke that puck in and go off for a change. Lang back to get it, back of the Estevan net. Played it ahead. Beasley, a nice move at his blue line. He'll get it at center and flip it in on net. Trick the save, and, well, that's a quick whistle.
Oh, that was bad.
Trent had it. He tried to get rid of it as quickly as he could. And they blew it down, and they're going to go to an immediate timeout here, I believe, with exactly 10 minutes remaining. We'll see. In the second period, a 2-2 game. It was 1-1 after one. The two teams have traded goals here as well in the second. Morozov for Flin Flon's got his second of the postseason. And Potter's come back. No, it doesn't look like an immediate timeout. Well, the face-off inside the Flin Flon zone. Leo Sykes set to take the draw here against Asmussen to the left of the Bomber netminder. Charlie Trent a lot more busy tonight than he was in last night's game. Off the face-off, puck laying there. Flin Flon can't get to it. There's a chance! And Trent kicked that one out. Rebound right perfectly out to Arbery. Muller stuffed him out at center. Morozov will try to chase down the puck inside the Estevan zone. Picked up by Elson again. He'll bounce it off the boards back at Flin Flon territory. Yakubchuk forced back of his own net. Muller comes right after him. Here's Bruce. Back around the board. Arbery lifted it ahead to Yakubchuk. Yakubchuk will take off inside the Estevan zone. Gets it in deep. That's knocked away. Held in, though, by Bruce. Near sights a chance. That ripped that one wide. Holt will pick it up for the Bruins, and he'll flip that one outside the zone. That hits somebody. Oh, it hit the chain on that light.
Oh, yeah.
And they'll blow that down with 9:13 to go in the period. But you look at this forecheck, the Bombers don't have time to even think Estevan's on them so quick. That's the difference in the game, in my opinion.
You're right.
We'll take a break, media timeout. It's all even again, 2-2 here in the second period. This is the SJHL quarterfinals on 102.9 CFAR and FlinFlonOnline.com.
Today, I am talking to my doctor.
Today, I'm talking to my friend.
Today, I'm talking to my boss about my depression.
About my anxiety.
About my thoughts of suicide.
When you talk about your thoughts and your feelings, it helps. Make today be the day you talk to someone. Tell them what's going on, what you are thinking, and how you feel. It could save your life. Speak up and save a life.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark, and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life.
10 seconds.
You might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary. What's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted.
All right, we're back in the Whitney Forum media timeout. 9:13 to go in the second period. How about this Estevan forecheck, Mike Split?
They are a completely different team. They're beating the Bombers to the puck almost all the time. And as they say, Bombers 2-2. Charlie Tritz played very good, as has Cam. So
Miller against Cramp. It gets back and a batting on. Actually breaking his stick was Allmer. Puck is picked up here by Horn. He's looked good tonight for a call-up, whatever he's been out there.
Yeah.
Puck off the glass. There's Holt racing after it. Chipped away by Knutson at the blue line. Miller will try to jump on this one. Miller across the line. Band on it. Gets it back. Try to work it back out front, but Cramp there, but he can't clear. Held in by Allmer. Back of the goal. Lang knocked that one away. Back to the blue line. Oh, deflected again to stop target. Here's Holt. The blue line. Lalimier intercepts. He holds it in. Lalimier through traffic. Saving rebound. And fired wide that time by Miller. Great chance there. Flin Flon trying to get some intensity going here in this period as they've been struggling against this very good Estevan forecheck. Flin Flon, those got the puck inside the Bruins zone right now. Major pile up there.
Whoa,
and finally the referee will blow the play down. Great chance there from Miller moments ago, but could not hit the net.
No, that was the Bombers with a little spark there, and it was close.
8:20 to go in the second period. Shots are now 21-20. in favor of the Bruins, and been able to fight back a couple of times tonight, being down a goal.
Yeah. And, I guess, we're the Bruins playing a lot better, but the score is still 2-2.
Estevan trying to get a late change here, I think might be the... was there a penalty being handed out here?
Something's happening down there, Rob. Ward showing off.
Yeah, Holt and Ward, they were at each other the last time that they were out there. Misconducts both ways. And they kind of went at each other the last time they were on the ice there.
2 minutes.
It's 4-on-4, so...
Yeah.
A little bit more open ice here. Estevan going to make an adjustment here. They're going to pull Elson and Ashby off the ice. So a face-off inside the Bruins zone, 4-on-4, 8:20 to go. Miss unsportsmanlike's being handed out here to Holt and Ward. And they've been at each other a couple times in this game.
Yeah, they sure have.
Saying something to the referee here. I'm not sure what he's upset about. But DeLisle will line up for the face-off against Beasley to the left of the goaltender Cam. Off the draw. There's a chance for White Stick, who's had plenty of chances in this second period, but look out, we got when the Bombers got to the ice, and Estevan will race up the ice with Ron, the D-man, leading the charge. Gets it back to Beasley. Back to Ron, and he throws it out front. He was hoping that Potter would jump up there, but he kind of held back. Flin Flon dumps it down the ice. Icing call. The face-off back in Flin Flon territory with exactly 8 minutes on the clock here tonight in the second period.
Yeah, the Bombers just don't have the same flow, but as I say, it's 2-2, and Charlie's getting earning his paycheck tonight.
He's a lot more looks than he had in last night's game. Face up in the Flin Flon zone to left of Trent.
Wyatt Stinton, the best Bomber.
Big line is out there for Estevan. Williams will grab it back to that. Back out the blue line. It goes to Lang. Lang will take a look. Looking for Rennie. He'll dump it in. Williams has it back out front. Oh, good job by Knudsen to get over there. Knudsen, look out off the side. And Rennie with the steal. He'll try to jam it in here. Puck is loose in front of the Bomber net. The Bruins come close again. Williams back up front to Lang. Lang hanging on to the puck. He'll take a look. There's he shoots it. That one goes wide. And the puck will come the blue line. Held in here by Williams. This is Andrews. There's a chance. Off the right shoulder at Trent. And boy, the Bruins come close again. Mike slept.
What were the Bombers doing there, I wonder?
They got a panic inside their own zone.
Yeah. And as I say, last night, it's just a complete different game. Charlie Tritt was there again, and Bombers have to regroup here. They have to get a little spark. It seems a little, the fans are quiet. Bombers seem a little sluggish.
They certainly do, but Seitz will take it off the face-off. Should be able to get outside the zone. He does. Made a good move at center ice. Leo Seitz dropped that one back. There's Jakubchuk taking a look. That shot got blocked off a Ron skate. Arbery in deep, picked it up. Back of the net to Leo Seitz. Nobody in front of the net. Arbery will pick it up. Arbery hangs on to it. Jakubchuk trying to get in position. Good work here by Arbery. Arbery sends that back along the boards this time for Seitz. Seitz takes a look, dropped it back there. Mounier has it. Mounier, a backhander. That one got blocked by Asmundson, and he'll play it ahead to Ron. Ron comes back to center ice, lifted it ahead across the Bomber line. Olsen trying to throw it out front. Potter taken down and behind the play here, and he's hurt. Play continues. Arbery back the other way. Not sure what happened to him. Mounier in the corner here. Here's Seitz. Are you surprised they never blew that down, Mike?
Yeah.
Usually a guy gets hurt, you blow the play down. Here's Beasley back the other way. A drop pass to Olsen. Back goes to Beasley. A chance, and it left it over top of the net. I'm not sure what happened to him behind the play, but he definitely went down, obviously.
Coach Kosher was not happy.
I don't blame him. Fashon will pick it up. He should have blown it down. Fashon's got the puck back to the Bomber net. Players down on the ice, you blow the play down. That's how it works. Here's Fashon. Swings that pass back to Breho. He'll redirect that inside the Estevan zone. Lang looking around. He's been smooth back there tonight. Played it ahead. Rennie off to the races again to center. Drop that pass back. There's a chance. That got blocked by the Bombers' D-man Jakubchuk. Elson had a chance. Bruce will pick it up. Martin poked it back to center. Good play here to Breho. Breho one-on-one with Lang. Breho carries in deep. The team is changing. Back to Bruce at the blue line. That got blocked that time by Henry. Puck will roll back at Flin Flon territory. 5:26 to go in this second period. Boy, it's intense. You can cut the atmosphere here with a knife. You can Sense the tension of the Bomber fans. They know that this Estevan team here means business tonight. Looking to pick up a big victory and get it back to Estevan for Game 3 on Tuesday. Bruins have played well. Delisle against Lang. Getzlaff gets a hold of it. And that one does stay. No, I did go over the glass, I thought. Yep. They'll blow it down with 5:01 to go, but their feet are always moving. They've been the quicker team to the puck.
Yeah, you're right. That's exactly what's happened here tonight. It's the way they're playing like the Bombers did last night. And they're not giving the Bombers any opportunity.
No. Again, they played a very nice game here. Full marks for the 2-all tie. 5:01 to go. Shots dead even at 22 apiece to line up at center ice after the puck went out of play. Vachon back in his own zone, leaves it there for Mounier. There's a bounce pass. Morozov trying to catch up with it, broke it up, comes back to center. Here's Vachon, look out! That one goes up and hits Asmussen underneath the mask. Morozov, he'll pick it up and flip it back inside Estevan. There's a high stick there. That's going to draw a penalty. Asmussen couldn't fight.
It took a long time for that referee to call that.
Watching other stuff, I guess. Anyway, it's like 4 minutes, maybe.
Well, he shouldn't be watching other stuff. He should be watching right there.
Asmussen will take the penalty. Is it 2 or 4? No, just 2?
2, he didn't get cut. No, that's good.
So Flin Flon will go to the power play here for the second time tonight. Hoping to try and get a little bit of momentum here. Like we said, Estevan been the quicker team to the pucks for sure. Monty Beck will be our Arctic Beverages contestant. Gets his products at Walmart as well. We'll see if the Bombers can get back on the board of the power play. They're 0 for 1 in this game. But again, the best power play in the regular season. But playoffs, as we know, a totally different ballgame. Off the draw, there's Arbery. Along the boards, puck comes back to Ward. Swings that pass over to Knutson. A nice pass out front, but knocked away by Breeze. He made a good play on it. Looked like he had Morozov open, but Breeze got a stick on it. Knutson will pick up the puck back in his own zone. He'll leave it back with it this time for Ward, who had 2 power play goals in last night's game.
Yeah.
Feeds it ahead to Arbery. He'll poke that one in. Cam will come out of the net. Fanned on it. Arbery to the blue line. Ward can't hold it in. Here comes Kraft racing in on him. Ward a good play, though. He'll knock it down. Gets it back the other direction. Feeds it to Knutson. Back to Ward. Ward across the Estevan line. Dropped it back. There's nobody there. It's going to be a short-handed breakaway here. Here comes Beasley in alone. Beasley cuts in and he ripped it wide. Boy, talk about a malfunction at the junction there. Reed Arbery will knock it down. That was scary. 1:02 remaining in the Bomber power play. 3:41 in the second period. Ward has it. Not sure what he's going to do with it. Throws it back to Seitz, who's going to come back and grab it. He'll make his way back to the Flin Flon blue line. He'll leave it there for Vachon. Vachon to center. Carries the puck in down the left wall. Left it back there from Martin. Martin hangs on. Delisle at the blue line. Here's Vachon. Back to Delisle. Lots of traffic. A chance. Save made. Cam. Puck is loose. Puck is picked up and they blew that play down. Maybe the net came off, but a good save by Cam nonetheless. Fans are booing, but they really shouldn't. That means the faceoff's going to stay in the Estevan zone now.
Yeah, referee's pretty quick with that whistle. It doesn't look like the net came off, but that's the only thing I could think of too, Rob.
So 3:13 to go in the period, 31 seconds remaining in the penalty, and again the fans booing, but that's a good play for Flin Flon because they get the faceoff. Now Estevan actually iced the puck.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens here with this faceoff to the left of the goaltender, Nathan Cam. Off the draw, Miller falls down in the corner, and the puck is set right once again down the ice. Delisle there to get it. 22 seconds remaining in the power play. 3 minutes to go in the period. Estevan and Flin Flon all even at 2. Game 2 of the SPHL quarterfinal. Here's Seitz carrying the puck in along the wall. Gets it in deep. Back to blue line to Delisle. He'll knock it down. A shot. Oh, deflected by Miller off the side of the net. There was a good chance there. Delisle holds it in. Miller to the blue line. Vachon back up front to one-timer. A great save by Cam. Rebound in front. Flin Flon after. Ripped over top of that by Seitz. The penalty is over. And we're back to 5-aside, but a great chance there for Flin Flon. Ron will pick it up. Gets it back to Williams. Williams carries across the line. That goes off a shin pad, but right to Rennie. Rennie has got it. Trying to come back up front. Puck is bouncing. Look out. Trent will gobble that one up. And a high stick on Ron there.
Yeah.
He took one in the face for sure. But a great chance here. Look at this great save here by Cam. Maybe his best of the game. Gets across there. What a beautiful save.
Awesome save. Fans coming to life there a little bit, which it's really one of the few times tonight.
Nathan Cam, an unbelievable stop, keeps it 2-2. Flin Flon 0 for 2 on the power play. And the face-off back inside the Flin Flon zone. The right of Charlie Tritt. Beasley to take the draw here against Arbery. Off the draw. Here's Yakupchuk. Shovels it ahead. It gets away from Lang, but Andrews is back, and he'll play it ahead. Bruce back inside his own zone. Feeds that one back here to Yakupchuk. Chip back inside the Estevan zone by the Bomber forward, which is Rhett Ewan. Ewan gets it. Fanned on it, got it back. Rolled away from Andrews. He'll get a hold of it, but get it out. Bruce. And on right behind him. Beasley will pick it up. He takes off. Here's Beasley. Poked away. Puck comes back to center. Lang for the Bruins has got it. Flipped it in. And Tritt not going to take any chances this time with Beasley out front. And he'll make the save and hang on with 1:40 to go in this second period. Boy, what a game here tonight.
Yeah.
This definitely feels that the tension feels like a playoff game, does it not?
It's tense. Yeah, absolutely. It's, maybe, I don't know if this is the right word, a more fun atmosphere last night. The crowd was far more in it, but this is a tense.
Asmussen lines up for the face-off here against Miller. Bashan back of the goal. Getzlaff on top of him. Lost the puck. Miller will pick it up around the boards. Riho, he's tied up by Ron. Knutson goes in there. He tries to pin that up along the boards as well. Bruins digging away here. And very tenacious, like we said. The puck goes back in the Bomber net. There's Ulmer. Ulmer took a big check, but got rid of the puck. And Bashan has it. He'll start to skate up the ice. Nice pass to center ice to Riho. Riho across the line. A shot. And Cam got the right pad down and made the good save again. Puck cleared off the glass. Back to the Bomber blue line. And blown down here in behind the play with 1:05 to go in the second period. Shots are 24-22 Bombers now. That power play helped as they were buzzing all over the front of that Estevan net.
The Bombers, again, they're not playing bad. It's just that the Estevan Bruins are playing a lot better.
Yeah, they certainly have. This is the best Estevan effort that I've seen in there.
Potter leaving the ice down there, Rob.
Must be maybe an equipment issue, maybe.
And that's not...
Unless he said something to the official, maybe.
That's terrible, the fans cheering that.
No kidding. Bruce will knock it down. Spins, fires, that gets blocked. Here's a breakaway for Williams. Williams cutting it on goal. Hangs on back up onto Olsen, and he's tapping it. No, it makes a good save. But the Bruins get another outstanding opportunity. Held in by Breeze, a chance. Williams looking for that loose puck in front. Lalemire will dish it back of the goal here for Bruce. He thought about pitting it up. Why this Flin Flon defense has been kind of confused by what Estevan's thrown at him, too. You can see lots of times they're not quite sure what they want to do. Olsen will get it back. We have 30 seconds remaining in the second period. Bruce will chase it down back of the net. Gave it away. Knocks his guy to the ice. Yakupchuk up the board to Lalemire. He'll poke it ahead. 20 seconds to go. Here's the pass to Martin at center. Martin gets it across the line. Here's Leo. Sights a chance off the glove. And Cam will grab that after it kind of took a bit of a knuckleball turn on him. But he did stop it.
Good play by Leo Seitz.
And that is a good play because Flin Flon gets a face-off now.
Again.
Deep in Estevan territory with 14 seconds. Not sure why Potter left the game. Any idea?
Well, you got hurt there.
Oh, he got, geez, okay.
Down, you remember?
Yes.
Down here, yeah.
The play that they didn't blow down.
Yeah, that's right.
14.3 seconds to go. A lot's happened since then.
Yeah, no, it was a while ago for sure, Rob. Yep.
We'll see what happens here. I mean, I'm no doctor by any stretch, but Potter at least seemed to be moving okay when he left the ice. I thought that maybe
he came back and played.
Okay.
So maybe it was something else.
Puck is lifted back down inside the Flin Flon zone. Knutson there had Holt on top of him around the board, turned it over. But on right, not enough time here at the end of the period. And boy, the Estevan Bruins, I think they're even better in the second period than they were in the first.
That's for sure.
We'll take a break. The second intermission show for the Co-op is coming up. Boy, what a game here tonight. 2-2 after 2. And this is the SJHL quarterfinals on 102.9 CFAR and FlinFlonOnline.com.
Bailey Homes has 15 years experience in the North. specializing in RTM homes.
Do you want the second intermission as well?
Also proud supporters of our community.
7 in total, including the one that's
Flin
playing.
Flon and the surrounding areas for supporting them all these
Thank you.
years. Bailey Homes is always willing to chat with a potential customer to show what they can do for our community. Your trusted builder in the north. Visit bailey-homes.ca.
You put a lot of work into planning gatherings like your wedding, the long overdue reunions, and those important sports team windups.
Wait, you said 3 or 4.
Feeding everyone off your to-do list. With a wide variety of options from elegant to everyday food options, Chicken Chef can work with you to make sure you get what you want from their catering options. Just call 687-37.
I did, yeah.
Or visit in person to make your catering arrangements with Chicken Chef, where it always feels like home.
Oh yeah, great. More of your grungy, old work clothes. Didn't I just wash these like last week? Well, fine then. Bye-bye, Spin Cycle.
If your appliances have more attitude than an angsty teen, then it's time to head to talk to the good people at Creighton Furniture. Maytag offers a wide selection of home appliances when it's time for something without the painful appliance.
10 seconds.
attitude. Washers, dryers, refrigerators, ranges. Maytag works to keep your life as angst-free as possible. Check out the options with Maytag and Creighton Furniture and Appliance Center.
All right, welcome back to Whitney Forum. The Bombers and Bruins all even at 2 after 2. As we take a look at the second period scoring summary here. Flin Flon was kind of back on their heels, but got a nice break there when Morozov was left alone out front. Like I said, tremendous hands, gets a nice opportunity, able to go low glove hand, low just off the post. On count to get his second in as many nights. Leo Seitz, like I said, the one assist. But Potter comes back, left alone in front, Mike. The Bombers just couldn't get the puck out. And Potter able to get in there and able to score his first of playoffs and tie things up here.
I really thought Potter was flying out there.
They don't even have it listed on the sheet yet. I'm going to try again here. They don't even have the Estevan goal even posted here on the online scoring. Anyway, Potter got it. Somebody fed it to him back of the net.
Yeah, he
not on the score sheet for whatever reason. Anyway, shots in that period were 13-10 Flin Flon. The Bombers, a two-period total of 26 here tonight. And the Bruins, 10 for a two-period total of 23. But again, a great, like you mentioned, you got to tip your hat to them. They played a tremendous hockey game.
Yeah, you're right. And I said, it's not like the Bombers have been terrible. They haven't had the ice. The Estevan Bruins just haven't given them the opportunities to make those plays that they made last night. They adjusted.
And I love their forecheck, like I said. And you take a look at this Bomber defense. Like, Estevan's thrown some different things at him. At times, you can see they're confused. They're not quite sure what to do.
Yeah, you got to give Coach Koser and the rest of that Estevan coaching staff a lot of credit for adjusting, and that's exactly what they've done. They obviously looked at film today and have adjusted, and it's worked. So it's going to be an exciting third period here.
It certainly will be. So again, Morozov for Flin Flon, his second of the playoffs, and Potter's come back with his first. And that's the story after 40. In the regular season, when these two teams were tied up after two periods of play, how did it kind of all shape up? Well, when Flin Flon was tied up after 2 this year, their record was 4-3-3-1, and Estevan a very good record when they were tied up after 2, 7-5-2. So we'll see, but they got to be feeling pretty good in that locker room. Again, they did lose Potter. Hopefully he comes back. They also lost a player in last night's game as well, but he's been good, and of course he's got the tying goal for them tonight.
Yeah, that's right. You know that Coach Reagan is working on adjustments right now.
I know I would be.
Yeah, and he can't be happy. So let's see if those Bombers can adjust. They're the best team in the league, and now's the time to show it.
Well, and again, it's the playoffs, and like we said, nobody's going to lie down for you.
Nope.
Estevan's come out to play tonight, and we'll see. We talk about what Estevan needs to do. We'll see what the Bombers are made of here for the third period tonight.
Absolutely. Now this is playoff hockey. You have to, and we said it. Any team, any night can win. So you have to adjust to that.
We'll take a break. We'll come back with more of our opening intermission, or more of our second intermission. You missed the SJHL playoff preview show with myself and Benny Walchuk last night. Good news, we're going to replay it tonight. And that'll be coming up momentarily here from the Whitney Forum on 102.9 CFAR and FlinFlonOnline.com.
Every show binged, eating 8 times a day, and walls are starting to ramble at you? This is Cabin Fever, and it's time for Shane's. How about picking up a new acoustic skill with a new crisp guitar or a booming drum set? Or bring those big family game nights back with a new game for any age. Stop the walls from talking to you and beat down Cabin Fever with selection unlike any other. Shane's at the Atinikay Mall will beat those indoor season Cabin Fever blues. Take charge. Head to Shane's at the Atinikay Mall.
And good evening. Welcome to our second intermission. As promised, of course, one of the well-known play-by-play voices from not just the SJHL, but Western Canada. Great to be joined by Benny Walchuk here tonight on behalf of GX94, who's obviously going to be following that Yorkton-Melville series very, very closely. Of course, we'll be doing all the games for both those clubs. Should be a great way to open up the postseason once again this year. Benny, great to catch up with you. And has it been a quick season? Has it gone by quickly for you? I know you cover a number of teams.
Yeah, it has for sure. It seems like just a couple of days ago we're starting in September, and we're kind of getting into the weather, and it's been a little chillier here in our east central region of Saskatchewan. But the snow's starting to melt a little bit. Temperatures are getting into the plus temperatures, and it kind of feels like playoff time. So it feels like that started the season. But yeah, it's flown by. Thought yesterday was already Christmas time. We're getting ready for the second half, and now the second half has already come and gone. So yeah, looking forward to the second season.
Yes, it's always a lot of fun. And, Benny, you've been around the league for a long time. We always preach about parity, but I look at the 4 series this year, and really, I mean, obviously there's some favorites, some good teams, but there's all kinds of different possibilities. I don't know if anybody is really that clearly cut better than their opponent. It's going to be a real wild first round, I think.
No, exactly. At least even some of the series, you might say the lower seed is maybe the favorites going in, like maybe a Melfort or Battleford or something like that. But yeah, it's great. Like you said, we talk about it. The 1 versus 8 matchup is on paper right now is 1 versus 8, but Estevan has proven this year that they can be very, very good. Got 2 of the top scorers in the league against that Flin Flon team. So it makes it great. It makes each and every game count each and every night, and yeah, it makes it for an exciting, unpredictable postseason. That's what's great for fans.
How about the Highway 10 Super Series? What are they, like 20, 25 minutes apart? We're going to go through each series. We'll wind up with Flin Flon Estevan last. But Yorkton, the second seed, what a year they had with Emery Olofsson, who I think should have been considered for Coach of the Year. If I would have had a vote, he would have been in there. Anyway, the Terriers finished second. They taking on, of course, the Melville Millionaires, who are ranked 7th, who battled some injuries, maybe don't have the prolific scoring that a lot of other teams have. But you saw them go head-to-head last year. You see them go head-to-head many years. Here they are, kind of a dream matchup in the opening round. I'll be honest with you, Benny. I'm taking Yorkton in 5. They have too much offense. I think that they've got obviously the best D-man in Thomas Reese, the top rookie, of course, as well as Cash Lanigan, and the best first line in the entire league. I don't think Melville's going to be able to overcome that.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. You know, it's going in. First off, it's exciting for both franchises. Like you talk about the growth of junior hockey teams and just how it's sustainable. And these kind of a series could be one of those that might save a franchise or even help them for years to come. Like we talked about, I don't know, last Friday or something, the last home game for Melville. 50-50 is $18,000 total, so almost $9,000 to the winner. There's over 1,500 people there, and you know, talking to some people in the Millionaire organization, they made probably 15 or 20 grand just from that night. So now you get possibly maybe 3 or more of those in Melville, 4 in Yorkton possibility, and it could be almost a $50,000-$60,000 profit from the series. So just great for the communities. Gets a little bit of that rivalry once again ignited like we did last year. And that's off the ice and on the ice. Yeah, you talk about the matchup. Of course, you look at it, 6 of the 8 wins for the Yorkton Terriers, but 2 of those came in overtime, and 2 of those the Millionaires had leads late in those games. So definitely easily could have been maybe a 4-4 season series. But you mentioned it, Yorkton. No question, they have great offense. I know after a slow start to their season, their second half they just exploded. They put Jai Zawadzki, William Leonard, and Gabriel Corshane together, and they were just incredible. Great chemistry. They can skate. Both Gabriel and Jai, 2 of the fastest guys in the league, and then William just kind of sits around and he's always in the right place at the right time. Reminds me of maybe a Brett Bain type, the guy to play with Yorkton and Flin Flon in the past. So it's a line that the Millionaires are definitely going to be alert on. We'll see how, I know towards the end of the year, Emery maybe split them up a little bit, just kind of get away from those matchups, and it's going to be a big, big task for that pairing of Boston Harkness and Wesley Golden to go up against Gabriel Corshane's line throughout this series. So It's a matchup. You even look at the season series power plays, were the difference. Maybe Gabriel Corché and that top line didn't do a whole lot. Millionaires did a pretty decent job of containing them for the most part, but it was just the power plays of the Yorkton Terriers and discipline that got away from the Millionaires in the end. But the biggest thing here in the series is going to be the netminder. Who's going to be the best goaltender? Who's going to have the best night? Is Matthew Spencer-Dahl can play very well. Like he has at points in the season. Millionaires could be right in this series. If they not, it could be a short one. And then Callum Craig, too. Callum's been one of the top netminders in the SJHL, but he has also had stretches where he's maybe lost his game a little bit here against some of the top teams, and maybe the moment got a little bit too big for him. But it's going to be great emotion, and it's going to be whoever has the most best discipline, and whoever can contain one another is going to be the victor at the end.
Who are you picking in the series?
You know what? If it's a methodical series and it goes long, the Millionaires have a chance. But I think with the Terriers, their offense might be a little bit too much for the Millionaires to handle. But I think it's going to be a 6 or 7 game series, and who knows? I think there'll be some overtimes as well. But I think Yorkton is going to prevail. But with Doug Johnson and the way he can prepare for an opponent, he did a good job last year. Like you look at that series, he lost in 5 games, but 2 of those games went to overtime. 1 went to double overtime. So they just need a goal here, maybe from an unsung hero for the Millionaires in the end if they want to have a chance.
Let's move on to Battleford, ranked number 3. Connor Logan, of course, the SJHL coach there, well-deserved. They get the defending league champion Melfort Mustangs. A lot of teams obviously were scared of them with Trevor Blevins. They are the champs till somebody beats them. How do you see that series going, Benny?
Yeah, you know what? Battleford, you said, had a great year, and congratulations to Connor on winning it. And even when I've seen Battleford, maybe they haven't been at their best. Like, I think Malville's 3-1 against them. Yorkton was 3-1 against Battleford. So maybe I haven't seen the best that the Battleford North Stars have to offer. But what a balanced team they have. I know Anthony Campbell leading the way up top. They have 2 of the top defensemen, and Gavin Granger and Lincoln Fisher as well to solidify things. And their netminding has been very, very good. They got 2 goaltenders they can count upon in this series. And then you talk about Melfort on the other side. What a run in the second half. I think at one point in the middle of January they were 9 points into the playoff spot, and now they're the 6th seed in the SJHL playoffs. So a great run for them, led by netminder Casey Kabelka. We'll see the choice if they'll go with the youngster or go with Madden Milwaukee between the pipes. But then you talked about the trade deadline and Trevor Blevins. Everybody was calling him to trade everybody away and rebuild, and he adds Noel Inglot, who I've seen from Verdun, and Noel's a big body that adds some veteran experience up front, and he's being a little bit healthier as well throughout the lineup. So it's a team probably that the Battleford North Stars maybe didn't want to play in round number 1. I'm sure no team wanted to match up with the defending champs in round number 1, but they bring a lot of that experience coming in. And I know a guy I'm familiar with, and he's from the Swan River area, in Bo Eisner, and Bo is one of the top defensemen in the MJHL or in the SJHL. So far this season, he's probably one that we say he was a finalist for the SJHL D-Man of the year. He could easily have won it over Tommy Reese, but he adds some veteran. You have a guy like Danton Cox. You got Cole Unger on the back end, and they brought Darren Hunt, a guy I'm familiar with from Swan Valley as well, to add up to that defensive score. So I think it's going to be a heavyweight fight. And we talked about netminding in the last series, and we'll probably talk about it each and every series here, how important goaltending is. But I think goaltending is going to go a long way, and discipline and special teams are going to go a long way in this series too.
I'm taking Melfort in 7. How about you?
Yeah, I'm going to go the other side. I'm going to go Battleford and 7 on this one. I think it's going to go the distance, but I think Battleford with the home ice might be the difference.
How about the series between Nipwood and Weyburn? This should be a real Jim dandy. Of course, the Hawks 4th, maybe the best group of forwards depth-wise of the entire league. They'll get a Weyburn Red Wing team which has been good and average on nights, but I think they're dangerous. I like Cody Mapes. I think his teams get better every year. I think he's got the experience. I'm taking Weyburn. And if they get Lucas Schmidt back, who I think is the best two-way center in the league, that obviously adds to them. That'll come down to goaltending, too. But I'm going to take Weyburn in 6. How do you see this one?
Yeah, you mentioned experience, and I think that's going to be the slight advantage for Weyburn. Of course, that run to last year's final will make a big difference going into a Nipawin team. But you give hats off to Tad Kozin. It was a methodical, and it was maybe a slower approach here to the rebuild than they would have liked. But boy, has he turned things around there in Nipawin. They have the squad that kind of build upon. They've had a legit now top line with Eric Hoynes, Mason Karkachuk, and Sean Shields that have been leading the way, and they have probably one of the better netminders in the league, and Gage Roberts as well. But I think the experience of Weyburn is going to be the difference in the end, and it's like you said, it's going to come down to Joey Roca and Gage Roberts, 2 veteran goalies and of junior hockey to going toe-to-toe to see what his difference is. But, yeah, I think this is going to be another long series, but I think it's going to be Weyburn in 6.
Quickly, we got the Flin Flon Bombers first overall against the Estevan Bruins. Here we go again. Third meeting since 2022, like you and I were mentioning, Benny, before we went to air. Every time that these teams have played in the playoffs, it's gone the distance. Flin Flon is obviously the heavy favorite on paper, but I'm going to say this right now. I think it's going to be a lot closer series than people think, and I think Estevan is going to put a scare into the Bombers in the opening round.
Yeah, this Estevan team, like I said, it's been a Jekyll and Hyde year, but Drew Kosher made a big deal at the start of the year to bring in Ryland Williams, to bring in Colton Getzlaff, to get Matthew Ron back from the AJHL, but also the reemergence or the star of Inu and Rennie that took a huge step forward here to be the MVP and the forward of the year. So it's going to be a line that the Flin Flon Bombers are going to have to keep an eye on. Who are they going to match up maybe with line-wise? What deep pairing are they going to match up against these guys? And if they have to stay disciplined, because I've seen firsthand, I'm playing the division with Estevan, this power play for the Bruins can go in it and get going in a hurry and make you pay very quickly, especially Ethan Andrews in the back end. You got Cash Olsen, a lot of weapons there up front. So it's going to be a discipline-wise here for the Bombers to stay there. But if Estevan can maybe sneak one in, maybe get some good goaltending from Nathan Tam or Dylan Adams, underrated part of their game, I think they definitely would have. They would take a split, I'm sure, up north, headed back home to Estevan, where it's methodical, a little bit bigger ice down there. So, like you said, I think it's a series that it's going to go longer than people think. I think Flin Flon, just the way their depth is and with home ice advantage and playing so well at the Whitney Forum, I think they're going to prevail. But like you mentioned, I think this Estevan team is going to put a very good scare into this Bombers squad.
All right, definitely some very good points there, Benny. I think the one thing about this Estevan team, before we wrap it up, everybody talks about them being basically a one-line team, but here's the thing. It's kind of a catch-22 for them going in the playoffs. Obviously, they're going to need some secondary scoring to win. I get that. But at the same token, they also need their best players to be their best players. And if those three guys that we mentioned, of course, from that top line don't have a good series, then they don't have a chance of winning.
No, exactly. Like it's in top line or break for the Estevan Bruins. But guys like, I know unsung heroes, Noah Asmundsen's had a great year. He came from the KIJHL. Now he's got over 20 goals. He's got himself a scholarship with Regina Cougars.
56 seconds.
Of the youth sport, so good for him. And he's got Matthew Ron, a defenseman on the back end, who's from the area here in where I am from Ebenezer. So it's going to be depth scoring might help it, but you're right. If that top line isn't going, then it could be a very short series.
I'm taking Flin Flon in 6. How many for you?
I'm going to go Flin Flon in 5. I think that Estevan might squeak one out at home to maybe force back a long trip up north for one game, but I'm going to the Bombers at 5.
We'll see how it all shapes up. Good luck with the series you're covering, Benny, and obviously one of the best rivalries in junior hockey, the Terrors and, of course, the Millionaires, and who knows, maybe we'll see you maybe if the top two teams get there, Flin Flon York, there would be a great league final, but a lot of other good teams are going to have something to say about that. So we'll see how it all shapes down. But again, Benny, thank you so much.
10 seconds.
Good luck doing covering the playoffs like you always do. You always do a wonderful job, and thanks for your time here tonight. And like I said, maybe we'll see you down the line.
Absolutely, Rob. Appreciate it.
All right, we're back here at the Whitney Forum, and just underway in the third period. What a game it is. The Bruins have come to play tonight, a 2-2 game. We'll get the McDonald's out-of-town scoreboard when we have some time. Mounier at center. Big thanks to Benny Walchuk once again, by the way, for joining us here tonight. Icing against Flin Flon. Other games tonight. Other series of the SJHL. Yorkton had dropped the opener last night. They're leading Melville 1-0. That one is in the second period. Nipwood continues to lead the Weyburn Red Wings. Also dropped the opening game last night. 2-0 late in the second period. And Melford outshot the Battleford Stars 16-8 in the opening period. It's a 1-1 game. The Mustangs and Stars after one period. NHL scores, the one everybody wants to know. Montreal, a big victory, knocked off the Islanders 7-3. Cole Caulfield, a hat trick, now at 43 goals on the year. I think he hits 50.
Now that's a guy I want on my team.
Cole Caulfield, absolutely. Face off inside the Bomber zone. The puck will come back to Ron through traffic, deflected, look out. Rolls out front, and Tripp will grab it. And he'll hang on here. Manitoba Junior Hockey League playoffs tonight, just a couple of games in the Liverville, of course, are the number 2 ranked team in the country pretty much all year.
Yeah.
A 3-2 lead on Winkler after 2. And Burton leads Nequa 4-0 that one in the third period. Get some more NHL scores if you have time. Williams will take the face-off against Sight. Sticks go up pretty high there. Bombers do get the puck. They'll get it ahead here to Morozov at center. He'll flip that one in. Ron will race back to get it. Arbery on top of him. Knocked it down back of the net. Arbery trying to get free. Battling there. Ron will get it. Flipped it along the boards. Knocked down by Leo Seitz. Here's a chance. Save made by Cam. Rebound on the blue line. Arbery holds it in. Ripped that along the glass, came right back in front. Ashby fired in the corner. And the Bruins will clear it out. There's a big body checking it. Huntley coming up against Arbery here as he takes down the Bruin player. He went down hard here. That's Olsen. We'll see if it's a hit to the head here, maybe. Anyway, Arbery's taking a penalty, and Olsen's down here in the... Well, here's the hit here. And he hit him pretty hard. I don't think it's a hit to the head, but he hit him hard along the boards.
I thought he was finishing the check, in my opinion, on that one.
Estevan will go to the power play for the second time tonight. Olsen is back up, and he'll make his way back to the bench, obviously shaken up. And they're having a discussion about this one downstairs. There's only 2 minutes. And it's a hit from behind, so he might be done from the game.
Olsen did. He turned his... there's no way Reed Arbery could have stopped that. Don't want to see the player get hurt, but he turned and...
So that's a hit from behind. Is he done?
No, it's 2 minutes.
Okay. Big chance here for the Bruins. They've only had the one power play tonight. This is their second opportunity. And it's a 2-2 hockey game just underway in the third period.
Mike Reagan not happy with that one.
Face off inside the Flin Flon zone. The left of Charlie Craig Asmussen set to take the draw here against the Bombers' wide stick. It wins a big face off here. Bruins converge on it though. Jakubchuk knocked it down, made a good play. Racing after it is Miller. He can't get it out. Andrews held it in. Now Asmussen at the blue line. Puck still stays in. Finally grabbed here by Stitten. And he'll feed it off the boards back down in Estevan territory. Campbell makes the save. Andrews will grab the puck at the side of the Estevan net. The Bruins come up the ice. Asmussen to center. Sends it inside the Flin Flon zone. There's Leo Seitz back to that. Bruce in the corner, picked up by Martin. He'll get it down the ice. And Andrews will race back and pick it up. Minute 23 to go on the power play. Just underway in the third period. Ethan Andrews logging a lot of minutes here tonight. He's got the puck right now in the Estevan zone. Back to Williams at center. Asmussen down the right side. Throws it, or tried to come back up, but it deflected, made its way to Trent. And he'll make the save and hang on. But Estevan faceoff coming up inside the Flin Flon zone is Ron and
Mounier.
Mounier getting into it here. A couple defensemen. 2-2's the score. By the way, they gave Getzlaff the assist on that Potter goal, so that's been updated.
Oh, yeah.
On the SDHL site.
I didn't see if Potter, it doesn't look like he's back on the bench.
We'll see, I guess.
We'll keep our eye on that.
Asmussen set for the face-off here against the wide stick. The Bruins win the draw. Ron for the blue line, deflected, big save. Trent, and they try to jam it in. Asmussen in a good position there. And that might be Trent's best save of the night. He's had some good ones, Mike, but that's a good save.
Yeah, and got it under the pad, which, can easily be shaken loose, but he kept the pressure on the puck, and
1:04 to go in the power play. Another big face off the left of Trent in the Flin Flon zone. Bruins on the power play just the second time tonight. Bruce along the wall. Rennie was down, but able to get the puck in the corner anyway. Back of the goal for Asmussen, who's been really... Oh, well, look at that nice pass. Rennie feeds it back to Ron at the blue line. Here's Andrews. Back to Ron. He'll hang on. In the corner for Rennie. Ron at the right point. Back to Andrews, in the corner to Williams. Williams will try to work his way out front. Hit a leg, and it'll come outside the zone. Jakubchuk races after it. Got enough of it to knock it in. Good effort that time by the veteran Bomber Niemann. 28 seconds to go in the Estevan power play. Ron back to pick it up at his blue line. Ron will flip the puck inside the Flin Flon zone. There's Jakubchuk again in the corner. Tapped it there. Now he's trying to pin it up. Sights in there as well. Puck is in the corner. Teams continue to whack away. The seconds continue to chop down here. 7 seconds remaining, but Estevan does work it free eventually. Beasley gets it back to Getzlaff, and they'll fire that on target. The blocker save made here by Trent. Penalty over. Arbery out of the box, and a big penalty kill there by the Bombers. The Jets got the doors the window. Penalty kill, and a good one. Back to 5 aside. Morozov, who's got one of the Flin Flon goals, is back out there. Jakubchuk's got the puck at center. Jakubchuk across the line will hang up. Back in front. Chat for Delisle, and he can't get a good shot away. Puck is set back in the Flin Flon zone. And Fashon back to get it. It is an icing call. Didn't think it had enough. We have another penalty being called here?
No, that's icing, but I agree.
It didn't look like it was deep enough.
No, it seemed to slow right down. tough to see for us at this angle, but you're right. I agree, Rob.
16:22 to go, just underway in the third period. A big Jim's Custom Doors and Windows penalty kill for the Bombers early. Delisle to take the face-off here. Bombers win the draw. Reed Arbery, who was serving that penalty, has got the puck right now back in the Estevan net. There's Arbery to the blue line. Knutson in tight for Delisle. Delisle hangs on, puts the blue line. Ward to one-timer. He didn't get a lot of wood on it, but got it over top of the net. Football tried to jam it in. Cam got his glove on the first one. Puck comes loose. And that's picked up and flipped outside the zone that time by Beasley. Flin Flon right back on it. Knutson a chance. There's a shot on target. Cam will get the big goal stick on that and redirect that over the glass and out of play. 15:52 to go. And a big, again, penalty kill by Flin Flon here early in the third period.
Yeah, but you know what? Estevan was moving that puck around pretty good, and they couldn't do it at all last night. But you're right, great kill by the Bombers.
Seitz, Ulmer, Lalamier, the forward group, Knutson and Ward on the back end. Off the face-off, here's a chance. Ulmer looking for the puck, he can't find it. Grabbed instead here by Muller, and he'll get the puck back down the ice. Knutson there to pick it up. Had a little trouble handling it. Muller followed him right in the corner. Like I said, this is a very tenacious forecheck here by the Bruins. Ward comes over to help out, though. Feeds it back to Lalamier. Lalamier got it back to center ice. Seitz trying to get free. Asmussen back. There's Lalamier. I don't think Flin Flon's had one odd man rush in this game. Estevan's been that good defensively. Lalamier trying to freeze the puck up. Lang working him over pretty good. Puck is still deep inside the Estevan zone. Eventually dug free here by Seitz. He'll feed it to the blue line. Mounier, look out, steps out there, overskates it. Here's a 2-on-1 for the Bruins. They've got the puck racing down the ice and sliding across with the shot. They make a good play that time on Getzlaff. Getzlaff gets it again from a sharp angle. The save made. And Trent had to be careful there, but boy, Flin Flon another miscue at the blue line.
They've made a lot of those where the puck's just gone over the stick and sent the Bruins on their way.
They come close there. Shots are 30-28 Flin Flon. It's 5-4 Bruins in the third period. Face-off inside the Flin Flon zone. Off the face-off, Williams looking for the loose puck, throws it back out front. There's a chance! Good opportunity for Onright, and Trent had to stop him. Bruins on it again. This is ready back of the net. Gypsy doodling out front, gets a chance, and that one goes off somebody wide of the mark. Sitton tried to poke it out. That got blocked. Bruce back inside his own zone. Jakubchuk around the boards. Can't get the puck out. Here's Bruce back to the Bomber net. He'll take a look. He'll swing that pass to Miller. Miller to center. Ducked it in on goal. Cam the save. Ewan trying to get in there for the rebound. Puck goes in deep. Sitting after it. Couple of Bruins on top of him, including Breeze. They'll poke it free, but it comes right back to Mooney. Gets a hold of it, a chance. Cam the same rebound up front. Stick the open net. He can't put it in. There's a chance. Red Ewan on the wraparound. And it's a 3-2 hockey game. Will this goal count, though? Now what happened there, Mike? The Estevan goalie went right over to the referee here. Did he say there was a kick in? Like, what's going on?
Oh, yeah, I don't hear we go.
Well, here's the replay, but I can't really tell. Here's Rhett Ewan with the wraparound. Yeah, I think it might have went off a Bomber player's skate, maybe.
Yeah.
That would be the argument there.
You know the rule, though, it's a distinctive kicking motion. I think it might have been. I don't know. I'd like.
So that was the discussion there. Ewan will get credit for it at 5:57, his second of the playoffs. And again, with no video replay,
it is what
everything's in real time.
Yeah.
Horn will get that puck in. I wonder if they'll ever go to video replay on this thing. Here's Mounier. Back inside his own zone. Estevan comes hard after the goal, exactly like they did last time. Here's Martin. Beats that one back to Delisle. Can't get a stick on it. Broken up at the Bruin blue line. Here comes Horn. And he'll lift that back in the Flin Flon zone. Ward. Gives it to Breho. He'll regroup back to that. Left it there for Ward. 3-2 Flin Flon. Rhett Ewan scored. His second in as many nights. As he made the nice wrap route, went off a skate, but Flin Flon will take it. Here's Delisle, a chance as he rips it on target. And Cam the save. Lang now mixing it up here with Breho. Look out. Lang wants a piece of him as he's giving him a couple free ones. Anyway, Rhett Ewan on the wraparound attempt, and We mentioned his name in the broadcast last night, Mike, and I'll echo what I said, but one of the best Bomber forwards the last month of the year.
Yeah.
Here's a really good look at that goal here. Well, that's an outstanding replay that they have up there this time. Here you get a really good look at it. Rhett Ewan back of the net. We can't really see who it goes off of, but you see how it developed, and Rhett Ewan
there was
Johnny
a
on the
skate
spot
push
there.
in, but it looked like a white sock, but really hard to tell.
Flin Flon in front, 3-2. Rhett Ewan's got his second in as many games. Bruins win the face-off inside their zone, and they're off to the races. There's on right after it. He'll fire that off the boards, and Charlie Trick grabbed it. Elson cut in the front, and I actually just got an interesting text here from Jamie Nugenbauer. There will be video review in the finals.
Wow.
So that's I think they might have had that last year. Anyway, Jamie, thanks for the inside scoop.
That's great.
If anybody knows anything, it's him.
Yeah.
There you have it. Video review in the finals.
Yeah.
And that one would have been one that would have been a video review.
I wonder, I guess a referee can look at it in the penalty box. I was thinking that they might have to have a real official looking at the video review. It'll be interesting.
Face off in the Flin Flon zone. The Bruins trying to jump on it. The Bombers will flip it ahead. Here's a chance for Stitton. Stitton across the line will cut it. A backhander. And Cam got his glove on that. Miller got the rebound back to blue line. Bruce a chance. Cam stopped that one again. Bodies flying all over the place in front of that Estevan net. Miller back of the goal. Able to get the puck free. Now it's at the back. It comes almost out front. Rhett Ewan has got the go-ahead goal right back in there. Here's big Rhett Ewan. Third round attempt again. That time Cam got his paddle down to make the save. Good pressure by the Bombers. Rhett Ewan to Wyatt Stitton. He'll pick it up along the boards, fires it into the glove, and Cam there to make the save. With 12 and a half to go, and now the guys want a piece of Rhett Ewan.
Rhett
Who's
Ewan
been parking himself in front of that Estevan net.
He's been having words with Cam pretty much all night. I don't know if they have a history or what, but Rhett Ewan's had a couple of fantastic shifts here in the last couple of minutes.
Including the go-ahead goal, and I've been told that they'll have video review in the finals and a referee supervisor in the television cup.
There you have it.
Jamie Nugenbauer, you want to know what's happening.
I had the question. Nugsy has the answer.
He had the answer before you even asked the question.
I know he did.
Knudsen will throw that one in, like I said, by far the most knowledgeable guy in the SKHL. Here comes Andrews quickly to center. He'll skate it across the Bomber line. Walked in, and he'll throw that on target to save May. And a beautiful save again by Charlie Trent. Boy, we didn't have a lot of intensity the first couple of periods fan-wise, but they've come to life here with that Rhett Ewan goal in the third period.
Yeah, Bombers playing a little better here. Getting more ice. I shouldn't say playing better, but that's not fair. They're getting more ice, it seems, and they're causing it. Rhett Ewan's a perfect example of what he's done.
12:19 to go. Bruins inside the Flin Flon zone. Andrews will fire it in again. Trent will grab that and hang on, and Estevan doing the right thing and just firing a puck through, hoping it bounces off somebody and goes in.
Charlie, knowing that those Whitney Forum boards, he's made a couple of good plays off the boards. You know, these are things that people don't count with goaltenders, is how they handle scoring scoring opportunities, not necessarily shots all the time.
Asmussen to take the faceoff. He was really good in the faceoff drop the last time for Estevan, lining up here against Leo Sight. Off the draw. Bruins get it, but they can't get the shot away. Jakubchuk takes his guy down, and here comes Arbery up the ice, and he'll get it in deep here. Morozov back out front. That one got knocked down by Andrews, who's played a ton here in this game tonight. Arbery's got the puck, though, back of the goal for Sight. Around a 10, Cam stopped it. Rebound picked up by Andrews. Arbery down. Bruins back up the ice, and Andrews again will just send it in off those lively boards. Got a free out front. Oh, good save by Trent that time on Getzlaff. There's the rebound. Ward can't get out. He caught the puck up again. Asmussen trying to come back out front. That one gets knocked down. The Bruins are swarming inside the Flin Flon zone. Andrews at the blue line towards the front of the net. Oh, a save by Trent. Puck grabbed here by Knudsen. He hit Arbery. And Arbery will tap it out. Bruins come close again. Puck lifted back in Estevan territory. Andrews never leaves the ice, does he, Mike Slip?
No, the Bombers were very tired there. But no, he doesn't.
Lang stretched past Williams. I think he got enough of it. He did. Icing will be waved off. Mounier back to get it. Around the boards here for Ulmer. Here's Ulmer, a backhander. Picked up here by Wyatt Stitton. Got some chances in the game. He'll get that in deep. Knocked down in the corner. Williams will pick it up for Estevan. Try to come back here to Olsen. Knocked away by Mounier. So go back in Estevan territory. Lalamere and Stitton after it. Lang is back. But Ron comes up with the puck. Ahead to Rennie. Rennie to center ice, able to fight off Stitten. Throws it back out front to Olsen. His shot goes wide. Rennie will follow in back of the net. There's Ron. He'll knock it down. Made a good move. Ron the game out. A shot just missed again. Breeze. Big hit here on Ulmer. Can Ulmer get the puck out? He can. Picked up by Stitten. He's by himself, and you're right. He's tired. He's going to flip it in. 10:20 to go in the third period. Flin Flon all of a sudden starting to get some more shots. Here's a giveaway by the Bruins in their own zone. Delisle had to come back out front. That got broken up. Sent back to center ice shots. 13-9 Flin Flon. There's another one on target. Cam will make the save. He'll throw the puck back of the net. Puck knocked down by Yakupchuk. There's a chance for Martin. And a glove, a head pass is why this is going to be blown down with 9:59 to go, Mike. But I'd say the most exciting period so far.
Yep.
Media timeout. Rhett Ewan the go-ahead goal. Come back for the final 10 minutes. It should be absolutely electric. Bombers in front 3-2. It's the SJHL quarterfinals on 102.9 CFAR and FlinFlonOnline.com.
Northland Ford proudly supports the Flin Flon Bombers throughout the SJHL season. We know that the Bombers will play tough like the Ford F-150, the toughest truck on the market for over 40 years. Northland Ford helping the community cheer on the Bombers as they work to bring a championship to the best fans in the league, and they provide you with the best selection on their lot. In the North, for the North, Northland Ford, the dealership you tell your friends about.
In 1927, Hudbay began and then grew with properties under exploration, development, and operation. Hudbay is proud to be a sponsor of this year's Bomber Playoff broadcast. Through active participation, bursaries, and donations, Hudbay is proud to continue its 99-year history of supporting the community, its organizations, and its people. Hudbay wishes the best for the Bombers and its fans, built on the strengths of today and tomorrow.
Sorry, and you're on.
9:59 remaining in the third period. A 3-2 Flin Flon lead. Rhett Ewan the go-ahead goal. Out of town tonight, Nipwood has taken a 3-0 lead on Weyburn going in the third. Battleford up on Melford 2-1 in the second. And Yorkton is now up 2-0 on Melville after 40 minutes of play. So great SJHL playoff action tonight. Great game here tonight. The Estevan Bruins. Nobody told them that they're the 8th seed. They're certainly not playing like it. As the Bombers will dump it in, Cam will come out of his own net. He's been great tonight. Throws that in the corner to Breeze. Bomber fans trying to get in there. There's a chance. Fired on target by Ward. The save made by Cam. Breeze has got the puck, and he'll get that off the glass. And Ward had to be careful. Hit the official with the puck. Arbery will come back and grab it. And he'll pick it up inside his own zone. Reed Arbery makes his way to center. Fires that one wide. Puck laying on the back of the Estevan net. And they'll leave it there for a face-off back at Estevan territory. 9:17 remaining.
John Cooper, a very knowledgeable hockey man, texted me and said that he was wondering if maybe that goal and that the Bruins are questioning their Ewan goal might have been a Bomber in the crease interfering with the goal he couldn't get set. So I don't know, but thanks, John, for that observation, because it's tough for us to see.
Face-off will come outside the Estevan blue line. 9:17 to go. Flin Flon outshooting the Bruins in the third, 15-9. And Delisle going to get set for the face-off here against Asmussen. Asmussen's, I think, been Estevan's best face-off man tonight by far.
Another conversation.
Yeah, they really had a tough time deciding where these face-offs have been going tonight, have they not?
Yeah.
Is it because of how loud the crowd is? Is that a factor?
I don't know. The crowd hasn't been that loud until this period, but yeah, I don't know, Rob.
It's tough to hear whistles, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Off the draw, there's Breho. Back of the Estevan net for Delisle. He had a couple guys open. He'll throw it back to that. There's Martin there. Breho trying to get free. Lang converges on him. Bombers do get it out front, but that's picked up and fired off the boards that time by Muller. Another icing call against the Bruins, and Flin Flon will get another face-off back inside Estevan territory. Shots are 15-9 and 40-31 for Flin Flon so far here tonight. Last night, the Bombers ended up firing 46 shots at the Estevan net.
Yeah, the Bombers have picked up that shot clock in this period. Wow, look at that 50-50 tonight, Rob. 23,000.
Well, there's off the face-off. There's a chance for Ewan with that hit a stick, and then Miller will fire that off the side of the Bruin net. Miller back of the net this time for Stitton. Stitton's had a lot of good chances in this game.
Played a lot.
Puck comes out. Estevan back on top of it. Muller here for the Bruins. McCannell's across the Bomber line, throws it in deep. Bruce tries to get set here. Up the boards. Picked up by Rhett Ewan. Nifty pass to Wyatt Stitton. He'll lift it in at center and try to chase it down. Miller in there as well, but Ron, the big Estevan D-man, take it down to the corner here. Bombers get the puck for Miller a chance, and Cam will get his glove on that, and look who's standing in front of that once again. Number 26.
He's right in Cam's ear for whatever reason.
That's where he needs to be. A big, powerful guy like that, that's where he should be going, is in front of the net.
Yeah, but he's having some conversation with Cam. I think Cam's done a nice job ignoring Big Red. You and hard to ignore that big man.
Tries to take the face-off against Reddy, deep inside Estevan territory, off the draw, Lalamier. Left it at the blue line, and it's going to cause an odd man rush now. Olsen's got it across the Bomber line, throws it out front to Reddy. What a save by Pitt! And that little faux pas by Lalamier at the blue line almost cost a goal.
That's what I was talking about. They just don't seem as crisp on those sort of passes. You know, it was sort of a nudge, and great save there. There's the replay.
Beautiful save. Charlie Trent's had some good ones here tonight.
That was offside.
Oh, yeah, it was. Good work there on the replay on that one. Face off inside the Flin Flon zone. Bruins will try to grab it. That's picked up here by Morozov. He'll muscle it out. Breeze back to get it inside the Estevan line. Back to center ice to Williams. He's got Rennie. Rennie will pick it up across the Bomber line, looking for someone to give it to. Throws it in. Bruce back to the net, knocked that one away from Olsen. Picked up here by Yakubchuk. Here's Yakubchuk. Nice pass to Morozov. One-on-one with Breeze. He'll fire it on net. And Cam will make the save. Morozov a goal tonight. And a good play there. Didn't have much else to do. But see, that's a smart play. You know you're not going to be able to beat the guy one-on-one. You're in tight. You throw it in and get a face-off inside the zone.
Yeah.
Smart play by a smart hockey player.
Yep. Chase it in and get the goalie to cover it up.
7:42 to go. Face off to the right of Cam. It's Delisle, Riho, and Martin, the forward group for Flin Flon Ward. And Knudsen on the back end. Flin Flon off the face-off. This is Ward. We'll shovel that one in deep. Andrews will poke it around the boards. Picked up by Ashby. Got it out. Knudsen can't knock it down, though. Here's Olsen back inside the Flin Flon zone. Now it's chipped out. Delisle able to lift the stick. And here's Riho by himself across the Estevan line. Riho hanging on to Delisle, the one-timer, and a good save here by Cam. Another smart play by Hudson Riho. Hudson Riho, just a tremendous season here. I know he played a couple of games last year with the team, but I've been really impressed for a first-year player. Martin can't get the puck out. Held it along the wall. Now it's picked up and flipped out by Knudsen. Andrews is back on the ice again. Go figure for Estevan. Elson, the captain, chipped it in. He'll go out for a change. And Knudsen back of that will get that pass over to Miller. Miller barreling up the right side. Here he is to center. Flips the backhander in. Stitton again will fly after it. Back of the goal. Wyatt Stitton left it there. Miller tried to get a stick on it. In his skates. Stitton will dig it free. Blue line for shot. A chance. Get Andrews up front. There's a chance again.
Wow.
Miller, and what a save by Cam again.
You know, I was watching Cam in the warm-ups.
Asmussen wanting a piece of Mooney. Weren't they going at each other earlier?
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead, Mike.
Sorry, Rob. I didn't. That happened behind this pillar in my face. But Cam, I watched him in warm-ups and, warm-up to warm-ups. But it looked to me like he had a great glove hand. His
it's looked good tonight.
Yeah, like very quick.
Nice ball. Look at that save he made on Stitton on the breakaway back in the second period with the glove hand.
Yeah.
Shots are now 45-33 Flin Flon, 19-10 in the third. It's just a one-goal game, though. Rhett Ewan, the wraparound goal, comes back to Yakubchuk, and that didn't miss by much. It kind of took a funny hop, and back in the glove again. Cam's got it. That one by Yakubchuk, I think, kind of fooled him.
Yeah.
Or maybe it redirected, but it definitely took it.
It didn't go over the net by much.
Bruins want to get some different personnel out there for the face-off. The left of Cam. Seitz, Arbery, Morozov, Yakubchuk, and Bruce for the face-off. Morozov will throw it back in the net, picked up here by Ron, the Estevan D-man. Off the boards. Williams gets it out. Yakubchuk will throw it back in. Cam the save, and he'll get that to the D-man Lang. Lang will play it back to Ron. Here's Ron up the middle. That one off the stick. Icing negated. Bruce had to be careful. Rennie's in there on him. Bombers throw it up the boards. Intercepted here by Lang. Back to Williams at the blue line. Williams has got it. Back to Lang. He'll push that one in deep for Olsen. Olsen to Rennie. He'll be the guy that they're going to be going to here. Or trying to go to for sure. Here's Morozov back the other way. Lifted it ahead to Arbery. Williams is back. Played it back to Ron at center. Ron. Lost the handle. Arbery after it. Poked it across the blue line. Breho in pursuit. Knocked off the glass, but Arbery held it in. Here's Reed Arbery. Bruins get it back. Olsen loses it back net to Breho, but gets it back. He's got some room. Olsen will take off. The SJHL leading scorer for rookie this year. Has to backtrack inside his own zone. Left it there for Breeze. 5:15 remaining, third period. Breeze retreats back to the Estevan net. Now he feeds it to Ron. Up the middle, Williams. The redirection inside the Flin Flon zone. Vachon back to get it. Had to be careful on right on top of him. Here's Martin. Lifts it ahead in the hole. It looked like Ewan was going to get free there. But the play broke it up. Comes back to center. Mounier will dump it in. Save made by Cam. Puck picked up at the side of the Estevan net by Andrews. Ewan is out there. He's got the go-ahead goal. Andrews will take his time. Still plenty of time on the clock. With under 5 minutes to go. Nelson will dump it in. Here comes Beasley. Left it back to the Bomber net. All right on front. Look out. Knocked away by Miller. Miller will lift it along the glass. No, he won't. It came back in. Miller with Elson on top of him. Tries to get his stick free. Wide Schmidt will pick it up. He'll make a good play to get it out. And that'll go up and actually hit Horn on the Estevan bench. Now we'll get another face-off just outside the Bomber blue line. 4:22 to go. Nobody getting out of their seat early on this one tonight.
No way. Not tonight. The
4:22 remaining. 46. Oh, the face-off's going to come back inside the Flin Flon zone. Another big draw here. Miller. He'll be the guy to take the two best face-off in the respective clubs. Asmussen against Miller here. And Miller wins a big draw there. Here's Rhett Ewan. Lifted ahead for Stitton. Ashby back. He'll get a hold of it up the boards back to Asmussen. Ewan can't knock it down. Puck comes out. There's Muller for the Bruins. Bouncing puck to Ewan, but he gave it right back to Ron. 4 minutes remaining in the third period. Here's a pass up the middle. Rolls in on Trick. And he'll play it this time. Bruce. Along the boards to Breho. Puck came out. Chance down for Delilah. 2-on-1. Delilah worked in. Big save again. Rebound. Jamming in. Breho. He can't. And Cam. Standing tall like a brick wall as he kicks off the left pad. Two brilliant saves again. Mike Slip.
Yeah. Bombers swarming. This Bomber period, that's obviously their best period of the game, but Cam just making it very hard on the Bombers. Doing a great job in there.
He's been phenomenal in this game. Shots are now 46-33, 22-11 in the third period. Rennie against Arbery. Face up inside the Bruins zone. Puck lifted up off the glass and out of play. They're going to say hit the glass, so it won't be a penalty. They were kind of looking for one, but won't be the case. 3:42 remaining. Another big face-off in the Estevan zone. Sights Arbery. And Morozov, the forward group. You've got Ward and Knutson on the back end. Rennie once again lining up for the draw. Wins the face-off. Gets it back to Lang, and he'll clear it out. Knutson cut it off. He'll flip it back in. Cam, the easy right pad save. Picked up here by Breeze. Back to center ice. Flin Flon throws it in. Breeze blocked it again. Williams. Now to go back to Rennie. Morozov after it. Bumped off the play that time by Williams. Oh, good play to center, but the Bruins get it back. Williams stayed with it. He'll get it back in Flin Flon territory. Ward around the boards. Puck comes out. Breeze will track it down. I think it hit somebody. Nope. Icing called. And here's a huge face-off for the Estevan Bruins with their number one line on the ice bike and 3:12 remaining in the game.
Big.
See if the Bombers make a change here.
See who's coming out.
Well, I think they'd want to get Miller out there, but he was just out there, right?
They got Andrews out there.
Arbery will be the pick of the draw.
Andrews, Ron, Olsen, Rennie.
Arbery gets ready for the face-off to the right of Charlie Tritt. What a big face-off. They tie up. The puck comes to the blue line. Grabbed by Andrews through traffic. Look out, Rennie out front. Rennie trying to get a stick on it, a shot, and there's quick to make the save. They got it to the guy they wanted to get it to.
Yeah, Xavier Beauchamp pushing the Estevan Bruin Williams out of the way and giving Charlie Tritt a clear lane to see that one.
Another big face-off. Rennie will obviously stay out there. And the Bombers will get Miller out there for this face-off. And they tie up in the face-off. And look at that. Stinton's got the puck. Stinton will lift it ahead. Andrews back, though. And he'll get the puck out. Bruce cut it off at center. Throws it back in. Andrews waits for it. 2:50 to go. Flin Flon in front, 3-2. Ethan Andrews once again on there. He might be out there for the final 2:45.
Yeah, he's been out there for most of the rest of it.
Bruins ice it. And there's a break for Flin Flon with the face-off back in Estevan territory. Jam-packed. Did they announce the attendance tonight, Mike?
I haven't heard.
900 and some last night. And like you said earlier, I think there's more people here tonight.
It just looks that way to me, Rob. Yeah, but not as loud. This period has been loud, but.
I don't see near as many air horns or hear as many air horns tonight.
No, you're right.
Interesting. They seem to have a lot of fun with them on last night's game.
There was one right below us, and it's not there tonight, so maybe that's why we...
Sights against Rennie. Face off inside the Estevan zone. Pashon can't hold it in. Forced back to his side of center. Feeds it back to Knutson. Knutson will drill it in. Estevan's Andrews poked it along the boards. There's Leo Sights. Sights trying to keep the puck in. Andrews is after it. He'll rip it around the far side. Knutson races over to can't keep it in, though. Now he's going to try to pin it up here. So the Bruins get the puck back, 2:16 to go. We'll have to keep our eyes on Cam and the Estevan net. Puck rolls inside the Flin Flon zone for Sean. Up the boards to Rhett Ewan. Rhett Ewan, nice pass to feed it back to Arbery. He's inside Estevan territory. That one hit a skate. Arbery dropped to the blue line. It's going to come out. Look out! Estevan will jump on it. There's Onrait. Fires it on target. Big hit by Bruce there. Puck picked up by Yakimchuk. He'll lift it off the board. Puck stays inside the zone. Yakimchuk after gets it out this time. Rhett Ewan hits backhander. Back inside the Estevan zone. That'll be an icing call. 1:40 to go, and I'm thinking you're going to see Cam come out.
Or a timeout, maybe, by the Estevan Bruins.
Well, Kosher's got the board out.
Yeah, maybe not yet.
1:40 remaining.
Yeah, he called the timeout.
Drew Kosher's called the timeout. We'll do the same, and the goalie's coming out, I believe. 3-2, Flin Flon leads in a gigantic face-off of the Bombers zone when we return here on 102.9 CFER and FlinFlonOnline.com.
For decades, the North of 53 Co-op has been committed to providing you with fresh quality produce then, now, and always. With perfectly ripe and rich in flavor red mangoes, large juicy beefsteak tomatoes perfect for any salad or sandwich, fresh organic strawberries ready for the snack box, and freshly chopped salad kits for your convenience. Fresh quality produce then, now, and always at the North of 53 Co-op.
3,
your home
2,
there.
1.
1:40 to go. Face off inside the Flin Flon zone. I'm assuming that Cam is going to come onto the bench. He hasn't gone on there yet. He's just got to sit there with the rest of the team. There he goes. And the Bruins are both for broke here with the extra attacker. And the fans are starting to jump around here and get a little bit loud now. Wyatt Stick's going to take the face-off here. A little bit surprised that Rivers got out here to take this draw. Asmussen's out there for Estevan. You knew that he would be. Off the draw. Bruce to the corner. Rennie's got it. Rennie dancing in the corner. Rennie the front. And throws it out front. And that one just shoveled to the corner by Arbery. Rennie on it again. Blue line for Andrews. He'll knock it down. Here's Ron. For Andrews. To Rennie. Rennie hangs on. Back of the goal. It goes to Olsen. Back out front to Rennie. Olsen back out to Rennie again. Olsen. They're going back and forth here. Rennie's got it. Looking for a lane. He'll dish it off to Olsen instead. Olsen will circle back to the left. One-timer, look out! They score! Andrews shoots and it redirects in, and the Estevan Bruins have tied the game. With 1:06 remaining here, Andrews is going to get credit for it. That clearly hit a stick and went in, Mike. But again, why was Miller not out for the face-off?
Yeah, he had plenty of time to rest with that timeout. Wyatt Stinton, that was a great goal.
Andrews gets his first of the playoffs at 18:54, and the Bruins have tied the game here late. Ethan Andrews, of course, had that big overtime winner in the Viking Cup, and he logs a lot of minutes for a reason.
Oh, my gosh, yes.
Bruins tie things up, 1:06 remaining here. Boy, look out, the Estevan Bruins. What a performance here tonight.
Charlie Tripp, no help on that. He had no chance
that was
on
a
that.
nice goal, like you mentioned.
Beautiful goal.
Bruins will shovel in deep. Mounier back to get it. Olsen, the lone assist on that one. Puck comes back to center. Elson will dump it right back in. Puck at the side of the Bomber net. Mounier in the corner here for Fauchon. They'll poke it back here. Delisle can't get a stick on it. Bruins get it. 43 seconds remaining. They might just try and come after Flin Flon, try and win this game in regulation. Forget about even trying to get it to overtime. Estevan, a lot of momentum after tying up that goal, tying up the game with that big goal here by Ethan Andrews. The Bruins have played very well in this game. Beasley holds it in. A shot on net. Trick to save. Puck picked up by Fauchon. 24 seconds remaining. Fauchon trying to fight off a check. He'll skate with it to center and dumps it inside the Estevan zone. Lang there to get it. Throws it back to Andrews. That will hit a leg and redirect inside the Flin Flon zone with 8 seconds remaining. Fauchon with Rennie on top of him. Better be careful. Rennie falls down. Fauchon will lift it off the glass, and we're going to get a face-off back in the Flin Flon zone here.
Oh, man, that was unlucky.
Nonchalant with that one.
Yeah. This is substantial.
I'm wondering if they were going to try maybe put more time on the clock, but 0.6 of a second here. Ready to take the face-off against Miller, and that's going to do it, and we're going to get overtime here tonight. Ethan Andrews scores in the final minute, and the Bruins will get the game to overtime. They get outshot in that period, but get the big tying goal.
Yeah, the Bombers outplayed the Bruins in that period. But that tying goal was a beauty. Charlie Tripp has played a great game here tonight, as has Cam. And what do you expect? I thought this game was going to go the distance. It's going to go extra. And the Bombers really came back with a lot of shots on Cam in that period. It's now 48-37 on the shot clock. It was pretty much tied up most of the way through.
It certainly was. But Ethan Andrews, the former Bomber, gets his first playoff goal to tie the game with less than a minute remaining. And that Estevan locker was going to be absolutely jumping, is it not?
You would think so, but I got to think that the Bombers have to be happy too with the way things went. They
did take the edge of the play, but
yeah, they're not happy with that final goal. But now we got to fill up the intermission, Rob. But it's going to be fun, and that's what we come for, is games like this.
Great crowd here tonight, and they're going to get some bonus hockey here as we're going to be headed to overtime. I guess we'll take a break, and we'll come back. We'll do the score and summary and do some talking here, I guess, to fill the overtime period. 3-3, Ethan Andrews, a late goal, has tied things up. Overtime is on the way, and you're listening once again to the SJHL quarterfinals here on 102.9 CFAR at FlinFlonOnline.com.
Life is sweet when you upgrade your home with Maytag's Kitchen Sweet Savings at Creighton Furniture and Appliance Center. You can save $150 when you purchase two qualified Maytag kitchen appliances, or go all out and save an additional $300 when you purchase 3 or more select Maytag kitchen appliances. Transform your kitchen and take advantage of Maytag's Kitchen Sweet Savings event at Creighton Furniture and Appliance Center ending April 1st.
Yeah, hold on. I just had to play the second one.
Homes has 15
so
years experience in the North, specializing in RTM homes and foundations, and are also proud supporters of our community. They are so thankful to Flin Flon
9, including the one that's playing right now,
for supporting them all these years. Bailey Homes is willing to chat with a potential customer to show what they can do for our community. Your trusted builder in the North. Visit bailey-homes.ca.
Yes.
Looking for stories about Indigenous peoples from across the country? We know where you can find them.
Hi, I'm Louise Eagle, and I'm from Ochiomani First Nation.
Hi, I'm Brian Eneas, and I'm from the Penticton Indian Band.
Gwe, Daluisi, Sismohan, Axalewe, Wabanage.
Creative, engaging,
10 seconds.
CBC Indigenous. grounded in First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities.
Visit cbc.ca/indigenous.
Welcome back to Whitney Forum. Let's take a look at the Northland Fort scoring summary through regulation here tonight. That Ulmer goal back at the 2:15 mark. It seems like a night ago.
Yeah,
now.
It does. That was a beauty, too.
Ulmer's first to put the Bombers on the board, 2:15 in the opening period. Les Perrins and Mounier had the assists on that one. Ron would come back. His first to playoffs from Rennie at 11:37 to tie things up at 1. After 1, they trade goals in the second period. Morozov second from Sykes at 3:08. Potter, who's left the game since tying things up with an injury, gets hits first from Getzlaff, so 2-2 after 2. Flin Flon's Rhett Ewan, second goal in as many nights. Looked like that might be enough, an unassisted goal at 9:52. But the former Bomber, Ethan Andrews, on a deflection, scores his first of the playoffs to tie things up from Olsen at 18:54. Shots were 22-10 for Flin Flon. The Bombers 48 through regulation, the Bruins with 37. Now both teams 0 for 2 on the power play tonight, Mike Slip.
Yeah, it's funny how games change. Last night the Bombers were world beaters, and as I say, it's not that they played poorly. It's just that the Estevan Bruins have played far, far better tonight. So it's a controversial goal by Rhett Ewan, but it's still a goal, and until we get Noogsy's replay cam here for the finals, and it will be here, folks. Trust us. We hope. Yeah, it's really interesting how this game has gone. The referees let them play somewhat. I mean, there's been some bad calls, in my opinion. I'm sorry, both ways, and some missed calls both ways, I think. But let's see how it works out in overtime.
Yes, definitely. So again, it's 3-3 heading into the overtime period here tonight. Let's see if I can get some overtime numbers from these teams throughout the season. But if you're Estevan again, here's a question for you, Mike. Who's got more momentum coming up for the overtime period?
You got to think the Estevan Bruins do after that late goal. They got to, you said it, they got to be happy there in the position they're in, and how could you not be? So I think the Estevan Bruins, and really they have nothing to lose. They're going to come out hard, and just a great, goalie Cam has played fantastic, and it's a goaltending duel out there, and he had to make some great saves.
He did. I mean, that pilot at the end of the game with Griho on top of him was one of the biggest saves of the night. So here's the overtime numbers. Bombers played 10 overtime games in the regular season, 2 overtime wins, 3 overtime losses, 4 shootout wins, and a shootout loss. Of course, we're not going to have to worry about the shootout here tonight.
No, thankfully.
Estevan was in overtime 8 times, 1 overtime win, 4 overtime losses, 2 shootout wins, and a shootout loss. I guess the shootout doesn't mean much, but anyway.
And the major difference here is that those are all 3-on-3.
Yeah, you're right. That's exactly it. We're going to be 5-on-5
We're going to be 5-on-5, and it's sudden death.
Would you like to see them go 3-on-3 in the playoffs?
No.
I would.
You would? No.
Oh, yeah, because it gets the games over. Otherwise, who knows how long you're playing. And you got to remember, with the travel in this series, the 10 and 11 hours apart, you want to be playing double and triple overtime games?
Yeah, I get it, Rob. But I like the 5-on-5 in the playoffs. I love the 3-on-3 in the regular season, Rob. Don't get me wrong. Maybe it can just flip so easy, but I really like the fact that there's no shootout.
No. But overtime looming. Again, Ethan Andrews, the big goal at the end of the game. Well, I guess we can see what's happening out of town here for the McDonald's out-of-town scoreboard tonight. Like we said, 3 other big series, of course, happening in the SJHL this weekend. And we have got York to the 3-0 lead on Melville in the third period. Nipwood leading Weyburn 3-1 in the third, and Battleford up on Melfort 3-1 after 2.
Wow. That's very interesting.
Mustangs, the hottest team going in. Shooting the North Stars 32-22 in the game.
There's got to be
some Surf has been just incredible for the Stars so far, from my understanding.
I was going to say there's got to be some great goaltending going on there.
Klippenstein, Nelson, and Zacharias have scored for the Stars. Darren Hunt has got the goal for Melfort. Go ahead.
Klippenstein, great player.
Yeah, Flin Flon found that out back in December, how good he is.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll see what happens for the overtime. So I asked you who had the momentum going in. Going to be a short or a long overtime?
That's a great question. I for some reason, I have a feeling it's going to be a long one. Rob, I got to put you on the spot. Who do you pick to go score the goal?
For which team?
Who do you pick to score the goal?
That's a tough one, boy.
I'm putting you on the spot, as I say.
Well, I'll take a player for each team then. I'll take Connor Miller for Flin Flon, and I'm going to go with the easy pick for Estevan, you and Rennie.
I'm going with Reed Arbery.
I kind of thought about him, but
he's had a quiet night, really, but he comes to play in this situation, and I'm going to pick Reed Arbery. That's it.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I probably jinxed it, but it's nothing more exciting than playoff overtime. And you're right, the travel in this series is can't get any farther.
No.
Can you know that. And,
well, you're practically going to the U.S.
Yeah.
Like 20 minutes from the American border.
That's right. And it's a long way for both teams. One coming
in the opening round, too.
Yeah, one coming this way. But as I said last night, it doesn't seem like it's a playoff season without the Bombers facing the Estevan Bruins at some point.
Well, you can say the same thing about Humboldt and Battleford. They play Melfort.
And the Bombers against Humboldt.
That's what I meant. They played Humboldt, Battleford,
and Battleford,
the last few years, too.
Yeah, but the Estevan one, they're so intense, and this one's intense. It's a lot of chirping. I noticed that the benches aren't at each other.
It's not as chippy of a game tonight, I guess, because it's a lot closer, right?
Yeah, absolutely. As I was going to say, the benches last night were leaning over each other and just letting each other have it. But I've kind of watched and haven't seen any of it tonight. They got other things to do tonight, and that's win a hockey game.
And Estevan's come here certainly a goal away from taking away home ice advantage here in this opening round series. And a big goal, like we said, by Ethan Andrews with just over a minute remaining in regulation, the goaltender out, and they get the big goal, and they're going to give themselves a chance to really come out and wreak some havoc here with Flin Flon.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see how both teams kind of come out. Again, if you're, like you said, though, Estevan, nothing to lose. Does Flin Flon kind of get a little bit, we've seen them in overtime before sometimes, like that game against Melfort here, when Melfort went into overtime. Flin Flon never really looked set in that overtime.
No.
But again, that was 3-on-3, I get that.
Yeah, and 3-on-3, you know, you have a good rush, and all of a sudden it turns the other way, and nobody's back. You know, so that's why I like the 5-on-5, and the Bombers are, on paper, and I think they are a better team. But as we've said a million times tonight, the Estevan Bruins have said to heck with the paper. we're gonna play.
And Cam has been really good.
Yeah, Adams played great last night, but I think a real smart move of Coach Kosler to put Cam in. And he played here when they were here last time.
I missed the one of the two games.
Yeah, I think he
did play the second game.
Yeah, and he played.
Estevan just wasn't very good in front of him that night.
No, and they're a lot better tonight.
Yeah, this is by far the best I've seen from them this year. And again, we talked about that as well. Estevan maybe not won an ideal hockey game last night, but they did make the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I mean, they knocked out two pretty decent teams in Humboldt and Kindersley. They were here for a reason, and they really competed tonight. And the one thing, it's interesting because Drew Kosher's such a young coach, but I give him a world of credit for all the adjustments his team made from last night to tonight.
Hey, it's incredible. I'd love to know what was said and what was.
Well, I know they watched a lot of videos.
The video that was watched, because it's a complete turnaround. I had a quick chat with Marty Martinson, the Estevan play-by-play guy, and he said exactly the same thing. It's just the opposite team. It's not the same team. It just isn't the same team. for the Estevan Bruins tonight, and you could see that from the start of the game. They took the play to the Bombers for the first 3 or 4 minutes. Bombers were able to hold them off, but the Bombers just haven't been able to get to the puck. The ice isn't as open. They haven't been able to break up the Estevan play as much as last night. They did in that third period, I thought, a little more.
Well, they came out with a little bit more intensity in the third period as the Bomber coaching staff makes their way to the bench.
They look like Mafia members tonight. All of them dressed in all black except for the ties.
Well, here's another interesting stat here from you-know-who. The two guys to score overtime goals at the Viking Cup, Arbery and Andrews. And you picked Arbery tonight.
Yeah.
Asmussen's had a nice game for Estevan as well. He'll be tricky, and like I said, I think Miller for Flin Flon, I think he's due.
Yeah, he's been quiet tonight too.
He's been getting in there pretty good.
Yeah, he was awesome last night. I thought, Ward has had a tough night. Beauchamp, I think, has had a tough night. But you know, Yakimchuk, they're again not playing bad, but they're not having the games they had like last night.
MJHL tonight, Niverville rolling over Winkler 8-2 tonight. The number 2 ranked team in the country up in that series, 1 game to none, and Verdun knocking off Beepawa 4-1. The 2 games in the MJHL playoffs. See what's happening in the NHL tonight. I know Montreal picked up a big 7-3 win against the Islanders, one that they had to have. Cole Caulfield, did I mention, had the hat-trick in that game?
You did mention, and I mentioned that I'd rather have him on my team than Brady Tkachuk.
Yeah, Cole Caulfield having a year for the ages. I think he's going to score 50 goals. NHL finals today, Pittsburgh over Winnipeg in overtime 5-4. Nashville over Vegas 4-1. Minnesota beat Dallas 2-1 in overtime. Buffalo, how about that Buffalo Sabre team?
Yeah. What a turnaround.
They beat the LA Kings 4-1. Philly over San Jose 4-1. Columbus beat Seattle 5-2. Montreal, the 7-3 win, like we said, against the Islanders. Ottawa wins again. They knocked off Toronto 5-2. St. Louis over Vancouver 3-1. Boston doubled up on Detroit 4-2. The Wings kind of struggling down the stretch. And Tampa Bay, Edmonton 1-1 in the second period. 3-3. We're getting ready for overtime. Game 2 of this SJHL quarterfinal.
That'll be a rivalry game too. That Edmonton game.
Absolutely. Ulmer, Morozov, and Ewan, the goal scorers for Flin Flon. Ron, Potter, and Andrews, the former Bomber. And again, Potter left the game with an injury after he got that night, and he's been really good for them the last couple of games.
Yeah, he was didn't see what happened, but he laid on the ice there in the second period, and but he came right back to play. There was a penalty called on it. He came right back to play, but we haven't seen him since. I did see him going to the dressing room, so hopefully he's okay.
The Bombers have made their way back on the ice.
The fans have found their horns.
And overtime looming here, 48-37 the shots for Flin Flon through regulation here tonight. And it will be 5-on-5 like we mentioned in the playoffs. Stetton, Ewan, and Miller will be the forward group for Flin Flon. Pashawn and Mounier on the back end. It's Onright, Beasley, and Elson to start things off for the Bruins. Andrews has got, of course, the tying goal, and Lang. And we're underway in overtime here. The puck will go inside the Bruins zone. Andrews is back to collect it. Up the boards. Andrews poked it ahead to Elson. Mounier has it for Flin Flon. Mounier dumped it back of his own net. Picked up by Pashawn. Elson knocked it down at center. He'll send it back at Flin Flon territory. Beasley will race after it. There's a chance for the Bruins right off the hop. Is that one got chipped by Onright just wide. Sean back in it, going to be forced out here by Williams. He'll poke it to Miller at center. Miller will have that redirect off the stick over the glass and out of play, and just underway in the overtime period. Bruins get a chance right off the hop.
Yeah, again, winning that foot race to the puck and throwing it at the net, and they were able to chip it away. So
they'll get a face-off in Estevan territory. Ready out to take the draw here against Delisle. Off the face-off, Breho. Puck poked away. Olsen after it at center. Bombers will flip it back in. Olsen there to get it. Here's Ashby. Ahead to Rennie. He'll chip it back in the Flin Flon zone. Knutson back of his own net. Around the boards, picked up by Breho. Breho over to Delisle. Delisle at center. Feeds it back to Breho, but right off his stick. Puck flipped the blue line. Knutson knocked it down. He'll send it back inside the zone. Morozov steps on the ice. He races after it. Trying to come up with a puck pinned up along the wall here. Can't get to it. Picked up by Seitz. Seitz a chance. There's a save by Cam off his left shoulder. Not sure how Arbery got that shot away. I got right on him, but Seitz will keep it in. Morozov after it again. Wolves in back-to-back games. Throws that back out front. Seitz spins, but can't get the shot away. Morozov in the corner. Picked up here by Ron. Right on the stick of Williams. To Rennie at center. He'll dump it in, and save made by Tritt. Rennie will stay out there. The other guys went off the ice, but Rennie stayed with it, went to the front of the net. Here's the pass to Lalemire. Lalemire takes off across the line. A shot and into that glove again. And boy, he makes it look pretty easy with that glove hand. I'd be shooting up the other side if it was me.
Yeah. That looked a little offside to me too, but wasn't called.
Face-off will go inside the Estevan zone. Just underway. Flin Flon's hit 50 shots in the game now, by the way. Lalemire, Stinton, Ulmer up front for Flin Flon, Knutson, and Ward on the back end for this big face-off in Estevan territory. Off the draw, Lalemire, a weak shot. And Cam will stop that, and he'll hang on to the puck. Flin Flon's had a tough time getting lots of woods on shots. Those Estevan guys get in there on them right away.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly how this game has gone. Is it just on them
Whitten against
immediately.
Sitting against Asmundsson. Bruins off the face-off. Ship the puck out. Ward back to Knutson. Played that one ahead to Lalemire. He'll dump it in. Andrews races back to get it. In the corner. Stinton followed up there, but Asmundsson quickly on top of him. Blue line. Flin Flon will keep it up the side of the net. They try to jam it in, but there's that glove hand again by Cam. Boy, he's slick with that glove hand.
Yeah, just snaps it out there, and good chance by the Bombers, so.
Estevan's going to change things up, so it looks like Flin Flon's going to do the same. Just underway in overtime, a 3-3 hockey game. 52-37, the shots in favor of the Bombers here tonight. Delisle back out there for the face-off as he'll line up here against Beasley. Off the face-off, the Bruins have it. Ron, the D-man, he'll lift it up the ice. Knutson, knock it down. Here's Breho with a chance. Breho across line, back to Martin, a chance! Off the pipe! There's a great chance for Flin Flon, but it hits the post. Breho after it again. Martin's been very quiet in the first couple of games, but he gets a great chance there. Bruins will send it back in. Ward, back of the net, look out. Breho will come back and get it. What a setup he and Martin had moments ago. Beasley, though, waited for it at center ice. Knocked away. Elson's got it. He walks in. That shot got blocked. Flin Flon on third, back to Breho, and he'll play it ahead. Ron knocked it down, throws it back inside the zone.
Yep.
And it is offside.
Is it Beauchamp there? It's struggling a bit to come up.
That's
Knutson. Did he block a shot? I wonder. I don't know.
Looks like he might be favoring his ankle a little bit. What a great chance for Martin there off the post there, Mike Slip.
That was a great play. Breho again.
Face off outside the Bomber blue line. Seitz lining up against Rennie. Off the draw. Puck comes to Williams. They knock it away from him, but Ashby gets it at his blue line. Picked up by Arbery. He'll flip it in. Cam out of the net. Left it there. Bruins play it ahead. Rennie, slick move to get it back to Olsen, back to Rennie. Here he comes. Across the line. Knocked it back for Williams. A chance, and there's a save by Tritt. Rennie coming to the front of the net. He gets knocked to the ice. But But Estevan will get the face-off back inside Flin Flon territory.
I think players would be wise to skate away from these situations like they are right now.
Yeah, you don't want to take a penalty in overtime.
No. Especially an undisciplined one, right? Exactly, yeah.
So it's 4-1, the shots for Flin Flon in the overtime period. Williams will take the face-off here against the Bombers. Sitting deep in Flin Flon territory, left of the goaltender, Charlie Frick. Getting a nice face-off win. Bombers will rim that around the boards. Ron cut it off. And he'll rip that off the glass. Back of the Bomber net. Flin Flon chipped it ahead. There's Miller. Knocked away from him. He goes down at center. Picked up here by Rhett Ewan. He'll put that inside the zone. Andrews is there. Banked it ahead. Yakubchuk knocked it down outside the blue line, and he'll rip it back in. Here's Ron. Back to Williams. Asmussen looking for it. Knocked away by Yakubchuk. Tried to feed that pass to Stitton, but it hit his skate. There's Bruce. That one hits somebody. Stitton races after it. Got in tight on Andrews. Left it back of the goal here for Lalamier. Blue line for Bruce, and he can't hold the puck in.
They've had a hard time with that all night.
Yeah, he has. He throws it back in and kind of jumbles in front of the net here. Quick pace here. The Bruins, like we said, a lot more fierce forecheck than what Flin Flon's seen the last several times they've played them. Andrews has got a backtrack back to the net with Ulmer on top of him. Andrews will skate with the puck. Gets it past Seitz at center. Muller fired it in. There's Tritt around the board for Lalamier. Nice drop pass here to Ulmer. He'll take off. Ulmer to center. Across the Estevan line. Dropped it back to Seitz. A chance! And Cam able to kick that one out. Big rebound. The one jumps on it again. That goes off the glove that time of Cam. Deshaun racing left point. Keeps it in. Puck bouncing around out there, hitting all kinds of different people. Bruins to the blue line. Mounier holds it in. Seitz after it in the corner. Puck to the blue line again. Mounier ripped that one wide. Picked up here by Muller. Bruins got some guys who've been out there for a long time. Mounier knocked it down just at his blue line. Now he'll take a look and he'll take off. Mounier to center. Pass to Martin across the line. He hangs on a shot off the glove. And Campbell poked that to the corner. Martin comes up close again. He's had the two best chances in overtime. Here's a steal by Breho. Back to Knudsen. Chance! Cam left pad save. Rebound to Onright. And here comes Beasley for the Bruins. Back to center. Beasley makes a good move.
They got a penalty on that.
And Estevan is going to take a penalty here. And they had a heck of a chance. I didn't see the play there, Mike. Give me the goods here. Interference to call against the Bruins captain Elson. Well, here's the. Are we going to get the replay on that?
But he's
going to run it here.
Here we go.
Okay, so here it is, because Estevan had a heck of a chance here.
Coming across the blue line. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's interference.
Well, there you go. So Flin Flon will go on the power play. Estevan's watching the clock. They don't agree with you, Mike Slip.
Well, they're wrong. He was throwing a pick. Matt Morrison, great job on that replay.
Yes, excellent. Now the plays come to life. Flin Flon on the power play here in overtime. Miller, Martin, Seitz, Vachon, and Delisle. Off the draw. The puck will come back to Vachon. He dropped it there. They got cute and Delisle. I guess he kept it in. It didn't look like it to me. Here's Vachon on the blue line again. Delisle through traffic. Cam rebound is cleared off the boards and out. And Vachon races back to get it in his own zone. A minute 42 to go in the Flin Flon power play. 14:07 in the opening overtime period. Maverick Delisle dropped it back to Vachon at center. Here's Seitz across the line, gets it in. Good work here by Seitz, but knocked off the play by Onright. Delisle, he got in there, got a piece of it. Holds it in, leaves it there. Miller walks in a shot, blocked, rebound into the glove again of Cam. How many glove stays for Cam tonight?
Yeah, he's going to have to go buy a new one. That big mitt has done its job tonight.
Oh, he's got a nice glove hand. What a game from him. Shots are 57-38 Flin Flon. Minute 16 remaining in the power play here in overtime. Face-off once again deep inside the Bruins zone. Off the draw. Andrews will get it back, and then it's picked up here by Williams, and he'll get it back down the ice. Ward there to cut it off, and he'll got to be careful because he's got Rennie on top of him. Ward will tuck behind his own net. He'll take a look. He'll swing the pass ahead to Morozov. Dropped it back to Ward at center. Ward will come across the Estevan line. Ward bringing it in. Around the boards. Flin Flon holds it in. Reed Arbery back up again. Nobody in front of the net. Arbery has it. To the blue line. To Ward. Takes a look. Dishes it off this time to Morozov. Morozov hangs on. There's a pass out. But Knudsen, a chance save. Rebound. Cam's got it. Arbery there. A couple of other big saves there by the Estevan netminder. Oh, he's been spectacular.
Real nice setup by the Flin Flon Bombers.
It was. They hung on the puck and cycled it and then waited for that right opportunity.
Yeah.
Cam, another couple big saves here. Shots are 10-1 Flin Flon in the overtime period. Here's a big face-off again. Morozov off the draw, gets it back along the boards to Ward. Arbery or Knudsen gets knocked down. And the Bruins will get the puck back down the ice. Tritt comes out, had to be careful, look out, gets away off right field again, and Tritt slides out and makes an incredible save. Oh, the Bruins stuck close to ending it. That was a bad giveaway, but Tritt regrouped and leaped up and made one heck of a stop. 10 seconds remaining in the overtime period. Mike's left. This has been something else here. Way back at the Bombers get it to the blue line. Vachon along the boards to Morozov. Back to Vachon through traffic. Didn't miss by much there. This time they went blocker side. Olsen out of the box. And we're back to 5 aside. Here comes on right down the wing. Walks in a shot. Good save right there. He'll grab that one.
Speaking of gloves.
How about that save he made on the cough up in the Bomber zone?
Old school, that one.
That was an absolutely incredible save. Bruins get their best chance of overtime here.
Here it is.
And there's the giveaway, and there's a chance there for the empty net, and he comes flying across. Boy, he's been really good on those replays tonight. 10-3 the shot for an overtime, 12:15 to go. Bombers cannot convert on the power play. They're 0 for 3. Asmussen against Delisle. Inside the Flin Flon zone, the Bombers win the draw. Yakimchuk throws it in deep. Breho will race after it. There's Breho in tight. Check out front to Martin, who's had 2 spectacular chances here, including a goal post. Martin will get it to the blue line. Yakimchuk knocked it down. There's a chance wide of the Estevan net. Bruins pick it up. They try to hit Muller with the pass. That's an icing call against the Bruins.
That's a bad one. I thought the Bruin got his stick on that. They're not arguing it. I thought Miller might have got his stick on that one.
11:52 to go in the first overtime period. Faceoff will come back inside the Estevan zone. 57-40 the shots for Flin Flon. Miller back out there for the draw. He'll line up here against Asmussen. Off the faceoff, there's Rhett Ewan. Back of the net. Ewan will get it. Left it there for Miller. Asmussen stands him up. Miller works free. Miller hanging on to it. Drops it along the boards. Chance for Ward. Walks in. Ward a backhander. And he fired that one wide, but a good setup here by Miller. Bombers can't hold the line. Here comes Asmussen back the other way to center. Drops it over to Getzlaff. Getzlaff races in, but Stinton will pick it up. Poke that one back over to Ewan. Ewan's pass up the right side finds Miller. Miller races in. Miller hanging on by himself. Shoots it off the side of the net. The goal judge a little bit trigger happy there.
He's mad at himself.
Here comes Lalimier back the other way. Over a chance. Ripped it over top of the net. Bruins get it back. Pass to Getzlaff at center. Long shot. Tritt will stop that. Gives it back to Vachon. Here comes Vachon. Skating with it to center. Vachon dropped it back. Here's a chance. Lalimier. And another glove save by Cam.
I tell you, it's a good thing Cam's so tall. He was down on his knees.
That went over the net anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. It was. It looked like it may be a pop-up, but he was there, and he used that big reach.
He reaches up and grabs that one, and Bomber fans in this one, it's been a very exciting overtime game.
I think a lot of the Bomber fans thought that one was in, too, not only the goal judge.
Off the face-off, with the draw, they'll keep the puck inside the Estevan zone deep. Breeze up the board. Yakimchuk can't knock it down. Here comes Henry. Henry across the Bomber line. Look out! That's what Olsen came in and just fired it wider. Elson, pardon me. Arbery back the other way. Falls down. Puck comes across the Bruin line. And they jump on it. Elson takes a high hit by Arbery. The puck will roll back inside the Flin Flon zone.
That could have been dangerous.
Yeah, Arbery around the boards. Can't clear it out. Held in here by Ron. Ron made a nifty move. Ron walks in, shot stop. Ron again looking for the loose puck. Bruce trying to knock it down. Will play it ahead. Picked up here by Seitz. Backed it ahead for Morozov. Morozov hanging on to it. By himself, the line was changing. He'll dump it in back of the goal. Here comes Maverick Delisle racing after it. Delisle left it there. Martin hangs on. Back the blue line to Fashon. Or sorry, yeah, it is Fashon. Back out front. Flip on a chance. Another goal post. That time by Maverick Delisle. Oh, the Bombers can't buy one here in the overtime period. Maverick Delisle out front. Here's a chance back up the middle. Breho knocked to the ice by Onright. Good body check there. And I'm going to say that was hit ahead with a glove pass and blown down. Two goalposts by the Bombers here in the overtime.
I was scared the ref was going to call that a penalty.
That would have been terrible.
It was a good...
nice clean check.
Nice clean check. Media timeout already, Rob.
I guess we'll take a break. Overtime continues. What a game here tonight. Cam and Trick, fantastic. 3-3, next goal wins on 102.9 CFAR Flin Flon, online.com.
We were just driving to school.
Hey.
Yeah, the music was loud. And we were all talking. I thought I had everything under control. Until I hit that kid in the crosswalk.
Please, look for pedestrians. Stop for them. Think of the impact you could make. A message from the Federal Highway Administration.
When it snows this winter, make sure you clear more than your driveway. Before you hit the road and before you get in the driver's seat, check to be sure that your vehicle's tailpipe is clear of snow. If the tailpipe is blocked, carbon monoxide, an odorless, colorless, and deadly gas produced by your engine can build up quickly inside your vehicle, poisoning anyone inside.
And welcome back to overtime. It's a 3-3 game. They line up at center ice. It's going to be Rennie and Stinton. Shots are 11-4 for Flin Flon in the overtime period, 57-41 in the game. And he's taken all day and all night to drop this puck. He finally does. Flin Flon wins the faceoff. Two goalposts for the Bombers here in the overtime as well. There's Knudsen. Back to Miller. He'll tap that inside the Bruins zone. Miller comes barely down on Lang. He went ripping in on him. Rennie comes back to help and support. He's got the puck. He'll move it back to Olsen. Olsen to center across the Bomber line. Got that one in deep. Let Ewan back. Knocked away from him. Williams in the corner. Knocked away by Ward. Good play. Here comes Miller back to center. Miller will get the puck across the line. Tied up here with Andrews. Rennie picked it up. And he plays that one back to Lang. Lang at center. Over to Williams. He'll tap it back inside. Flin Flon territory. Ward has it back to the net. Less than 9 minutes to play in the overtime period. Here's the stretch pass intercepted by Muller. Muller across the line, brings it in, throws it in front of the net. Arbery will chip it ahead. Grabbed here by Seitz. Leo Seitz wide on Ron. Brings it in. Leo Seitz left it back of the goal. Morozov will pick it up. Morozov looking for some room, throws it to the far corner. Seitz will race after it. Back of the goal again for Morozov. There's Arbery. Backhand past the blue line. Bruce knocked it down. Hangs on a shot. Into the glove. Cam will snare that and hang on with 8:21 remaining in the first overtime period.
Yeah, it's an exciting one so far. Leo Seitz with it. He caught that pass. That was a tough one to get, but he was able to do it.
Back out for another face-off in the Estevan zone. It's Martin, Delisle, Breho, Bruce, and Yakupchuk on the back end. Bruins win the draw. Ron, the D-man, played it ahead. Bruce cut it off, and he'll send it back in. That'll be an icing call.
Yeah. Well, the Bombers
back in Flin Flon territory.
Sorry, Rob. The Bombers that left the ice there looked so tired. They were having a hard time climbing over the boards. You can see them, Stinton and Beauchamp. I think that's Beauchamp down, yeah.
Beasley will line up for the face-off here against the Bombers. Maverick Delisle on the right of the goaltender, Charlie Fritt, in overtime here tonight. Off the draw, Yakupchuk has got it. And that ends up hitting Ron and rolls inside the Estevan zone. Breho and Martin are in there. They can't hold it in, though. Here comes Onright. Onright can't beat Bruce. Bruce stands his ground. Again, he has a hard time getting the puck up the ice again. Bruce forced back in his own zone. There's Yakupchuk. Back to Breho. Swings that pass to Martin. Martin will get a hold of it. He'll flip it in. Bouncing puck. Can't stop that. Loose puck picked up by Beasley. Bounces it ahead to center. Puck rolls back in the Flin Flon zone. Flin on top of it. Beasley will force him back to the net. Flin, look out. Spins away. Beasley wants to get off the ice. Here's Ulmer. He'll take the pass at center. Feeds that in for Lalamier. Lalamier has it. And must have been offside, I guess, as they'll blow that down.
Yeah.
Lalamier, not sure why it was called, but offside is the call on the play. And they're going to come outside the Estevan blue line this time for this faceoff. Sites wanting clarification.
They're going to center again.
How many blown icing calls and offside plays have they had in this game? Ready to take the faceoff against Stinton at center ice. Bruins grab it off the draw. That's Ethan Andrews. Back to Olsen. He'll poke this one in. The big line for Estevan is out there. Olsen, Rennie, and of course Williams. They've got the puck inside the Flin Flon zone. Rennie along the board, trying to freeze that one up there. Lang trying to get his stick in there as well. Finally, they'll blow the play down, and we'll get a face-off back inside the Flin Flon zone.
Yeah, that's a good play by the Estevan Bruins. They're going to have that face-off down in the Bruins zone, or the Bombers zone, like you said.
12-4 of the shots in favor of Flin Flon, 60-41 in the game.
Yeah, the Bombers have started to walk away with the shots, but too many posts.
Face-off to the right of Charlie Tritt. Miller will line up here for the face-off against Asmundson. Miller, Jakubchuk, Bruce. Stinton has got the puck, and Rhett Ewan. Stinton quickly on it to center. Stinton barely down the left side, tries to throw it out front. That hit his stick. I think Ron got a piece of it. One tries to keep it in. Miller can't knock it down. Puck lifted out. Jakubchuk will grab it. Have to wait for people to get back on side. He'll rip it in. Ron will pick it up back of the net. 6.5 remaining here in the first overtime period. Ron has got the puck. And he'll hang on. Now Delisle will come in, and he'll finally have to force him to move the puck. Throws it back. Reed lifts it ahead. Martin knocked it down at center. Picked up here by Briho. Left it there for Delisle. Maverick Delisle the blue lines. Bruce has it. A shot. Puck deflects. Batted out of the air that time, but Flin Flon will hold it in. Bruce again, back through traffic, knocked down by Delisle, a chance, save made by Cam. Puck is loose. The Bruins get to it and get the puck out. Bruce got a piece, but he's going to have to hurry. Getzlaff looks tired, but he still races down the ice after him. Here's Jakubchuk for Flin Flon. Played it back to Morozov. Morozov across the Estevan line. Morozov hangs on, lifted it in for Delisle, but he can't pick it up. Ron's got it. Took a funny hop, but came back to Andrews. Redirected inside the zone, that time by Onrait. Vachon after it. Beasley bumping with him. Puck back inside the Flin Flon zone. There's Reed Arbery. Lifted it ahead, but not enough wood on it. Bruins hold the line. This is Onrait. Onrait to the fire. Onrait can't get a chance. Charlie Tritt to save. Puck is loose in front. And grabbed here by Leo Sites. He takes a bit of a high stick, but he'll get the puck outside the zone. Ethan Andrews back to get it. Arbery on top of him. 5:15 remaining in the opening overtime period. Ethan Andrews back in the Estevan net, being watched here by Arbery. Here's the pass. Rennie will chip it in. Mounier back to get it. Side of the Bomber net. Feeds the pass to Arbery. Arbery will dump this one in. Ashby back. Gets it ahead. Here comes Rennie with some room. Quick pass to Olsen. Olsen across the Bomber line, got it in deep. Williams in there as well. That's Miller along the boards to Stinton. Puck does come out. Gonna roll down inside the Estevan zone. Lang will go back to get it. 4.5 minutes remaining in overtime. Pass to Ron. Flipped it in over top of the glove that time. Jakubchuk. Williams races after the big line for Estevan, staying out there. Trying to get a chance here. Late in this first overtime period, puck is deep inside the Flin Flon zone. Delisle throws that along the boards. That's picked up by Martin, and he gets it out. Briho after it. Picked it up, flipped it across the line before that got intercepted. Came back to center. Martin has got it. Gets the puck out. Here's Maverick Delisle. Trying to come back to Briho too far.
Offside.
It is offside. Bruins get the puck back anyway. Lang will feed it to Ron. Ron throws that across the Bomber line. And that's an icing call with 3:46 remaining in the first overtime period. The shots are 13-5 Flin Flon, 61-42 in the game.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Bombers 2 goal posts here in this overtime period.
Yeah.
The puck is skated out. Sykes, Lalimier, Ulmer, the forward group, Knutson. The shot in the back end. The Bombers win the draw. Back to Pashon. A chance!
There it is.
And into the glove again. You might want to watch film and realize, you know what, maybe you shouldn't be shooting at the glove hand anymore. But again, you get on your stick, you got to get the puck away quickly, right?
You gotta get it there, yeah. Hopefully somebody in front to tip it, or he's had a couple that have popped out, not many, but a couple that have popped out of that glove, but you never know.
Bombers win another big draw. Pashon again, deflected. Oh, that just went wide. Nice chance that time by Leo Seitz. Knutson can't hold the line. Puck will roll back in the Flin Flon zone. Pashon back to get it. Beasley on top of him. Swings it to Ulmer. Here's the pass back to Lalimier at center. Lalimier will front that one in, looking for Stitten. He'll race after it. Belted off the play that time by Breeze. Puck lifted back inside the Flin Flon zone. That's Knutson. Played it back here to Pashon. Pashon. Over to Ulmer. He'll chip it in. Stitten still out there. Rest of the line change to throw it in deep. Breeze back of his own net up the board. Bruce got a stick on that one, but gave it right back to him. Elson at center ice. And knock it down. There's Onright, who I've really been impressed with in this game. Yakupchuk along the boards. White Stitten still on the ice here, Mike Slip.
Yeah, he's out there a long time.
Bruins have the puck. That's Olsen. Puck knocked down, held in here by Williams. A couple of moves. Williams to the front of the net, hangs on. Throws it back out front. Flin Flon might have some guys on the ice that have been out there too long.
He looks tired.
One of them was trying to pin up his guy in the corner here. Flin Flon trying to force a face-off, I'm sure. Bruce gets it free. Back to that here to Miller. Miller will get the puck out. Will that be icing, though? No, I think Williams got a piece of it. They get lucky. 2:10 to go in the overtime period. They get some fresh legs out there. Here's a pass up the middle to Reddy. Reddy dropped it back to Olsen. Hangs on, and that one got blocked. Never made it through. Good trick. Flin Flon gets it 2-on-2 the center, led by Martin. Martin into Lyle. Drop pass to Lyle. The center shot. Cam the save, and there's a shot on the blocker side.
Yeah, that's right.
He stops that one, too.
Able to cradle it. Great play, though. A couple of great plays at both ends, right?
Absolutely. It remains 3-3 in overtime, 1:54 to go. Face off back at the Estevan zone, the right of the netminder. Nathan Cam, who's been nothing short of sensational in this game tonight. Face off inside the Estevan zone, off the draw. Here comes Getzlaff. He'll jump on it for the Bruins to center. Getzlaff across the line. Knutson got a piece of it. Ron goes down hard in the corner. Estevan looking for a penalty there. Meanwhile, Delisle will come back the other way. Maverick Delisle made a nifty move, but they're offside. Now he'll throw it in. Ashby will pick it up deep in the Estevan zone. Played that one ahead. Bounce pass. Grabbed by Knutson at center. Sends it back in. Ron there to get it. He'll quickly get it out. Cut off by Pashon. Bounced it in off the boards. Ashby picked it up. 1:18 remaining in overtime. There's a lead pass to Kramp. He can't pick it up, but Asmussen does, but bumped off the play by Seitz. Yakupchuk to Seitz in the corner. Seitz tried to play that one ahead. That's going to be an icing call. And Estevan will get a big face-off in the Flin Flon zone with 1:01 remaining in the opening overtime period.
It's been an exciting overtime period, Rob. The Bombers taking the play, actually, in my opinion, to the Estevan Bruins, but Estevan has had some good chances. Charlie Trent with that crazy, that was in the third period. I'm getting mixed up, that crazy save.
No, that was in overtime.
Oh, was it? I can't remember.
Off the face-off, Bruins at the blue line, a check, Trent the save. Oh, rebound was there for Reddy, and he can't get a stick on it.
That right there was the save of the game.
Arbery, Cat knock it down. Olsen on top of it, gets it back across the Bomber blue line. There's Mounier, back of the net. Morozov played it back to Arbery, 40 seconds remaining. He'll fire it in. Cam comes out, knocked it down. Andrews there to collect the puck from him. And they'll swing that pass up the right side. Rennie the drop pass to Olsen. Olsen back in for Rennie. He can't find the puck. Miller has it. Flin Flon's got 3 guys at center with 24 seconds remaining. In tight for Stitten. Stitten out front. Oh, good block that time by Andrews. Knutson back at his blue line. Gets it ahead. 10 seconds remaining. Miller gets it in deep. Here's Miller. Back out front. Where's the puck? It hit a stick. Cam had no idea. Picked up quickly. Here comes Cramp the other way as he'll fire it in. And that's going to do it for the overtime. Cramp and Knutson mixing it up here at the end of the first stanza. And shots through overtime, 17-6 Flin Flon, but we got a second overtime on the way.
What are we going to talk about, Rob? My voice is going. My voice is going. Boy, Rhett Ewan is. Oh no, that's Delisle. He's spent. He needs. It's good. He's going to get this rest.
Flin Flon on the edge of play in the overtime, but a couple of goal posts. The play of Anthony Cam, and we've got Sam Ward. Looks like he's shaken up. He's being helped off the ice here by Lesperance.
Yeah. He's favoring that left leg.
Ward, of course, 2 power play goals last night, was key on the power. If Flin Flon had that power play in the overtime too, Mike couldn't score. Yeah, that's right. I didn't see where Ward might have got injured, but he's struggling a bit. Did he block a shot at the end of the period too?
I'm not sure.
Anyway, we got a second overtime coming here tonight. This SJHL quarterfinal, game number 2, this Estevan Bruins team. Boy, they've battled Flin Flon tooth and nail here tonight, have they not?
They have, and but that by far the third and the overtime where Flin Flon really turned it around, and look at the shots.
You know what I think I'm going to do in the overtime? I think I'm going to run that Daniel Morozov interview again.
Yeah, well,
give us a break.
I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, I'm going to also use the facilities here, so. Anyway, I've been up here since 5
I know, you're like a camel.
Yeah. Anyway, we're going to take a break. We'll come back, talk a little bit, and then we'll take another break and maybe replay the Daniel Morozov interview tonight. Overtime number 2 on the horizon. This is the SJHL quarterfinals here on 102.9 CFAR and FlinFlonOnline.com.
Arctic Beverages and Gatorade Water are supporters of all athletes. Whether you are in competitive sports,
5 left, including the one that's playing.
Sure, hydration is key, and with Gatorade Water, you get no sugary or salty taste, and it's infused electrolytes.
Yeah, I've already started.
Going, as you're out walking Fido or practicing for the big game. Gatorade Water, crystal clear, electrolyte ready, distributed locally by Arctic Beverages. Gotta love it. Every show binged, eating 8 times a day, and walls are starting to ramble at you? This is Cabin Fever, and it's time for Shane's. How about picking up a new acoustic skill with a new crisp guitar or a booming drum set? Or bring those big family game nights back with a new game for any age. Stop the walls from talking to you and beat down Cabin Fever with selection unlike any other. Shane's at the Atinikay Mall will beat those indoor season Cabin Fever blues. Take charge. Head to Shane's at the Atinikay Mall.
Northland Ford proudly supports the Flin Flon Bombers throughout the SJHL season. We know that the Bombers will play tough like the Ford F-150, the toughest truck on the market for over 40 years. Northland Ford helping the community cheer on the Bombers as they work to bring a championship to the best fans in the league, and they provide you with the best selection on their lot. In the North, for the North, Northland Ford, the dealership you tell your friends about.
For decades, the North of 53 Co-op has been committed to providing you with fresh quality produce then, now, and always. With perfectly ripe and rich in flavor red mangoes, large juicy beefsteak tomatoes perfect for any salad or sandwich, fresh organic strawberries ready for the snack box, and freshly chopped salad kits for your convenience. Fresh quality produce then, now, and always at the North of 53 Co-op. You're at home there.
In 1927, Hudbay began and then grew with properties under exploration, development, and operation. Hudbay is proud to be a sponsor of this year's Bomber Playoff broadcast. Through active participation, bursaries, and donations, Hudbay is proud to continue its 99-year history of supporting the community, its organizations, and its people. Hudbay wishes the best for the Bombers and its fans, built on the strengths of today and tomorrow.
Alrighty, welcome back to the Whitney Forum. We've got another overtime period looming here, Mike Slip, but certainly Flin Flon, they're going to be happy with the effort in overtime. They outshot the Bruins 17-6. The Bombers 64 shots in the game compared to 43 for Estevan, and a couple of goal posts to boot.
Yeah, you couldn't get any closer on those. A little concerning to see Sam Ward.
Didn't look good leaving the ice, did he?
Leaving the ice.
Les Bronx was holding him up to get him off.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe he blocked a shot I didn't see. So,
no, neither did I.
We can't speculate, but yeah, I'm too old for this, Rob. I got to go to bed soon.
Well, I was thinking during that commercial break, if this game goes much longer, Estevan may not get home till supper time tomorrow.
Yeah, it's funny. I was thinking the same thing, that it's going to be a long trip home no matter if they win or lose.
Well, if they win, it'll be a lot better trip for them.
Absolutely.
So overtime looming again. The goal scorers for Flin Flon tonight: Ulmer, Morozov, Ewan, Ron, Potter, who's not even in the game anymore, and Ethan Andrews. That big goal to tie things up. There's over a minute remaining against his former club. That's how we stand here for the 4 periods of hockey now, with a 5th on the horizon. And I guess I asked you, I'll reiterate the question here, Mike. I asked you who had the momentum coming out for overtime the first time. You said Flin Flon. Who's got the momentum coming up for the second overtime?
I think Flin Flon.
Well, they were better in the overtime for sure.
And they were better in the third. They're sort of found a stride here. And but I will tell you, I'm sure it's on both sides, but I noticed the Bombers, some tired guys out there.
Well, you can't be on the ice for as long as they were at the end of that set.
Especially now we're in second overtime. You can't. You got to have quick changes and smart quick changes. You don't want to get caught.
Fair enough. We'll take a quick break. We're going to replay our Daniel Morozov player interview from earlier tonight to give us a bit of a break and get ready for a second overtime. But again, it's 3-3. The shots are 64-43 Flin Flon, who had a great overtime, while not able to beat Nathan Cam, the Estevan goaltender, who got some help from his 2 best friends, the crossbar and the goalpost.
Yeah.
But the puck stayed out. One more quick break. We'll come back with the Daniel Morozov interview for the second time. And again, you're listening to the SJHL quarterfinals right here on 102.9 CFER and FlinFlonOnline.com.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Like Christmas came early with Truck Month at Great North GM, with 0% financing on select trucks on a 72-month term and the ability to trade in your old truck to get $1,500 towards a new truck. You'll be feeling festive all March long. And Great North GM didn't forget about SUVs either. Costco members get up to $1,200 off SUVs, and if you have a 2015 or newer Ford Escape, bring in your registration and they'll give you $1,500 off the purchase of your new SUV.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Yep, it really is the most wonderful time of the year. So don't wait. Visit GreatNorthGM.ca or see them in person at 212 LaRose Avenue to get your new truck or SUV today, because it's always a great day at Great North GM. Bailey Homes has 15 years experience in the North, specializing in RTM homes and foundations, and are also proud supporters of our community. They are so thankful to Flin Flon and the surrounding areas for supporting them all these years. Bailey Homes is always willing to chat with a potential customer to show what they can do for our community. Your trusted builder in the North. Visit bailey-homes.ca.
Welcome to our first intermission. Our Creighton Pizza player profile, Daniel Morozov, is going to join us here. Daniel, of course, a nice game last night, a goal and an assist. Not a bad way to kick off your SJHL playoff debut.
Yeah, we played really good as a group, and I think when the team's playing really well, I rise to the occasion, and we as a group played really well, so that translated to individual success for a lot of guys.
I thought your guys really fed off the crowd. I mean, obviously it was a great opening, and I'm sure you heard all kinds of stories about the playoffs here, but it seemed to me that you had energy early, and it led to 3 quick goals and really put Estevan on their heels quite early in the game.
Yeah, the crowd was unbelievable. Such a fun atmosphere to play in, and all the chants and, the horns going early really gave us good momentum off the hop. And, we were fortunate enough to find a few early and, kind of took over after that.
That was obviously great to get the first game, but last night was last night, tonight's tonight, and you'll obviously need the same effort again here in Game 2. You've worked so hard all year to be dominant on home ice, and they still have obviously their goal coming in was to win one of the two games. They still have that opportunity, so your group will have to be good again tonight.
Yeah, for sure. We've only won one game, and you got to get to 4 before the series is over. So our mindset is to keep going and stay on them. We want to get the sweep at home here and head to Estevan up 2-0. So we're going to do everything in our power to do that tonight.
And we know how much tougher it is to win on the road. So obviously the more pressure you can put on them, the better.
Yeah, for sure. If they're going home down 2-0, they'll be nervous because they know if they lose that first one at home, then it's a very tough uphill battle for them. So that's our plan to go up 2-0 here and try to finish it out in Estevan.
A couple things that jump out at me. We mentioned your team feeding off the crowd was big. Especially teams were very good. I think you went 2 for 4, but you were able to get some turnovers. That's what led to your goal. Just a great forecheck by your group last night. You really, really forced their team, and that led to a couple of goals, yours in particular. How did that kind of develop in front of you? How did it kind of develop? What did you see there?
Yeah, I was coming off the bench, and we had Rito and Sightsee were pressuring down low, and the puck went up to the wall, and I was just kind of coming off the bench, and I saw that his only kind of out was to the middle, so I drawed him to make a play to the middle where I kind of just intercepted it with my pants and got a good scoring opportunity in the slot that I couldn't pass up, so took that shot and luckily it went in.
Great shot, low stick side. That's usually one of the toughest spots for a goalie to make a save, is it not?
Yeah, in the new day and age that they're calling it the 7 hole, so that's a spot that a lot of the guys are starting to shoot, and yeah, it goes in for sure.
Yeah, let's talk about your first year as a Marmor. You didn't begin the season, but you came over quite early. The team has played very well. They finished first place overall. You obviously knew it was a pretty good program or you wouldn't have come here, but kind of take me back how you wound up being a Bomber.
Yeah, so, I got, released from the Western Hockey League, and me and my agent had some conversations, and, he knew Mike and thought that Mike could really transform my game, and, I got in contact with Mike, and we thought it'd be a good fit, and I'm very glad I came here because I think Mike has, really, changed my game for the better, and now I'm just hoping we can go on a long, deep playoff run here.
I know everybody wants to play Major Junior, I get that, but at the same token, you want to play, and you must be relishing the ice time you've had here.
Yeah, it's, Mike's put me in a very good position, and, the team's been, very, very good, and, yeah, the ice time's awesome. It's, it's very fun to play in the Whitney, and, yeah, no, it's been awesome.
I keep hearing from the guys how tight of a room. I mean, the new guys from Humboldt came over. They said they recognized that right away. How tight of a group this is. Has this been as tight of a group that you've ever played with?
Yeah, for sure. I think there's no cliques in the group. Everyone's very tight. Everyone's good buddies with everyone, and I think that's so important for playoffs here, and just be able to come together as a group and be brothers, be a family, and I think we've done that really well. So I'm very excited.
I mentioned this with Connor Miller last night, and I'll mention it to you as well. I think one of the strengths too is everybody in this team contributes. I mean, I don't know if you really have a first line that's that different than your fourth line. 6 or 7 capable defensemen and 2 very good goaltenders. Everybody contributes on this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're definitely the most deep team in the league, and that's why we finished first in the league, and it's been very fun to be part of, and I think with our depth we can definitely make a run for the championship here.
What's your best hockey moment so far, anywhere that you played, any league?
Honestly, that was my first playoff goal I think I ever scored last night, so I think that ranks pretty high. I think it was a dagger as well, to put us up 3-0, and or maybe it was 2 or 3-0. So
3-0.
3-0, yeah. And it was very cool, especially being in the Whitney, such a historic arena, and the fans were loving it. So I think that was probably up there for sure.
And a highlight reel goal to boot. Quickly, your favorite team and player growing up?
My favorite player was Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, and obviously the Oilers. I started my career kind of playing at Burnaby Winter Club, and Nuge was, also there, and he was all over the walls. His jerseys was everywhere. So I kind of noticed him and, saw a jersey when I was, 5, 6 years old and thought it was pretty awesome. So, just love how he plays too. He's the heart of that team in my opinion. So, love him, love the Oilers.
Are they going to make the playoffs?
With Leon going out, it's going to be tough, but I think they got the heart to do it. So I think they'll find a way.
McDavid's still there and arguably the best player in the world. So, listen, Daniel, thanks for this great goal last night. Good luck to you and your team here in game number 2, and good luck the rest of the way. Should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Daniel Morozov, our Creighton Pizza player profile here on 102.9 CFAR and FlinFlonOnline.com.
The NHL Star Stick Meal is back at McDonald's for the entire month of March at your Flin Flon location at Walmart. The 7-star stick meal features select entree options with medium fries, medium fountain drink, plus one of the 7 collectible NHL Star mini sticks. Make sure you try the McDonald's Hockey Hero sandwich, topped with onions, 2 slices of processed cheese, 3 strips of bacon, lettuce mayo on a toasted home-style bun, and the Cadbury Cream Egg McFlurry back just in time for Easter, which is a smooth vanilla soft serve with a piece of milk chocolate swirled together with the delicious flavor of a sweet Cadbury cream egg blended together for a decadent, cool, and creamy dessert. Come by your local McDonald's to try these tasty treats, and remember, McDonald's wants to wish the Flin Flon Bombers all the best of luck throughout the SJHL playoffs in their quest to bring home the Cantera Seeds Cup.
You know the feeling when you find a $10 bill in the pocket of your old jacket? That's what it feels like when you find out the savings you can get at University College of the North. The same education with a much different price tag. Take your transferable university courses with us and get the resources to go somewhere else to specialize when you're ready. At UCN, you get the same brain fuel with a smaller bill. Get started by September 2026. Apply at ucn.ca. UCN, here you can.
10 seconds.
University College of North sa tinutigis kinaumagay nao ay kantopatyan nao ucn.ca UCN Egutaga Tagispanyo.
Welcome back to Litany Forum. Overtime number 2 on the horizon. Quickly, McDonald's out-of-town scoreboard. Yorkton's even up their best-of-7 quarterfinal in Melville. Terriers beat the Mills 4-1. Nipple in a big win. Mike Slip at the cage. Take down Weyburn 5-1. Even at 1. But Battleford holds off Belfort 3-2. So Battleford beats Belfort 3-2. They win. They're up 2 games tonight in that series, winning both games at home. Braden Zacharias, by the way, had the eventual game winner in that one. Manitoba Junior Hockey League tonight. Like we said, both games are complete. The number 2 ranked Niverville Nighthawks knocked off the number 2 ranked team in the country. Knocked off Winkler 8-2, and Vernon a solid 4-1 win against Neepawa tonight. 3-3 is the score here as we get set for the second overtime period. Miller to line up here against Beasley, and we're underway. Flin Flon out shooting the Bruins 64-43, 17-6 in the first overtime period. Stitton looking for the puck. Gets it off. Let's take a chance. He can't jam it in. Oh, Flin Flon 14 seconds in. Wyatt Stitton alone out front. And Nathan Cam again might slip. A brilliant stop here.
Yeah, just solid. Big and solid. My good friend Doug Gorley was worried that I'm not in bed yet. He's right. I'm worried about it myself.
Big save there by
Huge
Cam.
save. Huge save.
Face off. They got Rennie back out for Estevan. He'll line up here against Miller. Flin Flon's had all kinds of chances, but have not been able to bury in the overtimes tonight. And they might not have. Did Ward come back out?
I didn't notice, Rob. I should have been watching.
They might be down to 5D then. Knudsen races back, throws that back over to Fashawn. Rennie was on top of him. There's a pass up the middle. Broken up, but still gets to Miller anyway. Miller will carry it in deep. Miller back of the net. Hangs on, backhander, flip wide. Here's Fashawn, a chance, and Cam stopped that. Ron, the Estevan D-man, has it. He'll look for some people down the ice. That redirects off Stitton.
Going to be a high stick.
It is. Knudsen will touch it. So 53 seconds gone, and a brilliant chance for Wyatt Stitton again right early in the second overtime period.
I don't think I see Ward on the bench.
Well, like I said, didn't look good when he left.
No, he was really favoring that left leg.
Face off inside the Flin Flon zone this time. Delisle lining up here against Getzlaff. Muller off the draw here. Bruce has got him pinned up along the boards. Bruins grab the puck. That's Getzlaff again. You know, Drew Kosher, mentioning him before, way back before the game began, one of the guys that need to step up today. He's had a good game. The former Battleford star. Of course, came over that big trade prior to the season. That brought Riley Williams over as well. Here's Bruce back of the net. Hangs onto it. Off the glass, he will get the puck out. Breeze, look out, he overskated it. Caught by Breho. Breho went along. Can he finish it? No, he can't. Another brilliant save. Delisle dropped it back to Fashon. Puck rolling, can't shoot it. Breho keeps it in. Sends that back to Fashon. Fashon, back of the Estevan net. Can hang on. Blue line, there's Arthur. He scores! Redirected by Delisle. Farmers win in double overtime. Brilliant performance by Nathan Tam tonight, but Maverick Delisle with the redirection will score a minute 45 in the second overtime. Delisle missing a lot of chunk of the season down the stretch, but he gets that redirection. You were close by Cliff. You called Reed Arbery to get the overtime winner. Well, he fired it. Delisle redirected it. That's a huge win for the Bombers who get it done early in the second overtime on their 65th shot of the game.
That's a huge, huge win right there.
Maverick Delisle, the redirection early in the second overtime. The Flin Flon Bombers have got the fans dancing in the aisles here tonight. But I'll tell you what, how about that performance from Nathan Tam? He was absolutely brilliant. 65 shots he faced. And the Bombers will take a 2-game Chinook lead to Estevan for games 3 and 4. Well, there's all those horns that we didn't hear earlier. They're just kind of sitting on them, I guess. Anyway, Flin Flon will take the 2-game Chinook lead to Estevan for games 3 and 4 Tuesday, Wednesday. Mike Slip feverishly writing down his post-game show awards. We're going to take a break and come back with a final scoring summary, the post-game show awards, and of course the Great North post-game report, all from the Whitney Forum tonight. Maverick Delisle, the double overtime hero, here on 102.9 CFAR and FlinFlonOnline.com.
Every show binged, eating 8 times a day, and walls are starting to ramble at you? This is Cabin Fever, and it's time for Shane's. How about picking up a new acoustic skill with a new crisp guitar or a booming drum set? Remember those big family game nights?
Not the post-game ones, but just 4.
Stop the walls from talking to you and beat down Cabin Fever with selection unlike any other. Shane's at the Atinikay Mall will beat those indoor season Cabin Fever blues. Take charge. Head to Shane's at the Atinikay Mall. Gatorade's unflavored water is your new go-to for all-day hydration, infused with electrolytes for great taste. When you pick this up, all you have to do is flip the sports cap and drink the clear, refreshing water with no sweet taste. It's formulated for all active people to hydrate throughout their entire day. Arctic beverages in Gatorade, ideal for all-day hydration for all active people. Your lifestyle may change each day, but what you have inside you doesn't. With Gatorade water.
For decades, the North of 53 Co-op has been committed to providing you with fresh quality produce then, now, and always. With perfectly ripe and rich in flavor red mangoes, large juicy beefsteak tomatoes perfect for any salad or sandwich, fresh organic strawberries ready for the snack box, and freshly chopped salad kits for your convenience. Fresh quality produce then, now, and always at the North of 53 Co-op. You're at home there.
Life is sweet when you upgrade your home with Maytag's Kitchen Suite Savings at Creighton Furniture and Appliance Center. You can save $150 when you purchase any 2 qualifying Maytag major kitchen appliances, or go all out and save an additional $300 when you purchase 3 or more select
10
Maytag
seconds.
kitchen appliances. Transform your kitchen and take advantage of Maytag's Kitchen Suite Savings event at Creighton Furniture and Appliance Center ending April 1st.
Welcome back to the Whitney Forum. Before Mike Slip will jump in with his post-game show work, we'll run down the final scoring summary here tonight. And boy, that open goal by Ryan Ulmer really is a lifetime ago now. He scores his first of the playoffs back at the 2:15 mark of the opening period. Again, L'Esperance and Mounier, the assists on that one. Ron comes back to tie things up, his first for the Bruins. Rennie, the assist at 11:31, made it 1-1 after one. Flin Flon again would take the 2-1 lead. Daniel Morozov, his second. From Seitz at 3:08, only to be even up by Potter, the Estevan D-man. He left the game with his, after that, he got his first of the playoffs still from Getzlaff. 2-2 after two. Looked like the goal by Rhett Ewan, Mike, was going to be enough to win the game. His second, that nice wraparound at the 9:52 mark, unassisted, held up right till literally the last minute of the game. But Ethan Andrews, who I think might have tired out in those overtimes, he played so much in the first 6 minutes tonight. Anyway, he gets the shot at redirects, his first of the playoffs at 18:54. Olsen, the low assist on that one. First overtime, settled nothing. Then early in the second overtime, Reid Arbery out of the corner, throws it towards the front of that. Maverick Delisle gets a stick on it to redirect it in. First of the playoffs, double overtime winner. The final shots tonight through double overtime, 65-43 in favor of Flin Flon. That's a lot of shots both ways, is it not?
Yeah, absolutely. I think my 3 stars are gonna represent those shots. And a lot of them were good scoring chances. You know, it's as I say, shots are one thing to count, but let's think about those posts and also the big save that Charlie Tritt made.
The puck was coughed up, and Onright had that wide open net, and Tritt literally dove across. That'll be lots of save of the year, is it not? That I've seen.
It's not the what they draw up in the goalie handbook, but it was something.
He dove out and made a tremendous save. Otherwise, they might not have had a chance to win that game in double overtime. Right. Alrighty, Mike. The Flin Flon Insurance 3-star selection. Here we go.
I've crossed out. I've written. I've crossed out again.
I'll read what you've got.
Third star's going to Daniel Morozov. I thought he played another great game. He's so good. Rob, you talk about his hands. He is really very, very strong out there. Number 2 is Nathan Cam. He really...
Phenomenal game.
Yeah, coming in and made Coach Kosar look like Einstein. But he nearly won the game for them. But... really, I think Charlie Tritt will be our first star. I think he, not necessarily that big save, but he was just there. I mean, he had 43 shots. He let 3 in, and I thought he played a great game. Warrior of the game.
4 Pharma save.
The 4 Pharma save. I'm sorry, Rob. That's right. I got to remember that. Ryan Ulmer. He got that first goal, but he was flying out there.
I'll tell you what. I mean, I'm not going to take anything from Ulmer tonight, but Miller would have been my pick.
Yeah. I'm sticking with Ryan Ulmer.
Fair enough, and you can give your assessment of why you picked him.
I just thought he played a great game. He was hustling, and Hudson Brio played a great game.
He did, yeah. He had some tremendous. Wyatt Stinton had a good game.
And Wyatt Stinton, yeah, they all could be stars. Warriors, that's a tough one to pick, but you're right. Miller could have been one too. So.
Alrighty, so there we have it. The Flin Flon Insurance 3 stars once again. Daniel Morozov, who did get his second in as many nights, star number 3. What can you say about the play of the Estevan netminder, Nathan Cam tonight? basically 61 saves in this hockey game. He was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Probably could have been an argument for star number one as well.
Yep.
But Charlie Tritt, of course, made the saves that he had to make, and Flin Flon able to pick up the double overtime victory. And again, the Farmer Save Warrior of the game, congratulations, Ryan Ulmer, who gets his first ever SJHL playoff goal to open up the scoring. The loss, though, the win, does it come at a cost? Sam Ward limping out of the game after the first overtime period. Got to be concerning for a team that's been decimated with injuries this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got, I'm just looking on the sheet, you got Nash Holmes. If Sam can't play, let's hope he can rebound here. He's got a few days.
Miscues as well.
Miscue, and of course, the big man, Kyle Martin.
Yes. And we're expecting to see Joey Lees back in uniform, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right.
When the series goes back to Estevan for Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm not sure about the prognosis of Muka and Alexander. I did see him yesterday, said he felt pretty good, but boy, what a doctor says and what he says are two different things. But anyway, we do expect to see Joey Lees back in uniform. They're a leading scorer who obviously they missed here for the first couple of games. But anyway, Flin Flon gets her done, double overtime. Once again, Maverick Delisle, the overtime winner. We'll take one last break, and we'll come back and wrap it up from the Whitney Forum and get ready for Estevan and Affinity Place Tuesday and Wednesday night. But what a game tonight. These two teams definitely brought it all, and the Bombers find a way to get her done in double overtime here on 102.9 CFAR and FlinFlonOnline.com.
The NHL Star Stick Meal is back at McDonald's for the entire month of March at your Flin Flon location at Walmart. The 7-star stick meal features select entree options with medium fries, medium fountain drink, plus one of the 7 collectible NHL Star mini sticks. Make sure you try the McDonald's Hockey Hero sandwich, topped with onions, 2 slices of processed cheese,
was under postgame.
3 strips of bacon, lettuce mayo on a toasted home-style bun, and the Cadbury Cream Egg McFlurry back just in time for Easter, which is a smooth vanilla soft serve with a piece of milk chocolate swirled together with the delicious flavor of a sweet Cadbury cream egg blended together for a decadent, cool, and creamy dessert. Come by your local McDonald's to try these tasty treats, and remember, McDonald's wants to wish the Flin Flon Bombers all the best of luck throughout the SJHL playoffs in their quest to bring home the Cantera Seeds Cup.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
You thought Christmas was over? Well, think again, because it's Truck Month at Great North GM. Get 0% financing on select trucks on a 72-month term. And if you already have a truck, trade it in and get $1,500 towards a new truck. There are demo discounts, cash incentives, and so much more. Great North GM even has the widest selection of on-ground Chevy and GMC trucks with shipments coming in daily. It's like the holidays never ended. With Truck Month happening all March long, call Great North GM at 204-623-3481 or visit them 212 LaRose Avenue today to drive your new truck home before they're all gone, because it's always a great day at Great North GM.
Life is a contact sport. Sometimes it hurts, but thanks to Chiropractic on Main, it doesn't have to. Everything about your ankles depends on a good foundation from below. Have your feet work for you, not against you. Get into Chiropractic on Main across from the post office today. Don't suffer from agony or defeat any longer. Chiropractic on Main. Feel the difference in every step.
PharmaSave has the things that just feel right. I don't mean feelings like in your heart and soul. I mean feel, like with your hands. Razors, cosmetics, you can pick them out and feel for yourself. That and the friendly staff and expert pharmacists, I guess it does feel good in your heart and soul. At PharmaSave, you can feel things that are just right, and it just feels right, because it's your store, your feelings, your PharmaSave. Insurance matters, and so does where you get it. Flin Flon Insurance not only has a detail-oriented team, but they are fully focused on finding the most affordable and comprehensive policies for you. Flin Flon Insurance is all about putting your lifestyle and financial needs above everything else. For home, travel, business, or health, Flin Flon Insurance finds solutions.
10 seconds.
Call 687-7527 or visit them 100 Main Street. Find protection and peace of mind with Flin Flon Insurance.
And welcome back to Whitney Forum, the Great North Post-Game Report. The victorious head coach, Mike Reagan, is with us. His team finds a way to get it done in double overtime tonight, 4-3. Mike, we were talking, I guess, before we went to air. You know, as the game loomed on, you had a good third period, really good opening overtime, a couple of goal posts. You took it to them. Were you feeling pretty good coming up for the second overtime?
Well, you're always kind of nervous about those situations because we had a power play. We didn't capitalize on that. and then we had 2 goal posts, and you're thinking, oh, is it just not going to go in for us tonight? And but the credit to the guys, they stuck with it. We had a good attitude in the dressing room. We talked about this as part of the process of winning a championship. You got to find ways to win in overtime, and they're not all going to be pretty. And credit to the guys, they stuck with it. We lost KJ about halfway through the second period, so we were running three centermen, and that
what happened to him?
Definitely took a toll. I'm not going to get into it really.
I didn't notice.
He's he might be okay for game 3 and 4. I think it's maybe a little bit to do with last night.
Okay. Right.
But and then obviously Ward gets injured, and you got 5 D-men that are going, and that now they lost a D-man as well.
And they lost a player last night too.
Yeah, so that's playoffs. I mean, that's the way it goes, and for us, we've been dealing with this for a while, so we're not afraid of the moment, and that was kind of the message to the guys. Don't be afraid of the moment here, We talk about pressure and looking it straight in the eye and smiling, so tonight was a good example of that, and we passed that test and found a way to win.
Great hockey game for sure, Mike. Fans definitely got their money's worth. It was just action really from the third on. The third, of course, the first overtime. Then early in the second overtime, you come really close right off the hop. A great chance right off the hop, 15 seconds in. He's alone out front, and Cam, boy, Nathan Cam, what a performance by him tonight.
Yeah, he's a big goaltender, takes up a lot of the net. I mean, both goalies are big for them. I thought that there were rebounds there for us that we just didn't find tonight. But, I mean, obviously you put 65 shots on a guy and he gives them till double overtime, gives them a chance. And that I was a little bit frustrated with their tying goal. I don't think that was an icing. I think that the icing led to a face-off in our end. And, those calls, they can hurt, and it did tonight. And, we got to learn from those mistakes. And again, you're learning as you go through the playoffs. It's not just going to be a perfect walk in the park. And we've talked about it. There's always 2 roads. There's the easy road, and then there's the hard road. And we have to be willing to go down the hard road, and we did tonight.
Talking about goaltending, how was your heart racing when that puck was coughed up in your own zone and Trent had to dive in the midair and knock that puck down?
Yeah, well, we joked about it afterwards. I said, don't ever do that again to my heart. And he said, I had it, Regs. I had it.
There was a guy behind him. I don't know if it would have hit him or not, but, boy, that was a heck of a save.
Yeah.
Save of the year.
I mean, he's just like every other player. They're going to make mistakes, and it's how you respond from it. And he's smiling afterwards, and, that's what you need out of a goaltender. I can think of some other goaltenders that we've had in the past that would have rattled big time. And, Tritter handled it pretty good, and it's all smiles in there. We can joke about it now.
And here you go. You talk about getting guys back. Maverick Delisle, Mike back in uniform. Beautiful redirection. Reed Arbery, the shot from he just gets a stick on it. And I guess that's the type of goal you're going to have to score on, Cam, because nothing else was getting by him.
For sure. We thought that it was going to have to be a tip or a deflection. Traffic in front, some kind of goal like that, and obviously that's usually how it happens in the playoffs, or it goes off someone and in, and when you get into double overtime and stuff like that, that's the way you got to get it done sometimes.
Big victory here tonight, Mike, and the nice thing is you keep home ice advantage.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been a lot of momentum for them going back to Estevan. And fortunately for us, we're in a good position to go down there and at least get one, hopefully. And, we'd love to get 2, but we'll focus on game 3. And I'm sure they're going to be rowdy there. I think they're going to be fired up, and we're going to have to be better than we were tonight. Totally different venue, big, wide open. Ice surface is a lot bigger, and I'm sure that even though they lost tonight, they can probably, the message is probably going to be like, see, we can play with these guys, and they'll be ready to go. We're going to get their best effort in game 3.
Right on, Mike. Congratulations. Big double overtime victory, and we'll see you on Monday.
Thanks, Rob.
All right, Mike Reagan, the head coach of the Bombers. Mike Slip will come in quickly. We'll wrap things up quickly with the McDonald's out-of-town scoreboard. Like I mentioned, the other SJHL series tonight, Big victory here tonight for the Yorkton Terriers as they beat Melville 4-1. They've even up that series at a game apiece. Nipawin, they beat the Wings 5-1. That's even at 1. And Battleford holds off the determined Melfort Club 3-2, up 2 games to none. Quickly, Mike, I want to sign off. Any closing comments?
No, just very entertaining weekend of hockey, and I'm going to be excited to watch the next 2 games, Rob, and listen to you call them. So, no, nothing more to say. What more can we say? We've talked all night, so just a great crowd.
Great crowd, great win. Again, Maverick Delisle, the double overtime hero tonight. A big thanks to Mike Reagan and Drew Kosher for the comments before and after the game. Daniel Morozov, not once but twice, the player of the game here tonight, as we use the interview again for the second overtime. And, of course, a big thanks again to Benny Walchuk on behalf of GX94, our playoff preview special in the second intermission. And, of course, Ray, overtime tonight. Don't expect to get paid, but overtime tonight for, I'm just kidding, Ray, we'll make sure you're compensated. Don't panic. Anyway, Ray did a great job back at the CFER studio tonight, getting, of course, the game in a double overtime. So the Bombers win it, 4-3 double OT, up 2 games to none, and we'll have games 3 and 4 from Affinity Place in Estevan. Don't forget, 8 o'clock Manitoba start times Tuesday, Wednesday night on the one and only 102.9 CFER, FlinFlonOnline.com. Good night from the one and only Whitney Forum.